Good morning and a very warm welcome to our coverage of this men's Metrobank one-day cup encounter between Kent and Northamptonshire, brought to you in association with our wonderful live stream partners Clubberly. My name is Aaron Viles. I'll be one of your commentary duo for the action today, and alongside me I'm delighted to be joined in the presence of the wonderful Tawhid Qureshi. Tawhid, first and foremost, mate, how are you and how excited are you for this game to get underway?
Thanks, Aaron. I'm absolutely buzzing for this one this morning. Good morning to you. Good morning to everyone out there. What a beautiful day for cricket. I think things are set perfectly out there. It's a beautiful scene. Crowds starting to trickle in.
Certainly are. Yep, healthy crowd just beginning to build up around this historic and iconic venue. I think the weather's meant to be about 26 degrees today as well, so we are all set for a beautiful, beautiful day's play here in the southeast of the country. Just to run you through some important information about the game itself, we have had the news from the toss. Kent have won it and they have chosen to have a bowl first, of course. This is the season opener for Kent County Cricket Club and they line up as follows. So there'll be Ben Dawkins, the captain Daniel Bell-Drummond, Sam Northeast, Harry Finch. Keeping wicket will be former Warwickshire man Chris Benjamin. Then there's Jaden Denley, Ekansh Singh, Grant Stewart, Keith Dudgeon, Matt Milnes and Matt Parkinson. So that is how Kent line up for today. As for the visitors, Northamptonshire, well, they line up as follows. Opening the batting, we expect to see Ricardo Vasconcelos and Gus Miller. At number 3 is Luke Proctor. At 4 is Rob Keogh. At 5, but we imagine this could change, given how well he batted on Tuesday, is set to be the captain, Nathan McSweeney. Then there's George Bartlett, the wicketkeeper, Lewis McManus, Adi Sharma, Liam Guthrie, Dom Leach and Yuzvendra Chahal. So for those of a Northamptonshire persuasion, just the one change from Tuesday's victory over Warwickshire. Up in Northampton, Rafi Weatherall makes way. He's just been rested for today, and in his place comes Dom Leach. So, Tawhid, I've got to ask, two teams who on paper are absolutely stacked, especially in the batting department. Who should we be keeping extra close tabs on in this game today?
I mean, there's so many players, isn't there, in both of those lineups that are really exciting. I mean, looking at the Kent team for starters, really looking forward to Ben Dawkins opening the batting for them a bit later on today. And then really you've got the experienced powerhouse of Daniel Bell-Drummond, of course, Sam Northeast, and quite the middle order as well. Chris Benjamin, we know, has been in the run, scored a nice 88 the other day against the Norfolk County team up there. Plenty to look forward to on the batting side for Kent. And then Northants, of course, you could say they're the form team really at the moment. Obviously, T20 Blast champions. I'm sure they're still basking in that. And also, of course, off the back of a very impressive win just the other day against Warwickshire, where they chased down a stiff target, 313. In the end, did it quite comfortably with the likes of Nathan McSweeney, George Bartlett getting some runs there at Wantage Road. So, as I say, plenty of batting to look forward to from both teams.
Well, there certainly is, and you mentioned that victory on Tuesday, an ideal start for Northamptonshire, and of course for the home team today, the Kent fans here supporting the side. They'll be hoping for something similar. What we do know, of course, as well, when these two teams come face to face, it tends to be the team chasing who actually wins. So if we take a look at the head-to-head, the last 4 games in a row have been won by the team batting second. So let's wait and see. Will it be 5 in the last 5, or will that trajectory change as we see the Kent team walking out into the middle, led by the captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond. Lovely to see so many supporters, especially to our left from our commentary position, and now striding out to join them will be the two Northamptonshire openers, Ricardo Vasconcelos and Gus Miller. Well, Tawhid, we are almost ready to get underway in this game. It should be a fantastic day of Metrobank One Day Cup action here in Canterbury, and well, it's a pleasure to be here bringing it to you live from wherever you're tuning in, whether that is here in the UK or indeed around the wider world as a whole. It's always a nice time of year, isn't it, when the One Day Cup returns?
It really is, and as you say, I mean, there's several other games going on today in the One Day Cup throughout the country. We'll try and bring you some updates on those as the day progresses. But as you say, what a great time of year. School holidays have started. Can already see a good number of school children in the crowd. I'm sure more and more of them will be coming in throughout the day as well.
Certainly will. Well, just looking out there in the middle will be Ricardo Vasconcelos. He is set to face the first delivery of the match itself, and the first over to be bowled from the Nackington Road end will be bowled, delivered by the returning Matt Milnes. And well, Towhid, he has been a fantastic addition. I say addition, of course, he's graced these parts before, but he is just an excellent bowler, isn't he? Especially with that new ball in hand.
Exactly. It's the exact type of bowler that you want to see, certainly with a new ball. It's not going to give you much to hit at. So, yeah, perfect new ball bowler. He'll be coming in from the Nackington Road end.
Well, we are just waiting for a couple of the fielders to get into position. That is Matt Parkinson to our left. He'll be down at deep third. Two slips in the cordon as well will be Ben Dawkins and Sam Northeast. Here we go then, first delivery of the day. And well covered up by Ricardo Vasconcelos. Well, we spoke about how excellent it is for Kent to have Matt Milnes. Vasconcelos, Towhid, he has been in the form of his life recently, hasn't he? Of course, everybody immediately will cast their minds to that finals day. What an amazing performance that was. A T20 career best of 88. And, well, he followed it up with a 50-plus score on Tuesday. So he's the man in form, isn't he?
Absolutely is, yeah.
And he'll be the man to get Northamptonshire up and running on this glorious day in the southeast. Scampers back for a second. Good running there between the two openers.
Yeah, I know we always say that left-handers tend to be stylish, but he certainly fits that bill. Nice, compact-looking player, as you say. Almost got a ton on T20 Blast Finals Day. Didn't quite get over the line, but certainly Northants did.
So that one just strays down the leg side. Wide will be signalled, and Gus Miller will come down to the striker's end. Extra couple of runs to add for the Steelbacks tally. Out of interest, Towhid, are you in that school of thought? You think the left-handers, the southpaws, look that little bit better?
Well, yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? I don't know if it's just a natural bias we have whenever we see a left-hander. They always seem to look, I don't know, just seem to have a bit more time, a bit more class, finesse. Always think about, the likes of David Gower, I suppose, comes to mind. Kumar Sangakkara.
Oh, yes.
Recent times.
Gus Miller, shoulders arms to his first delivery faced. Yeah, it's an interesting one. For me, I don't think there's too much between it. I think a good cover drive is a good cover drive. Personally speaking, of course, I saw plenty of Ian Bell over the years. For me, he had the best cover drive of them all. But yeah, the left-hander, Sangakkara. Of course, someone who you'll know very well, Tammy McBall as well. Very stylish.
Indeed, yeah.
Miller again, just happy to watch the ball at the minute. Really nice to see Gus Miller getting this chance as well. He's been playing a lot for the Northamptonshire Twos this season, opened the batting on Tuesday. Only scored the 3 runs before he was trapped LBW by Ethan Bamber. But he's a very hard worker, still only 24 as well. He's been in and around the Northamptonshire side for a couple of years now. Was awarded his first contract back in 2022, so a big opportunity for him. Someone as well, we speak about those cover drives, also very nice, just clipping it down the leg side. Easy release shot.
Indeed, and you were talking off-air about how much you were looking forward to watching Nathan McSweeney play
yes.
exactly that shot.
Well, of course, we've mentioned predominantly about Vasconcelos, but McSweeney, goodness me, he'll be the wicket that Kent want to get early today. Not only because he's the Northamptonshire captain, but he's a wonderfully classy cricketer as well. And Gus Miller just covers up on that latest shot. And the first over of the game comes to a conclusion. Northamptonshire Steelbacks are 4 without loss.
Yeah, you can feel Kent just easing themselves into this game. It's actually their first game for about 2 weeks, having not played since the end of the T20 Blast group stages. So they'll be eager to get stuck in.
They most certainly will. So too will this man, because coming on to bowl the first over of the day from the pavilion ends will be the South African overseas Keith Dudgeon. And Northamptonshire will be a county that he knows very well, of course. That unbelievable debut in last year's Rothesay County Championship. Well, burst onto the scene, really. I think a lot of people maybe wouldn't have been familiar with his game prior to that, but since then, he has captured the hearts and the imagination of the Spitfires faithful. And he's got his fellow countryman Vasconcelos on the defence first up.
Yeah, like you say, he's done excellently for Kent. Picked up that injury, didn't he, just shortly after his debut. Well, I think it was actually during that debut that he picked up the injury. But I remember talking to him shortly afterwards, and he did vow to return at some point, and he's been true to his word.
Oh, that's well played by Vasconcelos. Drives it square of the wickets. And that will be the first boundary of the game here at the St Lawrence Ground, Canterbury. Lovely way to get the boundary count up and running.
Yeah, absolutely. A nice ball just hung outside the off stump for Vasconcelos there.
It's quite funny with these two, of course, both from Johannesburg in South Africa. More on that after this delivery. How does Dudgeon respond? Quite well. Nice areas there, both on line and length. So, yeah, for Keith Dudgeon, he attended Parktown High School in Johannesburg, which was the same one as Tabrace Shamsi. I don't think they're in the same year, but was the same school. And of course, for Vasconcelos, he's from St Stithians, which is a very prestigious cricketing college back in Mzansi. This will be a great battle because Dudgeon does like to put that extra degree of pace on the ball, and Vasconcelos is a punchy cricketer. He's someone who will go on the front foot, drive it, rock onto the back foot and pull. So this is one of those matchups which I think both sides will be keen to potentially take advantage of. Well, slight shout there for Dudgeon. Right on cue, drop back the length ever so slightly.
Indeed, yeah. Vasconcelos looking to whip that over mid-wicket or through mid-wicket. Maybe came onto him a bit quicker than expected, but I think that ball would have been comfortably missing the stumps.
For Dudgeon as well, this is his first list day game for quite a few months now. So he played in the CSA Provincial 50 Over Cup. What was that one? Clipped away very nicely by Vasconcelos for one. Yeah, that was back in March that he played for Boland in that. Took 4 wickets in 4 games, so quite nice for him to get a run out here. Of course, the Metrobank One Day Cup, longer group stage, so 8 matches. Both of these teams in Group A, which we haven't really touched upon yet, Towhid, but for me, that is the group of death. You look at some of the counties in there, and yeah, it's a very, very tight group.
Yeah, there's certainly some big fishes in Group A, the likes of Surrey, Somerset, Warwickshire, just to name a few.
Nottinghamshire as well. They won yesterday against the Bears at the John Fretwell Centre. End of the second over here at the St Lawrence ground. Northamptonshire Steelbacks are 9 without loss. Yeah, it feels like one of those, usually in the Metrobank One Day Cup, since it's had this kind of revamp. Tends to be 6 wins. That's what you need. 6 out of 8, and that usually progresses you through to at least the quarterfinals, if not the semi-finals, if it is such a hotly contested group. This year, though, in Group A, something tells me it might be 5. I think third place might sneak in with just 5 wins. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, it's an interesting format, isn't it? Where the top 3 in each group go through to the knockouts with just the 2 quarterfinals. So if you end up second or third in your group, you go through to the quarterfinals. If you end up top of the group, you're through to the semi-finals.
And of course, then, if you are to win your semi-final, you go through to the showpiece, don't you, at Trent Bridge, Sunday the 20th of September. That is where the final will be taking place. So we've just got a slight break in the action here. I think a couple of the players are going to take the opportunity to have a drink as well. Might just be a little bit of work on the pitch as well. But while we have the opportunity, Sohid, of course, let's just speak about the One Day Cup as that wider competition then, because we've spoken there a little bit about Group A. It is still very, very early days, of course. But given the fact that there are so many teams who you can make a valid or viable case for those top 3 positions, who do you think, just on gut feel, on paper, who do you think the top 3 will be?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot now, aren't you? Just a few days into the competition as well. Well, I mean, without wanting to sit on the fence too much, I suppose, like you say, it is interesting because although you have some big name counties, as you mention, obviously a lot of those big name counties are missing a lot of big name players. So, take Surrey as a prime example. I think they've got at least a dozen players missing.
So it's more than that. So they've got 17 away at the 104 injury. So 21 members of the squad currently unavailable.
That is quite something, isn't it? But they still managed to win their first One Day Cup game just a few days ago. So that's encouraging for them. So yeah, I mean, there's lots of caveats, aren't there? But certainly, you look at the likes of Somerset, the likes of Notts. I quite like the look of them as well, skippered by Hasib Hamid. Yeah, if I was to pick a couple of teams, I'd probably pick them. But the likes of Kent, Northants, of course, have got the wind in their sails. You could say, really, the form team in the country across formats.
Most definitely. And I think Darren Lehman really wants his team to push this season. It's been a long time since the Steelbacks were last in the knockout rounds of this competition. 2016. It's been a decade since Northamptonshire reached that next stage beyond the group phase. So, yeah, I do fancy the Steelbacks' chances. Kent as well. They're not missing too many key players, and they will have some overseas options as well, as we shall discuss. So, just to provide some additional clarity to what that delay was for, a few of the players did have a drink, but we were actually just sorting out the 30-yard circle. So that has now been, thankfully, resolved. And Matt Milnes has got ball in hand for his second over of the game. And Vasconcelos, beautifully through the covers, will get 4 more runs. That is a delightful shot from the Southpaw opener.
Well, we were talking about beautiful cover drives a bit earlier on, and that's a prime example. Effortless there from Vasconcelos.
It's just one of those where he's leant into it and almost stroked it through the covers. He's not looked to overhit it or particularly put too much of the bottom hand at all. It's a really, really well-timed shot. Moves him on to 11. How does Milnes respond? Decently. Del Scarpa through for the quick single. Not a clean pick up there. I think it was Grant Stewart, the man, who's coming in from mid-on.
Yeah, he was just on his heels there. It was a sharp single. Vasconcelos almost completing half the run just after playing the shot. So good running from him.
Oh, Miller yet again. Just happy, very watchful so far with the leave. Milnes, of course, putting it in good areas, as you'd suspect. I mean, Matt Milnes is a terrific opening bowler, not only in the 50 over format, of course, with the red ball in hand. We all know his contributions in 2021, the Spitfires winning the Vitality T20 Blast that season. It is great to see him back in a Kent shirt. Something tells me he'll have a prominent role to play. It's that one down the leg side, another wide will be signalled by the standing umpire. Something else to watch out for today, Towhead, with both of these teams is running between the wickets. It's something which Northants did tremendously well on Tuesday. So, of course, you'd look at the wagon wheel, plenty of boundaries for your Bartlett, your Vasconceloses, and, of course, Nathan McSweeney. But just the drop and runs and turning ones into twos, that will be a key thing here today, especially given that slightly wider pocket towards the pavilion end. Oh, nice delivery that from Matt Milnes. The corridor of uncertainty.
Yeah, rotating the strike, particularly when you've got a left-right hand combination as we have at the moment, really is key, isn't it? You don't want to let the bowler settle into any kind of rhythm, and these two so far are doing that pretty well.
Down the leg side again. Well stopped in the end by Chris Benjamin.
Yeah, not quite getting his radar right yet, Matt Milnes. As I was saying, the left-right combination, always a bit of a headache for the bowler.
And of course, you mentioned it beforehand, it's a very valid point. Kent haven't played as recently as Northamptonshire. So since the last time that Kent were in action, Northants have played 3 matches. So in fact, 4 matches. When you think 2 at finals day, quarter-final at home against Gloucestershire. And of course, that's MBODC opener on Tuesday against Warwickshire. So not only are they a form team, but they're a side who in recent weeks have played a lot of cricket. They are almost in the groove. So I think early on, you can probably imagine from the likes of Milnes, from Dudgeon, Stewart, there might be a little bit of rust which just needs to be shaken off, but they can certainly find their radar. Right there, squares up Vasconcelos, runs away down towards deep third. And that will be 4 more runs to add to the Steelbacks total. After 3, Northamptonshire are 21 without loss.
Yeah, genuine edge there to finish the over. A moral victory for the bowler. I suppose, yeah, Kent have played one game just a couple of days ago, wasn't it, against the
Norfolk,
part of the National Counties set-up. A game which Kent won convincingly by 99 runs. But yeah, very much a warm-up, I suppose, for the One Day Cup.
Well, here is Dudgeon again, bowling to Miller. Oh, huge appeal there for Keith Dudgeon. I think just looking at the angle, the trajectory of the delivery, potentially just sliding down.
Yeah, arrowed into the pads. Miller just falling over a little bit there.
Well, he's still yet to get off the mark, isn't he? 7 deliveries faced. Still on 0. But this is the nice thing about one-day cricket. You've got so much time, especially to build that foundation in the opening few overs. It's Dudgeon again, gets Miller driving at that one.
Yeah, you're right. 50 overs does give you a bit more space, doesn't it? A bit more time at the crease. That said, no one wants to be stuck on 0 for a long period of time. He's faced 8 balls now as Miller.
Will 9th time be the charm? Well, it won't yet again. Covers up on the defence. The nice thing, though, for any opening partner alongside Vasconcelos, you know that he can tick over with those boundaries, whether it is through the covers or indeed on the pull or through mid-wicket. There isn't necessarily the same pressure on your side of things compared to if you have two players of a similar archetype. If Vasconcelos is in the mood, can get that run rate accelerating very nicely. Oh, what a stop that is. Wonderful work at points. Superb effort that by Harry Finch. Leaping on that one like a cat.
It was an excellent stop. Key position that, isn't it, in limited overs cricket in that point region. I'm sure Miller would have thought he got that through for a boundary, but another dot ball.
Yeah, terrific work there. Showcasing his wicket-keeping skills there, Finch, even though he's not got the gloves today. Fielder is in at short extra cover as well here for Dudgeon. Drops it short, attempts to be pulled in front of square. But to no avail, Jayden Denley makes the stop.
I think he probably feels he's missed out there, Miller. All of these dot balls might just be adding to his anxiety.
Yeah, just interestingly as well, only the one slip in play now. The two fielders on the boundary down at deep third and long leg. It's a 6-3 split on the offside. Oh, Miller will get off the mark. Very, very well indeed. Plays it through mid-wickets and it will race away to the boundary for 4. Well timed, well placed, well executed by the opener.
He'll certainly be feeling a lot better after that shot. It's a long boundary through that mid-wicket region as the bowling comes in from the pavilion end, but 4 runs to his name.
Yeah, that'll certainly just boost the confidence there for Gus Miller. In fairness to him, he's timed the defensive shots very nicely. He's left well on both line and length, but just needed those early runs. He's got it on the 12th time of asking. It will be a continuation of Matt Milnes from the Nackington Road end, bowling to Ricardo Vasconcelos. Vasconcelos again looks to drive it square of the wicket and well stopped. At cover point, this time by Ekhansh Singh.
Yeah, Kent have got that cover region pretty well patrolled for Vasconcelos. Likes to drive.
Well, just looking, it is still a 6-3, isn't it? Just one slip in the cordon. That one very full. So yeah, just to obviously describe it a little bit, because we've only got the 2 cameras here at the St Lawrence ground today. It is indeed a 6-3. We'll start on the onside, which is the 3. Easier when it comes to the maths. So, you've got a fielder at long leg. There is a short, well, shortish forward square and a wide mid on, along with a wide mid off. Short cover, cover points, backward points, a slip, and deep third. And Vasconcelos just dabs it down to Matt Parkinson, the man in that exact fielding position. And I know we've said it before, Towhid, but what a glorious day it is here in Canterbury. Just looking over to our right, the food stalls. Heavily populated today. I imagine that the ice cream truck will be generating some good business as well. What a day it is for some list day cricket. I'd go as far as to say ideal.
Certainly is a beautiful day. I mean, it's been an endless summer,
Yep.
really, hasn't it? It just seems to be going on and on and on, this glorious weather. I'm not complaining. It might be a tad warm here in the commentary box, but I'm not complaining.
Oh, it's a lovely view though, isn't it? It really is. Just overlooking what is such an historic venue. One of the slips is taken out the cordon. Sam Northeast will be the man. think he may be going to short mid-wicket, just to almost plug the gap that we saw from the previous shot that Miller played. Parkinson, he goes to fine leg.
Yeah, I wonder when Parkinson might be having a bowl today. One of the spin options on the in the Kent side.
Well, the spin twins alongside a certain Jaden Denley as well. Of course, Northamptonshire, they themselves have plenty of spin options. The big one being a certain Yuzvendra Chahal. Miller can't quite bisect the gap on the offside. That one stopped at cover for no run. So 5 overs have been bowled here at the St Lawrence ground in Canterbury. Northamptonshire are 26 without loss.
I feel we should be talking a bit more about Chahal, actually. I'm sure there's lots of viewers tuned in today to watch him. He'll certainly be having a bowl in 3 hours' time, I'd say.
Yeah, I think for those of a Northamptonshire persuasion, you don't want to see him batting just yet. A little bit too early. Plenty other options coming up in the middle order, but no, he will certainly be good value, especially on a drier surface. Here is Dudgeon then to kickstart his 3rd over of the game. Vasconcelos shuffling the feet a little bit. As I said, this for me is a battle which I'm really, really looking forward to seeing just not only develop over the course of this first 10 overs, so the power play where Vasconcelos has those extra gaps, but potentially a little bit later on in the piece as well. Vasconcelos is known for those big innings.
Yeah, he likes to bat long. He's certainly been doing that of late.
That one very full. Just turned away out to forward square leg for 1. But he's one of those players, in Vasconcelos, everybody knows the quality of him as a cricketer, but I think the addition of Darren Lehmann has really brought out another level to his game. You can say that about a number of players at Northamptonshire. Same with Kent and Adam Hollyoake. It's that character, it's that archetype of coach who demand very, very high standards. It's certainly worked in his favour. Miller once more leaves that one well alone.
Indeed, 2 very strong personalities in charge of both teams.
Have you ever spoken to either of them?
I'm trying to rack my brains because, well, my short-term memory is shot to pieces these days. But no, I don't think I have. I mean, I've watched plenty of Adam Hollyoake.
Oh, as that one has been played very finely by Gus Miller. Just whips it away down through deep backward square. And he will get his 2nd boundary of the game. He moves on to 8. Northamptonshire into the 30s.
Yeah, Dudgeon doing the teapot there, not happy with himself. Just straying onto the legs, and Miller collecting 4 easy runs.
But if you get a chance today, if you get to chat to either of them, fully recommend it. Great value. 2 excellent coaches and 2 very passionate individuals when it comes to this great game. Spoke to Hollyoake back in March, it would have been, for the media day. You can just tell he's one of those individuals who, dare I say, you'd go into battle with. He's just got that kind of aura about him. When he speaks, you listen.
Yeah, that's certainly the impression I get from speaking to a couple of the Kent players. The likes of Daniel Bell-Drummond and Keith Dudgeon, when I've spoken to him, speak very highly of Hollyoake.
I think there will just be a slight adjustment in the field here. So Jaden Denley has been moved to deep backward square as a result of that last shot. That's well bowled by Keith Dudgeon, just cramping Miller for a little bit of room. Ends the 6th over. Northamptonshire 31 without loss. But yeah, it's the exact same thing with Darren Lehman as well. And I just think that combination, of course, we're not seeing David Willey in this competition, but that duo of captain and coach in T20s just feels like a winning combo, doesn't it?
Yeah, what a fantastic player David Willey is, and I'm sure the Northants supporters will be looking forward to him coming back and donning Northants colours once again.
Well, he's one of a number of players away at the 100 for the Steelbacks. Kent, of course, missing a couple of big names as well. Your Tawanda Muyeyes, your Zach Crawleys. Just to name but a couple. Sam Billings as well. But even so, plenty of talent in this squad to go far. As Milnes goes up in appeal for the LBW. Waved off by the standing umpire. But for Milnes, you can see he's either popping it in that corridor, looking to just tickle the edge of the left-hander's bat, and then also firing one in to around about middle and leg. That's the area that he's targeting with Vasconcelos. He has got an exit shot down towards long leg. But if, of course, he mistimes it or he misexecutes the shot, could be bringing not only LBW, of course, but bowled into play as well.
Yeah, Vasconcelos just getting his angles slightly wrong in the previous delivery. Seemed to play around the ball slightly, but back to sturdy defence.
Well, again, even though he is the aggressor in this partnership, he's still got plenty of time. It's only the 7th over. Oh, he's played that one impeccably well. Save your legs, Ricardo Vasconcelos. That is 4 runs. Right through the covers again. Effortlessly played by the South African.
Fabulous timing. That was no more than a push, really. And really raced along the surface. It's a quick outfield today. But another glorious boundary to Vasconcelos.
I'll tell you what, it is very, very quick, isn't it? But even so, it's still nice and lush and green. The ground staff have done a wonderful job. That one dropped slightly shorter. Heaved away by Vasconcelos through backward square. 2 more runs to add, not only to his tally, but of course, to the Northants total. Steelbacks move on to 37.
The colour of my lawn certainly isn't the same shade of green that we're seeing here today, I can tell you that.
Well, they really have done a terrific job. And that goes to grounds teams up and down the country as well. I know, obviously, we've been enjoying the warm weather, but it is a thankless task being on the ground staff when there isn't that additional moisture that you can lock into the surface. I think they've done an amazing job, not only here in Kent, but indeed around both groups. Milnes goes very full on that one. Won't quite beat the effort of the fielder at mid-on. Proper all year round job as well, being on the ground staff. Quite literally as soon as the last deliveries are bowled in the county championship, it's almost on that cycle and recycle for 2027. Really are the unsung heroes of the county circuit.
They really are. It never fails to amaze me how quick they are on the lawnmowers as soon as the final delivery is bowled almost during a game or after a game.
And that will be a dot ball to round out the 7th over. Northamptonshire 37 without loss. Vasconcelos is on a brisk 24 from 23. Gus Miller just staying resolute for the time being. Very watchful, 8 not out from 19. Yeah, it is. It's quite literally, you'd probably say within minutes of that last ball being bowled, and, well, it all starts again. But of course, the fruits of their labour, definitely worth it. And we get to enjoy it, don't we? As spectators, fans, broadcasters, the players. Honestly, cannot heap enough praise on grounds teams, not only here in England and Wales, but around the world. Come rain and shine, They work tirelessly to ensure that our great game can take place. Here is Dudgeon then for his 4th over. Again, another probing line there towards the bat of Gus Miller. Of course, looking at the Kent options today, plenty of seam with these two. Opening the bowling, Grant Stewart. I always love him as a partnership breaker. He's one of those, he can bowl that heavy length. If you need him to almost bowl that short ball theory, he can. Might go for a few runs at times, but tends to get key wickets now and again. Ekansh Singh as well. Then the spin of Matt Parkinson and Jaden Denley will be very interesting. Oh, playing a miss by Gus Miller. And that'll be encouraging for Keith Dudgeon.
Yeah, just thinking about potential bowling changes that might be coming up. We've still got, well, 2 and a bit overs left of the power play. I wonder if they will sneak in a bowling change just before the end of the power play.
Question is, though, who would it be? Would it be Grant Stewart, do you think?
I think that's a good shout.
Especially against Vasconcelos. Just try something different. Just looking out there, I don't think anybody's had a ridiculous warm-up or a stretch as of yet. Always a real telltale sign, isn't it, when you get to see certain players doing the yoga poses, get nice and loose and limber. Though saying that, Ekansh Singh has just done a few warm-ups right on cue. Maybe seeing him sooner rather than later. As Miller just turns that in front of square. Should be 2 runs for the Northamptonshire pair, indeed it will be. And that is something which I'm almost laser focused on today. How many 2s, even 3s are being run. Something which for both of these teams will have been drilled into them, even though it is a warm day. Honestly, they count. They rack up so crucially in the 50 over format.
Well, we've mentioned it a couple of times, but there is a long boundary out on the leg side, so plenty of 2s on offer through there.
Well, there is, and Kent so far have left it wide open, haven't they, for Gus Miller, if he wants to take it on. There is a fielder patrolling at short mid-wicket. That is Jaden Denley. Great fielder to have in that position as well. The captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond, he's at a wide-ish mid-on. Other than that, though, it's just Grant Stewart down at deep backward square. So it's tempting for Miller if he does just want to step across and play it along the deck. Instead, that's through the offside, and that has been rifled away through backward point for 4. A dismissive shot to round out the 8th over. Northamptonshire move into the 40s. The Steelbacks are 43 without loss.
8 overs gone now, and I'd say that Northants perhaps just edging the contest at the moment. No wickets down. Still 2 overs left of the power play and 43 runs on the board. I'd say they'll be pretty pleased.
Most definitely. I think they'll be far and away the happier of the 2 teams at this stage. And there will be a change of bowling from the Nackington Road ends. We did see him stretching up. Fair play to Ekansh Singh. He did give us some pretty handy clues. Here he is then. Bit of right arm seam from the opposing side of the ground. Starts off with a wide down the leg side, of course. Ekansh, product of that Kent pathway. He's played his club cricket for Orpington. And one of those players who, when I spoke to Adam Hollyoake back in March, he earmarked him as being one of these future superstars, along with the likes of your Ben Dawkins, Ollie Curtis as well, who we may see as a substitute fielder today. He's certainly someone to keep close tabs on. But his evolution, especially with the bats, has been superb. As that one thumps into the pad.
Well, we know that this competition is all about blooding youngsters and helping youngsters to break through. And as you've mentioned there's certainly a few players in the Kent lineup today I'm really looking forward to watching. Ekansh Singh being one of them, but as you say, Ben Dawkins as well, Jaden Denley, real talented crop of youngsters.
Oh, Singh again, dropping that one slightly shorter. Vasconcelos can't quite hoik it around the corner. Would also be amiss of me. I did mention the fact that Ekanch did start out at Orpington, but he's also played for Dartford. More recently, he's also played for Bexley as well. So very much a Kent boy through and through. Signed his first rookie contract at the club a couple seasons ago and made his senior debut for the club in this competition. It was 2024. Debuted against Somerset down in Taunton. Very full. Oh, shouts of catch. It just falls short of mid-on. But an opportunity there, Towhead.
There was, yeah. It was certainly uppish. I think it ended up a good yard or so in front of, is that Grant Stewart there at mid-on? Slightly on his heels maybe, but I think he was always going to struggle to get there.
Yeah, it's one of those where you'll almost have to pre-anticipate it. Just couldn't make up the ground in time. 5-4 split here on the offside. What was inviting, wasn't it, for Vasconcelos, and well stopped at short cover by Sam Northeast. Spoke about Matt Milnes returning. Sam Northeast has been a pretty handy reacquisition as well, hasn't he?
Absolutely. I mean, vast experience behind him. As you say, spent 10 years at Kent before moving away, and he's proved a success coming back for a second time.
Oh, that is excellently played by Vasconcelos. Just whips it away through mid-wicket for 4. Was almost stopped by a diving fielder. Ben Dawkins it was at short mid-wicket. Just couldn't quite get the outstretched right palm on it.
Yeah, another nice clip through the leg side for Vasconcelos. He really has picked up from where he left off just a few days ago in a rich vein of form.
Well, he is the man with the Midas touch, isn't he, at the minute? Can Singh bring it to an end? It's full again, and this one has been drilled back down the ground and well stopped by the Kent captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond. Shovels it away, and a single will be taken. So 9 overs have gone here in Kent's season opener at the St Lawrence ground in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Northamptonshire are 49 without loss.
And it looks like it's going to be Dudgeon to continue from the pavilion end. Just having a chat with his captain. I know this is the last over the power play. The field quite evenly spread on both sides of the wicket.
Starts off with a dot ball, well stopped by Jaden Denley. Yeah, just to break down those fielding positions again. Believe it is this time. It's still a 5-4, isn't it? Indeed it is, in favour of the offside for the left-hander. So deep third, backward point, cover point, which has been actually quite a familiar position for Jaden Denley today. Ben Dawkins, he's there at short extra. Bell-Drummond's at wide mid-off. And that will go to Dawkins. As for the onside fielders, well, there is a deep square leg. That is Ekanch Singh patrolling the boundary in front of the flats. Matt Parkinson is at fine leg. Sam Northeast is there at mid-wicket. Giving the ball a little bit of attention is Matt Milnes. Of course, Dudgeon's opening partner here with the ball. He's at wide mid-on. So it's a decent spread here for Vasconcelos. And he just beats the effort of backward point. This one racing away. Denley hairs after it in pursuit. At least 2 runs will be taken. And 2 runs it shall remain as Northamptonshire bring up the team 50 midway through the 10th over. Well, you said it before, Towhead, but I think the Steelbacks will be delighted with this foundation set by the 2 openers.
Yeah, for sure. 51-run partnership comes up in 57 balls, so great start for them.
Vasconcelos again. This one goes beyond Harry Finch at backward point once more. Some sharp running will turn it into 2. What dare I say other than that? Can you call it half chance? Maybe a quarter chance for Grant Stewart. I mean, he wasn't near it at mid-on. Has almost been a near faultless start really for the pair of them, of course. Vasconcelos has been the more proactive and dangerous of the two, but for Gus Miller, I don't think he'll be phased. It's time out in the middle. He knows his game. And certainly once those fielders are spread, he can start getting those 2s and potentially 3s.
Absolutely. He's given himself a start, and that's exactly what you want as an opening bat.
Oh, that one's slightly shorter, hammered away by Vasconcelos. Didn't get enough timing of it to get it for 4. And indeed, it will be scooped back from the boundary rope by Matt Milnes. Just an extra couple of runs there. Well applauded by the smattering of Kent spectators over towards the cafe to our left.
Good bit of fielding by Milnes in the deep.
Final delivery then of this, the 10th over. And Vasconcelos just drops the bat on it. No run will be scored. And Northamptonshire will remain 55 without loss. A very, very solid start by these two in the middle. Just a reminder, of course, for everybody tuning in, if you haven't already, do subscribe to the Kent Cricket YouTube channel. I believe we're around about 250 subscribers away from 84,000. Of course, we'll be here to provide you with free live streams throughout both the men's and the women's Metrobank One Day Cup, as well as the latter stages of the 2026 Rothesay County Championship. Of course, here in the Metrobank One Day Cup, massive thank you as well to our official live stream partners at Club Elite. Without them, well, we wouldn't be able to bring it to you for free, so shout out to Club Elite as always.
So it's Ekant Singh to continue. Miller looking to drive, but ends up going down to deep third for a single. But just following on from what you were saying a bit earlier there, Aaron, yeah, there haven't really been many chances at all for Kent so far today. A couple of LBW shouts, but they were really half-hearted shouts, I'd say. Nice drive from Vasconcelos. Singh fielding on his follow-through. I'm not sure he knew too much about that, but managed to stop the ball, which was the main thing.
Yeah, it's one of those where, as a bowler in your follow-through, it's just a case of getting something on it and hoping that it's not drilled too firmly back, especially at the toes, or that the worst one's the shin.
Yeah. Very painful. This next one slashed down to deep third by Vasconcelos. Pick up a single. So yeah, I guess the emphasis now is on Bell Drummond to make something happen, to try and force a breakthrough. And these two, as we've said, look pretty well set. Miller 15 from 26 and Vasconcelos 36 from 37.
Well, just from what we've seen as well, I don't think we saw any real lateral movement with the new ball. Just looking at the overheads, there's a few wispy white clouds, but nothing too prominent or pronounced where you're expecting there to be too much swing. And there haven't really been any demons in the surface either. Just looking at the bounce, it's been pretty consistent.
Yeah, it looks a pretty good deck, doesn't it? And I was looking at average first innings score in the competition last year here. Bit difficult to judge because there were only 2 games. As Singh comes in again. But the average of those 2 games was 285. So gives you something of an indication, but I would suggest that Northants here will be looking to get up and over 300.
Oh, absolutely. Especially when you look at the depth of that middle order. Realistically, you've got guys who can even bat down to number 10 for Northamptonshire today. So Dom Leach is certainly no slouch with the bat.
That's the end of the 11th over. The Steelbacks 57 for none. Looks like Dudgeon is going to continue. Correction, we have a bowling change. It's going to be Grant Stewart coming in from the pavilion end. So Dudgeon, having bowled through the power play, gets a well-earned breather. You were saying earlier, Aaron, how Grant Stewart, a good partnership breaker potentially.
Most definitely. One of those guys who, again, can just bowl that heavy length. I'm looking at his field as well. He's got someone out at deep points, deep third and long leg.
First delivery is driven by Vasconcelos, but Stewart fields off his own bowling comfortably enough.
Of course, played a major role in 2022 as well. I was actually there for that final. My goodness. I mean, that was quite the day, really, for Kent. I mean, Stewart, he had a really nice competition. So did a number of players in and around the squad.
Plus, finals days are always fun, aren't they? Just straying down the leg side there and clipped off the hips. 2 more runs collected by Vasconcelos.
It's funny you say that because that was the previous year for Kent. So I was actually there at Edgbaston as well. Was here for the quarter-final, funnily enough, against what was the Birmingham Bears, now of course Warwickshire Bears. Yeah, good couple of years in white ball cricket that for Kent. Some seriously, seriously talented individuals in and around both T20 and List A cricket.
It's a little bit of an inside edge there by Miller. Squirts all the way down to deep square for a single.
Yeah, for those who don't know what we're alluding to, so that was against Lancashire at Trent Bridge. What was previously the RLODC, what is now the MBODC. Still the One Day Cup, still 50 over cricket. Kent victorious by 21 runs, led by a certain Joe Denley.
This one again down the leg side. The fielder does well to stop that. A diving stop on the boundary there, saving a certain boundary. They still go through for another 2 runs though.
It's one of those things in cricket, I'd love to know your opinion on this, Towhead, about a plus-minus rating in the field. Because that right there has saved a couple of runs, hasn't it?
Aggressive looking drive there from Miller. Yeah, it has, and I'm not sure if I've made this up, but I'm sure I've seen or watched some form of cricket where they've done exactly that, where they've tracked individual fielders and worked out how many runs they've saved. But yeah, 2 runs definitely saved out on the boundary. Another expansive looking drive there from Miller, but he's beaten. And that ends Stewart's first over. He's gone for just the 5 runs in that over, and the score 62 for none after 12.
I think we may also have a substitute fielder coming on. Yep, Ollie Curtis. is down at what will be long leg for Vasconcelos. I think Keith Dudgeon has just gone off.
A well-earned breather for the big opening bowler.
But the reason why I brought that up is because on Tuesday, in that game between Northamptonshire and Warwickshire, it was Adi Sharma at backward point, and I kid you not, he must have saved at least 15 runs and took a really good catch as well.
New over by Singh. Well, absolutely. I mean, in short form cricket, fielding absolutely crucial, isn't it? You've got to save every run that you possibly can, because in the final analysis can make a huge amount of difference.
Well, it can, and also just the confidence it gives your bowlers as well. Really gives them a boost, a lift. Doesn't allow the shoulders to drag or slump.
An expansive shot there from Vasconcelos, beaten on the outside edge. I have to confess, this is the first time I've seen Ekant Singh up close. I like the look of him. He's got a bustling kind of run up. Perhaps not the tallest, but he's making use of all of his resources here. That's a short one. He's dug that in. Vasconcelos trying to play an uppercut but missing it. Umpire signalling one for the over, but yeah, dug that in quite nicely.
Very nice delivery that from Ekant Singh. Not only well directed, but also decent pace on that as well. Vasconcelos trying to just lift it on the uppercut, but couldn't quite get near it. So nice variation that from the youngster.
This time he goes much fuller and he's dropped it. A caught and bowled chance there on his follow through. It went reasonably quickly to him, but really one that he would have expected to take more times than not.
Yeah, that is a chance, isn't it? It's always difficult for a bowler, especially as a seamer, because it's one of those where it is down to pure reflexes, your reaction speed, but yeah, that is unfortunate for Singh. It's a second life for Vasconcelos, and one which he'll be looking to take full advantage of, as I think we're just going to have a slight break here. Singh just tends to that right palm. Would have hurt that, wouldn't it? It really was drilled back at him.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if it's hit him on the fingers maybe. And it looks like there's going to be a stoppage. But yeah, as we were saying, in a game where there's been precious few chances so far, those kind of chances really are important, aren't they? Well, they're important to be taken. But on that occasion, Ekant Singh unable to take the return catch. And just to add insult to injury, he's hurt himself, but hopefully, well, we hope it's not serious. Physio coming on to give him a bit of treatment.
Yeah, fingers crossed that isn't anything serious, because of the bowlers, he's probably been the most dangerous so far. I know we've seen some very nice deliveries from Matt Milnes, the occasional one from Dudgeon, but this has been consistently good from Singh so far. You can see that it's reflected in the runs per over. He's only going at 3 so far, and again, it's been nice variation of both pace, length, line. Just really has begun to hit his groove, and yeah, it's a shame, of course, that he's hurt not only a hand, but it's his bowling hand as well. So it will be painful. Hopefully it's nothing like split webbing. That as a bowler, goodness me, that can be excruciating at times. But he's a tough customer. It's absolutely fine. He's just given the physio a fist pump. So yeah, he'll be okay to continue. But yeah, there was the chance. And it's one of those games, dare I say, and one of those surfaces, Towhid, where it feels like in order to restrict run scoring, chances like that need to be taken.
Absolutely. Yeah. And Kent will hope that that drop isn't too costly. We will see if that's the case or not. But as I say, I do like the look of Ekant Singh. He's got a bustling run up, but he looks pretty steady, sturdy. And as we've mentioned, he's got a couple of variations up his sleeve as well. Nice short ball dug in earlier on in this over. Both batters taking the opportunity to take on fluids during that stoppage. I mean, hydration breaks are all the rage, aren't they, I suppose, at the moment? But looks like we're back in business with Vasconcelos on strike. Another short ball, and this time Vasconcelos does connect with the uppercut. Almost goes straight over the keeper's head for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a delightful shot, isn't it, really, from Vasconcelos. We've already seen a bit of power, a bit of class from the South African today. That is all deftness and finesse. Just lifts it languidly over the top. It's the shot he was looking for before. Didn't quite get the timing on it. Didn't quite get the execution on that occasion. He most certainly did.
Yeah, good little battle this between Singh and Vasconcelos. Last ball of Singh's over coming up. This time clubbed through mid-wicket, and that's going to be 4 runs. Perhaps not brilliantly timed, but certainly got enough of it. 4 more runs to Vasconcelos. That's the end of the 13th over. The score, 70 for none.
Well, as we have just got a little bit of an opportunity, we did promise that we'd keep you up to date with those scores on the doors. So given that we've had the first hour here at the St Lawrence ground, let's take a look at some of the other scores in the games taking place up and down the country. And we'll stay in Group A for the time being. Let's head to Woodbridge Road in Guildford, where Surrey are 49 for 1 after 14 overs, having been put into bat by the Leicestershire Foxes. As for Group B, let's start in South Wales at Neath Cricket Club, the Knoll, where Glamorgan are 58 for 3, having won the toss and chosen to bat first against Yorkshire.
Grant Stewart continuing from the pavilion end.
As for the game taking place at the Utilita Bowl in Southampton, Middlesex are 62 without loss in the 15th over. They also won the toss, chose to have a bat first against Hampshire. And last but by no means least, in the West Midlands, let's head to New Road, where Derbyshire are 59 for 1 after 15, having been put into bat first by the Worcestershire Rapids.
Stewart straying down the leg side, but it's off the pads for a leg bye.
And then there is one final game taking place today on Friday the 24th of July. That takes place at the Riverside, but it's a slightly later start, so that will be 1:30 in the afternoon local time. Durham take on Sussex. That should be a very, very good game.
Indeed, and a Mr. B. Stokes likely to appear in that game, no doubt. A lovely drive there from Vasconcelos, but it's fielded well by skipper Bell Drummond at mid-off. It's a no ball that, so I assume this is going to be a free hit. We'll find out.
Well, just going back to that previous thing we said as the free hit is indeed signalled. Bell Drummond, he saved a couple, hasn't he? At mid-on and mid-off. Just tumbling low, almost goalkeeper style, and doing an excellent job of it so far.
Yeah, showing great agility in the field as Miller waits to receive this free hit ball. Field, as you can imagine, Spread wide. 3 men on the boundary on the leg side. Looked like a slower ball and it's clubbed down the ground. It's just going to be a single though, as there's some good fielding by Milnes in the deep. Always a bit of an anticlimax, those free hits, aren't they, when they just end up as a single or a dot ball.
The dot ball's the worst one. For me personally, there's all the build-up, the anticipation, swing and a miss. No further damage done.
That did look like a slower ball from Stewart as Vasconcelos plays it to deep third for a single.
Just one away from another 50. Spoke about his form so far. I think the word I'd use at the minute is imperious for Vasconcelos.
Indeed. Did have that let off, of course, in the previous over, but apart from that, he's looked very good indeed. Miller offers a catch and it's taken. Taken in the deep on the leg side. That was a shortish ball. Miller looking to help it's on its way. But he only finds the fielder in the deep. I think that's Jaden Denley in the deep there. Went pretty much straight to him, but still had to make sure, and that's exactly what he did. Miller out for 18. 36 balls faced, and Spitfires will be mightily pleased to have taken that first wicket.
Oh, most definitely. And it is that man, Grant Stewart, with a short ball. So I feel quite happy about that, just because it is the MO, it's the modus operandi of Grant Stewart. He is known for bowling that style of length and bowling to those fields, and he's done it really well there with Gus Miller, because unlike Vasconcelos, the majority of deliveries he's faced have been a lot fuller. So not a surprise short ball, but just slightly back of a length. He's someone who likes the pull, he's taken it on, wants it as a bit of a release, and in the end, he's timed it incredibly well, but straight into the hands of Jaden Denley at deep square. So breaks the partnership. Northamptonshire 75 for 1. And it will continue to be a left-hand, right-hand combination, because in at number 3 is a stalwart, an icon of Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. It is, of course, Rob Keogh, who, again, I must say, against Warwickshire, looked in really, really good touch. He's been predominantly in the twos for the Steelbacks this season, featured on second 11 T20 finals day in the semi-final against the Bears at Wormsley, but especially down the ground, is in the V. Just the on drives, the straight drives, he was looking in really, really fine touch. So, yeah, quite excited to see what Keogh has in store today. Could also see him bowl a little bit later on with his off spin.
Well, he's got a nice platform to build on here. Still back 75 for 1. Last ball of the 14th over coming up. Keogh off the mark immediately with a single to deep mid wicket. And that ends a successful over for Kent. Still back 76 for 1 off 14.
Yeah, it's still been a solid start though, hasn't it? Of course, the lion's share has been scored by Vasconcelos, just one shy of what would be a richly deserved half-century. Just looking over towards the Nackington Road end, Towhead, I think we may be having some spin for the first time today, because that is the familiar sight of Matt Parkinson.
Certainly looks like he's about to come on, yes, and always like watching a bit of spin.
Question.
Leg spin in particular.
Spin or seam? What do you prefer?
I mean, that's a bit like asking if you like apples or pears, maybe. It's, yeah, it depends on the context, on the mood. But it's always great to see leg spin, I'd say.
It's the dark art, isn't it? In county cricket, we've been graced by some incredible ones. both domestic and overseas. We'll see a master of the craft a little bit later on as well in Yuzi Chahal.
Here's Parkinson, one slip. And this is paddled by Keogh. They scamper through for a couple. Good running there.
See, for me, I've always preferred spin. I say that as a spin bowler at 6'3", which probably doesn't sound like the ideal combination.
Well, it's all about release heights.
Exactly. Just taking pace off, getting it to turn. And that's something which Matt Parkinson certainly does.
Just defended by Keogh. Well, you say he's an unmistakable figure. He has, of course, got a twin brother who looks remarkably similar up at Durham. Half a shout there, but nothing doing. I was actually speaking to Callum Parkinson a few weeks ago. He was on good form. He told me that he was the older brother by 16 minutes. Seemed to be quite proud of the fact as well. Bit of air there from Parkinson as it's played wide, long off for a single. Yeah, no one wants to be the younger sibling, I suppose, in that scenario.
At least they chose different styles of spin, though, which does help. Of course, both products of Lancashire, both Boltonians.
Half a shout there from Parkinson. Wasn't supported particularly by any of the fielders, which tells its own story. Vasconcelos looking for that single to bring up his half century, but it's fielded by Bell Drummond. That's the end of Parkinson's first over. 15 overs gone, the Steelbacks 79 for 1.
It's a very tidy over as well, isn't it? Just the 3 runs scored by Northamptonshire in that one, but this is what Kent just need. A few overs, even if it isn't necessarily 2 or 3 wickets falling, but just building a bit of pressure. Getting those dot balls accumulating, not allowing for easier boundaries to be scored. This could be an interesting tandem between Stewart and Parkinson just to do precisely that.
Yeah, the other thing that a spinner allows you is, as a fielding team, is just to get through those overs so rapidly. I mean, that over was no more than a few minutes, not giving the batters any opportunity to rest. They've got to keep their guard up at all times. Defended once again by Keogh. Always remember players like Shahid Afridi, who literally would get through his overs in a minute or two. It's quite incredible. Keogh playing that a tad awkwardly. Seems to be stretching his left leg a bit. But it must be nice for Keogh to come in with this platform behind him. He can play himself in to an extent. Plays that into the leg side. It's Denley again, coming off the boundary. Just a single taken.
Yeah, they're just starting to apply a little bit of a squeeze here, aren't they, Kent, so far? A number of deliveries have gone since that last boundary. Vasconcelos, though, ever so close to reaching another milestone in this year's competition. Currently on 49 from 50.
And that dab down to deep third will be the 50. Vasconcelos, 50 runs 51 balls and the 7 fours in his innings so far. Just the one chance when he was dropped on 39, a caught and bowled opportunity which Ekant Singh couldn't quite take, but really Vasconcelos has looked as he has looked for the last couple of weeks or so. Keogh clipping this to deep mid-wicket.
Well, he's got an opportunity today, hasn't he? As we see the end of the 16th over, Northamptonshire 82 for 1. He's got the platform now, and he's still got plenty of time in this game. So for Vasconcelos here, maybe in the back of his mind, he won't be putting it front and centre, but he'll know there's runs to be scored out there today. How he'd love to add a century to this tally of what has been an incredible few weeks for the Steelbacks. And he has looked, aside from that caught and bowled, which was a difficult one, he's just looked in control, hasn't he?
He has, and he's really motored from the word go. He's pretty much been going at a run a ball. As Parkinson comes in for his second over. Yeah, his strike rate has been pretty much at 100 there or thereabouts throughout his whole innings, so he can certainly accelerate if he is in for a bit longer. That's given some flight. It's aerial, but it drops short of the fielder at deep long on. Come through for 2. Not quite getting to the pitch of that delivery, Vasconcelos, and yeah, wouldn't call it a half chance, but certainly a misstep.
Completely agree. It's one of those, it's Ben Dawkins down there at long on. Because it's almost spiralled and spooned up in the air for so long, he didn't know when to go for it. He was 1 or 2 steps away of putting in a dive and potentially getting the breakthrough.
This time it's straight to Beldrum and they go through for a quick single. Vasconcelos looking to keep the ball ticking over. Adds another single to the total. Yeah, I suppose the thing that you don't want to do after bringing up your 50 is to give it away, and his heart would have been in his mouth for a split second during that potential chance. This is struck nicely through the offside for a single. That brings to an end 17th over. 17 overs gone. Northants 87 for 1.
Yeah, Kent just beginning to bring that run rate down slightly as a result of this combination. The seam of Stewart, the leg spin of Parkinson. Really interested as well to see when Jayden Denley comes on to bowl, because again, I'm looking at that Northant side, plenty of spin options. If spin is to be almost a catalyst to bring forward some wickets in this game, the Steelbacks will be licking their lips given the presence of Chahal, Keogh, and of course McSweeney.
It's a leading edge and that's taken. Stewart gets his second wicket, as do Kent. And Keogh's stay at the crease is a brief one. He goes for 8 off 13. And Stewart, as you were alluding to earlier, Aaron, just picking up wickets when perhaps you'd least expect it.
Well, he does. He has a brilliant knack of doing precisely that. It's a good take as well by Sam Northeast. He was there short, wasn't he? In and around the covers. Just a leading edge from Keogh. Sees the back of the experienced all-rounder. But again, it's that heavy length. That's what he's done. We saw earlier with the new ball, the likes of Milnes and Dudgeon, they were trying to extract something from that fuller length. Stewart's just held it back a little bit more, and so far, it's paying its dividends. So some really, really nice bowling. And I still go back to that previous point. You look at Matt Parkinson, he's only gone for 8 runs so far. It's not as though you've got someone who's generating pressure from one end and someone who's leaking boundaries from the other. It felt as though Keogh and Vasconcelos had almost come into a little bit of a tangle in recent overs, hence why Vasconcelos almost spooned that one to Ben Dawkins. We've just seen that latest mistimed effort from Rob Keogh, which just squared him up a little bit. So, yeah, it's been a really, really good fight back by the Spitfires. But this, for me, is the big wicket. It's the Northamptonshire captain. It's Nathan McSweeney. On Tuesday, dare I say, he looked faultless. He looked faultless. It took a really good caught and bowled from Taz Ali to see the back of him. And some of the shots he was playing, if we see him today, the one through mid-wicket, and it's all along the carpet as well. I think he's one of the best players, the most proficient in the entire country in that area. If they don't get him early, he can cash in.
Well, you see it so often, don't you, where a wicket often brings a second, and we've seen that here, and Kent would dearly love a third wicket as well to add. As you say, Steelbacks captain McSweeney, a key wicket here. Defends his first ball, and I can absolutely see what you were saying about that hard length. He really does bowl the ball into the pitch, doesn't he, Grant Stewart? And that's what produced that leading edge, Keogh's leading edge, and he'll be looking to do more of that, I'm sure. Yeah, this is very good stuff here from Stewart, keeping McSweeney on his toes. Just having a quick look at the field. There's no slips in for McSweeney, but there's 3 men saving the single on the offside. Man sweeping on the offside boundary as well. So that's also defended. 2 men on the boundary on the leg side. Man at deep square and deep fine leg, as well as 2 men saving the single on the leg side as well. So a well spread field, I think you can say. So that's turned to one of the men saving the one on the leg side.
Well, just looking at that field, I quite like the positioning so far, because you've got 2 men who are just slightly shorter. One of them is Sam Northeast at short cover. Keith Dudgeon is at short mid-wicket. Again, they're 2 areas where McSweeney likes to get off the mark through.
That is the end of an excellent over from Grant Stewart, a wicket maiden. His figures 2 for 13 off 4 overs, and that over really has swung things back towards Kent. I'm not quite sure completely back in Kent's favour, but certainly an excellent over after 18. Steelbacks 87 for 2. With Vasconcelos 53 not out, and McSweeney yet to score. Parkinson again. Pick up a single from Vasconcelos' shot through the offside. So now we have got a slip in for Parkinson. A leg spinner bowling to the right-handed McSweeney, who plays this gloriously through the offside. I mean, that was just timing galore. Just hardly seemed to hit that at all, and he's picked up 2 runs as easy as you like.
Yeah, he's a cricketer who, if you like the aesthetics of the game, you're going to very much enjoy watching McSweeney.
But he's beaten on that occasion. Beaten on the outside edge. So that will give Parkinson a bit of hope. Gives it a bit of flight again. Vasconcelos tumbling away at the non-striker's end. But you do feel this is a vital phase of play that we're seeing at the moment. Well fielded again. Cover. Yeah, you just feel the tension's just gone up a notch. This is threaded through the covers for a single by McSweeney. It's the end of another very quick Parkinson over. Parkinson's now bowled 3 overs for 12 runs, and the Steelbacks 91 for 2, 19 overs gone.
Well, it's funny you say that because I've looked through the ball-by-ball stats and we haven't seen a boundary now in 6 overs. The last one was the very final delivery of the 13th. It was a lovely shot from Vasconcelos against Ekansh Singh, but Kent since then have just began to turn the screw.
Indeed, as Stewart continues from the pavilion end. Yeah, the run rate's dipped below 5 now. It's 4.8, whereas pretty sure during the power play it was well above 5. So Kent will be pleased in the manner that they've dragged things back. Studious defence there from McSweeney. McSweeney again finding a fielder on the leg side. No freebies. That's exactly the way you want it to be to the new batter out there.
Oh, most definitely. The fact is they've built up the pressure. They've been ever so consistent of the Kent bowlers. You don't want to be giving away any looseness.
Wow. It was a good bit of play there with McSweeney looking to come down the pitch to Stewart. Stewart fielding off his own bowling and flashing in the return throw. All results in a dot ball, of course. It's a single into the leg side. Looks like Denley again fielding there. Just a single taken, although McSweeney really did charge off for that first run, perhaps looking for a second, but it wasn't quite there. And he's beaten him there with the last ball of the 20th over. Another good over from Stewart concludes. It's 20 overs gone then. The Steelbacks 92 for 2. And with that delivery, we're going to have a change in the commentary box.
We are indeed. I shall make way, and on in my place will be a man who is synonymous with Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. It will be the brilliant Andrew Radd.
Afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, Mr. Radd, and what a pleasure it is to be in a commentary box with you.
It's great to be here. Towid and Parkinson to continue this excellent spell from the Nackington Road end. Really has been, if the first hour belonged emphatically to Northamptonshire, Kent have really hit back strongly in the last half an hour or so. Just 13 runs coming off the previous 5 overs for the loss of Rob Keogh. A lot depending, as you and Aaron were saying, on Nathan McSweeney, captaining Northamptonshire in the 50 over competition. Made 88 against Warwickshire on Tuesday, and in all the preview material, head coach Darren Lehman was saying he challenged McSweeney to make 200 or 300s in the campaign. Again, Vasconcelos can't get it through the covers. And I said, well, you nearly got one. You got 88. And he said, well, that won't be good enough for the coach. Vasconcelos gets the sweep out, goes down to deep backward square for a single.
Yeah, I can imagine Darren Lehman being a hard taskmaster.
He is, but he's transformed Northamptonshire in the last couple of years. He's not gone past the edge of McSweeney's bat. Culture has changed a lot at Wantage Road, and a lot of that is down to Darren Lehman. Doesn't take excuses, but wants people to enjoy their cricket. It's driven down the ground by McSweeney for another single. He's 6.95 for 2. These two, of course, as that over comes to an end, very much involved with Northamptonshire's successful blast campaign. In fact, Vasconcelos has now gone past 50 in 3 innings in a row, 88 in the blast final on Saturday night at Edgbaston, 64 in the first of the 50 over games, and now 55 not out here. So he's in a bit of nick. Well, Stewart, what a spell this is. Into his 6th over, 2 for 14, and McSweeney trying to hit him off his line and length, and can only pick out mid-on. His change of pace has just been joy to watch, hasn't it? He's been outstanding.
I have to ask you, Radders, are they still celebrating that T20 Blast win up in Northants?
I think there's a lot of people just about clearing their heads. It was very special. It was a special day. It's been 10 years since Northamptonshire won it. Got to finals day last year and got bludgeoned by Chris Lynn playing for Hampshire. And of course, Chris Lynn back with Northamptonshire this year and actually had a quiet day. And it was a chance for others to step up, which fortunately for Northamptonshire they did. Nice looking push through the covers from McSweeney. As Aaron was saying earlier, he's very easy on the eye, Nathan McSweeney. But he's one of those, Toad, it's interesting because I think he might not have figured in the team of a lot of Northamptonshire supporters when they were picking their T20 side ahead of the Blast, but he had a very important role to play, just calmed things down once or twice when they needed calming down. And at the same time proved, as in the final, that he could get on with it. Very early on in his time with Northamptonshire, he was played here at Canterbury, 2nd round of championship matches, and he got a quick 100, including a couple of big 6s down towards Nackington Road. Clipped out into the leg side and caught, and it's a 3rd wicket for Grant Stewart, and Vasconcelos just losing patience and picks it up into the deep. It's a 3rd wicket for Stewart, and Northamptonshire, who were 75 for no wicket, now wobbling a bit at 96 for 3.
Indeed, and I think that's testament to the squeeze that Kent have put on over the last few overs. Vasconcelos, as we know, likes to field bat on ball, likes to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Been some time since his last boundary. And he perishes for 60. Correction. 55 off 60 deliveries. So Kent will be mightily pleased to see the back of him. And they, as you say, they've picked up three wickets in relative short space of time.
Be interesting, Toey, to see what the feeling is within the Northamptonshire dressing room, or indeed the captain being out there at the moment, as to what par score might be. I think at first up they would have been thinking, well, this is a 300 day, given the overheads and the fact that it looks a pretty decent batting track. Maybe they're thinking it's not quite a 300 track. Perhaps there's not a lot of pace in it. And we've seen that Stewart's varied his pace beautifully and has reaped the rewards for it. 1 ball to go in his 6th over, 3 for 15. It brings George Bartlett to the crease. Former Somerset man, Bartlett made 72 off 63 in that win over Warwickshire on Tuesday. But as you say, this squeeze from Kent proving very effective. Bartlett away straight off, tucking that away down to deep backward square for a single. I think Stewart feels that if Bartlett had missed that, he might have asked the question of umpire Casper Viljoen. Anyway, applause around the ground, and rightly so, for Grant Stewart. 6 overs, 3 for 16, Northamptonshire 97 for 3, 22 overs gone.
Yeah, just going back to what a good par score might be. It's difficult to judge really, because there were only 2 home games played here in the One Day Cup last year. The average of those 2 first innings scores was 285, but I'm not sure there's a big enough sample size there to judge anything on that. But 285 today, I'd say it would be a pretty good score.
Yeah, I would agree entirely. Parkinson will continue from the Nackington Road end to bowl to George Bartlett. Slip in. Another good bit of ground fielding. I think Kent's ground fielding has been excellent in these first 22 and a bit overs. Obviously a bit of a lapse at Corton Bowl going down, although not terribly costly in the event. But we saw early on, even when Vasconcelos and Miller were making fairly unhurried progress, that they were denied full value for 1 or 2 cracking shots by the ring of fielders in the circle, slapped away by Bartlett for a couple out to wide, long off.
Yeah, I'd say they've saved at least a dozen runs, if not more.
Now Adam Hollyoak, I'm sure, will be delighted with that. There's a little bit of turn there for Parkinson. Not extravagant, but just enough to make the batters think. Northamptonshire, of course, with Yuzi Chahala, as you were discussing earlier on, had a field day here a few years ago. Extraordinary figures of 5 for 14. Now that's tickled away. Does he get bat on it? No, wide. So brings up the 100 for Northamptonshire. I was mentioning that 100 that McSweeney made here earlier in the season, and one of the 6s bounced, I think, onto where the cars are parking at the far end of the ground, and actually went into Nackington Road. And I was talking to him afterwards, and he said, well, the lads reckoned I couldn't hit 6s. So he had to sort of prove his point. Nicely bowled again by Parkinson.
Just going back to that game you were mentioning here a couple of years ago, I was looking at that scorecard earlier. It was quite something. 82 all out Kent were bowled.
Well, it was his first game for Northamptonshire. Obviously, he'd had a stint here, but John Sadler brought him in. It was his last signing before he left the club as head coach, but it wasn't a bad one. Parkinson into his 5th over now. Again, good bit of fielding to deny Northamptonshire the single, keep that squeeze going. We've had one or two stoppages today. I think it's one of those days where the game just seems to be grinding to a halt periodically. We had an interruption earlier when I think they felt that the discs were in the wrong place and they had to push them back a little bit. I think it was about 3 overs in. Then we had a bit of an interruption while Ekansh Singh needed a few running repairs after dropping that return catch. I think they might have been checking there whether that was over or not.
I think they were, yeah.
Because it says 5 balls on the board, but the umpires presumably were checking and they've decided that it was over.
I think we've just had a dot ball added to the scoreboard.
Parkinson's now bowled 4 overs and 7 balls. Now, I don't think I've ever seen that before, but every day's a school day. 103 for 3. The start of the 24th over. Northamptonshire just needing to regroup a little bit here. Don't want to lose another one quickly. Need these two ideally to take it on, but Grant Stewart, I'm sure, will have other ideas. Into his 7th over now. The Italian international.
That's right. He was playing in the T20 World Cup earlier on this year.
Nice looking drive from Bartlett, but can't get it through the field. I wonder if Grant Stewart's sort of cultural links with Italy might be a little stronger than, for example, Justin Broad, a Northamptonshire all-rounder who has played for Germany. And he was telling me last year that he's never been to Germany and he doesn't speak German. But Stewart in. Oh my goodness, that's another beauty. Again, pace off. And again, a terrific bit of fielding down on the boundary. It's saved 1 run. They come back for a 3rd. But again, the commitment in the field from Kent in these opening exchanges on a very, very warm day has been excellent. Must just mention, while I'm on Towid, that a great cricketer for both these counties celebrating a birthday today. Stewart turned away for a single by McSweeney, who should be just a single. Yeah, there you go. You see, as soon as we've been saying how good the Kent ground fielding was, a little bit of a fumble down in the deep and they come back for 2. John Dye, who made his debut for Kent Seconds, I think, way back in 1961, played for them, made his first class debut for Kent the following year, 62, played for Kent until 71, then moved on to Northamptonshire, born in Gillingham. Nice looking punch off the back foot from McSweeney, but just a single. And he is 84 today, living out in Spain at the moment, so if you are watching this, John, you may well be. And I'm sure from supporters of Kent and Northamptonshire, a very happy birthday. Member of the side, Northamptonshire side that won the Gillette Cup in 1976. 50 years ago. Where do the years go?
Well, indeed, yeah.
I remember sitting in the nursery end with my scorebook, having just got into the ground in time to see John bowl Farouk Engineer for naught in the first over of the final. The traffic around North London that morning, Northamptonshire against Lancashire, was ridiculous and just about got into the ground for the start. But John bowled 2 memorable balls in that final, one that castled Farouk Engineer and the other that broke Barry Wood's hand and put him out of the match. So 2 for the price of 1. Parkinson it will be to continue. 5 overs for 21. Figures that don't really do him justice.
Yeah, he's beaten the bat a couple of times, actually, the outside edge.
Well, again, he's been very instrumental in getting this squeeze on, hasn't he? Little paddle around the corner by McSweeney. Picks up another run. 11 to him, 110 for 3 as we approach the halfway stage of the innings. Just a bit of tip and run at the moment from these two, Bartlett and McSweeney. In fact, talking about John Dye, Northamptonshire's first List A victory here at the St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury way back in 1974 in the old John Player League. McSweeney's favouring that little paddle sweep now, picks up another run. In the days, of course, when Kent was such a powerful force in one-day cricket, and Northamptonshire turned them over on that occasion with John Dye 4 for 18 from 7 overs. Punched away off the back foot for a single by Bartlett out to deep cover. And his victims including Colin Cowdrey. Halcyon days, the old Sunday League on the telly in those days.
Indeed, it was slightly before my time, I'd say, but not by much.
No, I find that very hard to believe. Far too young to remember anything about the old John Player League. I think the drinks may be about to come out. Parkinson just bowling a little bit back of a length and McSweeney able to access the offside. And that is halfway. And Northamptonshire 114 for 3. And I think you would have to say, I don't know what your view, Towid, I think our honours just about even. So
I'd say so, yeah.
certainly Northamptonshire having very much the better of things early on, but they were 75 for 1 in the 14th, but the last 11 overs have yielded just, less than 40 runs, and they've lost those 3 wickets. Gus Miller out for 18, Rob Keogh for 8, and Ricardo Vasconcelos for 55. I'll have a quick canter through the other scores, an opportunity just to catch up with what's happening in the other Metrobank Cup games around the country. At Neath, Glamorgan struggling a bit against Yorkshire, 106 for 5 in the 28th over. Middlesex going along nicely down at Southampton. They're 131 for 1 after 28 overs. Josh De Carey is 72 not out. Nathan Fernandez, good young player. I don't know if you've seen much of him. So it made 45 today. Saw him get his maiden championship 100 at Northampton.
That's right, yeah.
He's
a good prospect for sure.
Yeah, looks a very, very accomplished player. Derbyshire 110 for 2 off 26 overs against Worcestershire at New Road. Martin Anderson with 2 S's is 51 not out. Brooke Guest out for 38. Late kick-off, of course, up at Riverside between Durham and Sussex. That's a 1:30 start. Surrey 112 for 1 at halfway against Leicestershire, with Dom Sibley, the man out for 11. Ryan Patel is 58 not out. Adam Thomas on 35. And also a late kick-off down at Taunton between Somerset and Gloucestershire, the West Country derby. That starts at 2 o'clock. So here, 114 for 3 at halfway. Whose shoes would you rather be in, Towid?
Well, as you were saying just earlier, I suppose it's broadly on as even. Certainly Northants with that opening stand between Vasconcelos and Miller at the start of the day would negotiated that power play expertly, I thought. But since then, Kent have dragged things back slowly but steadily. And 114 for free after 25, I think, does represent largely honours even.
Stewart's bowled 7 overs, so he's got 3 left. 7 overs, 3 for 22. Parkinson 6 overs for 26. Matt Milnes 4 overs for 23. Keith Dudgeon 5 overs for 26. And Ekhan Singh 3 overs for 16. And we're going to see a change of bowling at this pavilion end. And Matt Milnes, who opened the bowling, is going to come back into the attack to replace Grant Stewart. So Daniel Bell-Drummond feeling he just wants to keep 3 overs of Grant Stewart up his sleeve.
Well, he has been the key bowler so far in this game.
So Milnes back in. Good start. Full and straight to McSweeney. 13 to him. He won't be rushed. He'll take his time. Captain of South Australia. Captained them to the last 2 Sheffield Shield titles this last winter. Captaining them to a victory over Victoria in the final that they had absolutely no right to win, but they somehow did. Punched out to deep cover for a single. But he's been an excellent acquisition for Northamptonshire, I think, on and off the field. He's brought very much into the Lehman culture. Very hard-working cricketer. One of the coaching staff said to me earlier in the season, he's a problem solver out in the middle. I don't think he chats a lot. You talk to people who bat with him, and I don't think he has a lot to say, but he's just trying to figure out the best way to move on.
Well, yeah, there's a lot to be said for leading by example.
Well, he signed up for next year, but Darren Lehman was saying the other day that he wasn't sure how much Northamptonshire would see him next year because he might well be involved in the Ashes series. I did put this to him and he very modestly said that he thought he needed to score a lot more runs before that became an issue.
Well, we did have the Ashes fixtures released just yesterday. It seems like a long way off, but I'm sure it will come round very quickly.
Rumblings in the north. No test at Old Trafford, no test at Headingley. That hasn't gone down particularly well north of Watford Gap services.
No, and it's quite a condensed affair again as well.
A lovely looking stroke from McSweeney, but the fielding again on the boundary, excellent down in front of Freeman House. Keeps it 2. 118 for 3, the Steelbacks. Often thought I'd rather like one of those flats. Over to our left.
Yeah, great view.
Difficult commute to Northampton though, that's the only trouble. Bit of a long way, Dartford crossing. Oh my goodness, that's gone through him like a dose of salts. Beauty from Milnes. To finish the over, 4 off it, 118 for 3. 26 overs gone.
Yeah, Milne, he started off from the opposite end when he was opening the bowling, but he's looked much better since returning from the pavilion end. Peach of a last delivery.
I was going to say, I'm not quite sure how you play that, to be honest. Say well bowled. Good crowd in today around St Lawrence ground. Catering outlets being well supported. Very nice cup of coffee this morning as usual down in the little cafe near the pavilion. Parkinson back in action. Starting his 7th over from the Nackington Road end. No wicket for 26, but bowl better than that, I might suggest.
Yeah, he's been unafraid to flight the ball, which it's always good to see.
It is, isn't it? Great to see it up above the eye line. Certainly see that, I'm sure, from Yuzi Chahal later when it's his turn to have a bowl. Oh my goodness, and Bartlett trying to cut a ball that was surely a little bit too full to cut. Rehearses the stroke. The batters don't like coming in against spin, do they? Don't like starting an innings against spin.
Again, there was some nice loop there from Parkinson.
Talking about Ricardo Vasconcelos earlier, as you were with Aaron, and Darren Lehman describing him as a world-class player. Again, Parkinson. Question of whether he can join the dots here and get another maiden, or rather his first maiden. But he again likes the ball coming on. Well, no maiden because Bartlett has launched him away over wide mid-wicket, first bounce for 4, so the shackle's broken at least for the time being. 13 to Bartlett, 122 for 3 at the end of the 27th over. In fact, Darren Lehman was saying with Vasconcelos that he actually, the quicker the better as far as he's concerned. He plays high pace particularly well. Maybe not quite as dominant against spin, but hard to criticise somebody, as we say, who's been in the sort of form that he's been in of late. Slightly denting Matty Parkinson's figures, 7 overs for 31. Milnes to continue. Now, just a single down to fine leg for McSweeney.
Yeah, it always has a lot to do with the sort of pitches that you've grown up playing on, I'd say.
Well, his family originally is Portuguese heritage, family from Madeira, where Cristiano Ronaldo comes from. Did ask him if he was, if Ronaldo was regarded as football's answer to Ricardo Vasconcelos. Steered away by Bartlett using the pace of the ball down to third for a single, which he modestly denied, of course. But yeah, Scythians in Johannesburg, as you were discussing earlier, any number of outstanding cricketers to come through there, not least Ryan Rickleton, who actually I think was pretty much the same year as Ricardo Vasconcelos, as a result of which he did come and play for Northamptonshire a few games 3 years ago. Now Milne's going short this time. McSweeney getting everything out of harm's way. And made 100 on his championship debut for Northamptonshire. Won the game for them down at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire, and had a very good game here as well against Kent. That was in Division 1 season in 2023. Touch of the old school tie that did very well for Northamptonshire, really. Well, down the pitch comes McSweeney, but in the end doesn't go for the big shot. Pushes it out into the covers for 1. 125 for 3. So 22 overs from here. I mean, a runner ball would give Northamptonshire about 260. I think they want more than that. Still got 7 wickets in hand, of course. Still plenty of batting to come.
Yeah, we said it before. I feel McSweeney really holds the key to this innings.
Absolutely. He, you feel, is pretty much going to bat through and maybe let others bat around him. Bartlett out there at the moment, of course. Lewis McManus to come. He's also been in good nick, but more in a sort of finishing role as they adapt from 20 over to 50 over. But he finished the game with a bit of a flourish against Warwickshire on Tuesday. Milnes, as you say, Second spell has been absolutely on the money in those 2 overs. 125 for 3, 28 gone. Then Adi Sharma, young player, I don't know if you've seen him before, but very talented. One of those that, with contracts, just needs to really put his name forward and show what he can do at first team level. One who's come up through the Buckinghamshire route. Luke Proctor, who's been around a while. And then Liam Guthrie, who plays in uncomplicated fashion down the order. And then Dom Leach and Yossi Chahal. Now, Matt Parkinson is going to get a break at the Nackington Road end, and we're going to see the left arm spin of Jaden Denley coming into the attack.
Yep, so it's going to be a spin to continue from the Nackington Road end.
Now, how does McSweeney play this? Does he just look to knock it around, have a look? Does he try and go after him from the start? Well, again, it was the point that Aaron was making, that they've got a short extra and a short mid-wicket in there, 2 of his favoured scoring areas, again, just to put the squeeze on. McSweeney will have a look here. Well, use the facilities, as they say. Full toss driven down the ground for 1. In list day meetings between these 2 counties, Northamptonshire have won 8 here at Canterbury and Kent have won 9, so all is fairly even. Bartlett and McSweeney just doing a decent job of rotating the strike here. Kent winning here in 2022, I remember, with the aid of a terrific knock from Ben Compton in a fairly low-scoring game, when batters on both sides struggled to come to terms. Quite a slow surface, and Ben Compton just did what Ben Compton does and showed great patience and great skill and took Kent home. Good start from Jaden Denley. Just 2 singles off it, 127 for 3 off 29.
Yeah, Jaden Denley really made his breakthrough in this competition a couple of years ago as a 17-year-old. I was at that game where he made his debut at Kent. At Surrey rather, at the Oval for Kent. One of the most amusing things about that performance was, because of safeguarding protocols after the game, he had to be accompanied to speak to the media. And of course, it was his Uncle Joe who ended up doing the honours.
The chaperone. Milnes to continue. Short, up in the air, just shy of the man coming in from long leg. Sweeney not quite in control. Bartlett rather not quite in control of that stroke. 128 for 3. Well, there's any number of young players, and it's one of the joys of this competition. One of the reasons why I, and I know many others, look forward to it, is that you do see young players coming through. James Sales was one a few years ago, made his first team bow in this competition. That's tight, that's tight. Fortunately for Northamptonshire, the throw missing the stumps. But McSweeney, have had it hit, might have carried on running. That would have been tight, I think.
Yeah, it was Denley with the throw. Picked it up well. Couldn't quite get the throw on target.
Gus Miller's another one. Saw him make his, I think it was his debut on the Isle of Wight a few years ago, and it was very, very hot against Hampshire. That was just a terrific day out, going across on the ferry from Lymington and driving in 3rd gear all the way to the ground. No opportunity to get out of 3rd gear, not in my car anyway. But a wonderful ground, very well supported, fantastic day. And from a Northamptonshire perspective, the only thing wrong was the result. Hit on the pad as Bartlett tries to work it away into the onside. Hasn't quite got going, has he, George Bartlett here? But as we said a few overs ago, Northamptonshire just needing to regroup. Presumably go quite hard, I would imagine, in the last 20. 7 wickets still in hand. But Kent making it difficult. He's just not timing it, is he? As you saw there.
No, that was clubbed somewhat down the ground.
Bartlett having a slightly suspicious look at the surface. Don't think there's a lot wrong with it. Maybe just a little backing in pace, but word between Matt Milnes and his captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond, in there at mid-on. Milnes to finish his 7th over. And again, driven in the air by Bartlett, but on the bounce up to mid-on. 129 for 3. 30 overs gone. We shall go and have a lie down in a darkened room, and back on commentary will be Aaron Viles.
Thank you very much, Andrew. We welcome Aaron back.
Well, thank you very much, Toad. Yeah, interesting 10 overs that, I must say. And Kent continuing to apply that squeeze very, very well, especially through the spinners. Also a nice return for Matt Milnes as well. Certainly helped that bowling in tandem. So that one well played by McSweeney through mid-wicket for what should be a comfortable single. Indeed, it will be.
I was just talking about Jaden Denley's debut performance. Do recall him being a very confident chap.
Oh, and that is a delightful shot. Inside out, over the covers, all the way for 6 by George Bartlett. That is a top-tier strike from someone who he himself is in pretty imperious form in this competition.
Yeah, first 6 of the day. Bartlett giving that one the treatment.
Oh, now Bartlett goes on the reverse. Just be a single down to third man. Grant Stewart does the fielding on that occasion. McSweeney this time just rocks onto the back foot, punches it down the ground for 1. Yeah, that is the danger with George Bartlett. It's that almost split-second acceleration. Such a powerful and destructive, clean striker of the cricket ball. Just looks to tickle that one down the leg side. Will be signalled as a wide. Thinks about coming back for a second. Will just be an extra single to add to the wide bowled. So one more delivery remains in this, the 31st over. Feels as though some of the pressure just relieved slightly as a result of that huge hit from the aforementioned Bartlett. As McSweeney just guides that one through the covers. Dudgeon goes after it in the deep. And that will be 2 runs to round out the 31st over. Northamptonshire move on to 142 for 3. Denley still wicketless from his 2 overs. Matt Milnes also searching for his first of the game. Appears as though we'll also have a change of bowling from this, the pavilion end. It will be Ekansh Singh to replace Matt Milnes. Looked really sharp earlier, did the youngster, especially with those short balls to Ricardo Vasconcelos. How he'll be hoping to add to his wickets column for the season. He too, none for 16 from his opening 3 in this game. Certainly looked very, very sharp as the first change bowler for the Spitfires early doors. 5-4 split in the field. That in favour of the offside, just glanced down to deep third by Bartlett for 1. But this should be a fascinating final 19 overs of the first innings. What was a lightning fast start for the Steelbacks has just been reined in as a result of those 3 wickets, catalysed by Grant Stewart. Of course, the big wicket, Vasconcelos as well. Just slowed down the boundary count ever so slightly. So that'll be a quickly taken single. Daniel Bell-Drummond has a shot at the non-strikers. For Nathan McSweeney, he'll be happy to accumulate for the time being. As he's shown in the Vitality T20 Blast, he's certainly more than capable of hitting a quick flurry of boundaries as well. Singh just hangs outside the off stump. Tap down through deep third for 1. Still plenty of batting to come, as both Andrew and Towhid alluded to earlier as well. Lewis McManus, Luke Proctor, Adi Sharma, very exciting young cricketer from Buckinghamshire. Northampton still have an opportunity to get a healthy and sizable first innings total as the 50 partnership is brought up between McSweeney and Bartlett. Arrives from 59 deliveries, just providing a little bit of calm and comfort amidst the previous chaos. But at some point, feels as though McSweeney will start to shift through those gears. The same can also be said about that man, George Bartlett. Just another single to add to his collection, 26 from 32. He's looked very good value for it as well. That one a full toss by Singh. And another quick single. Good scamperage there between McSweeney and Bartlett. End of the 32nd over. Northamptonshire 148 for 3. While we just have a slight reprieve in the action, George Bartlett is going to just have a quick drink. Reminder that we are close to 84,000 subscribers here on the Kent Cricket YouTube channel. If you haven't already done so, feel free to subscribe. Of course, the club will be providing you with free coverage of both the men's and the women's Metrobank One Day Cup, as well as the thrilling conclusion of the 2026 Rothesay County Championship, of which Kent are firmly in the mix in that hunt for promotion. Big thank you as well to our live stream partners at Clubberly. Without their support, it wouldn't be possible to bring you these pictures and, of course, the audio for free. So massive, massive mention and a thank you to Clubberly as well. Jaden Denley prepares to continue from the Nackington Road end. None for 15 so far for the young left arm finger spinner. Surveying his field placement so far. Daniel Bell-Drummond goes down to long off. And McSweeney decides to sweep that one backward of square for 4. And the 150 is brought up for the Steelbacks in sumptuous style, courtesy of their captain. Very classy shots from a very stylish and aesthetically pleasing cricketer. What a pickup this man has been for Darren Lehmann's side. And scarpers through for a single the very next delivery. Stanley, that one turned into a full toss, swept backward of square again. This time there is protection out there for the side in blue, or dark blue I should say. Of course Northamptonshire in the light blue as well. McSweeney dances down the track and deposits that one downtown for 4. Couple of bounces over the top of the Metro Bank advertising hoarding. And is this the moment where McSweeney just flips the switch? He moves on to 36 from 54. And a timely over to do it as well, putting the finger spinner under pressure. Already 10 runs from this over. 2 deliveries still remaining. Won't get any runs on that occasion though. Well stopped by Harry Finch. That short cover. And Denley will wrap up the over strong. 33 have gone, 17 remain for the Steelbacks. The visitors 158 for 3. A reminder as well for those of you tuning in to today's coverage, enjoying what you're seeing here on the Kent Cricket YouTube channel. A reminder that the women's side are in action on Sunday, playing host to Middlesex in League 2 of the Women's Metro Bank One Day Cup. Singh very full, targeting the pads there of George Bartlett. Fingers crossed the weather will stay this nice as well. Really has been a glorious day. I know that Towhead and Andrew were speaking about it earlier. Nice healthy smattering of spectators dotted about the St Lawrence ground. Perfect day for a nice cold drink and an ice cream. Singh there. Nice areas bowled to McSweeney. Can't quite pick the gap to turn it into a single. Everywhere you look, plenty of support for both counties. Nice to see a couple of Northampton flags as well. Northamptonshire trying to read what's actually on the flags. So McSweeney this time does just drop and run through. Backward point for 1. 2 counties who are gunning for that top 3 in Group A. Still plenty of time to go, of course, over these coming weeks, but how Kent would love a return to the big dance at Trent Bridge. Same too can be said for the Steelbacks. Singh bangs that one in short and gets pummeled through mid-wicket for 4. Disdainfully dispatched by George Bartlett. He moves into the 30s. Just sending a message to young Ekant Singh. Don't bowl there. Just looking at the field. No real protection out there. The shot is on. Should Bartlett want to take it. Denley's there at short mid-wicket. Dudgeon is out a deep square. Also protection down at long leg. Singh there takes a little bit of the pace off. Bartlett again, great use of the feet. And rifles it through the covers for 4. And this is the George Bartlett that we saw on Tuesday against Warwickshire. Steelbacks now just beginning to generate a bit of impetus and momentum. 34 overs have gone at the St Lawrence grounds here in Canterbury. Northamptonshire 168 for 3. Just looking here, appears as though it will be a return for Keith Dudgeon. South African overseas, just making his way towards the Nackington Road end, having a chat with his captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond. Of course, in the somewhat foreseeable future, will be joined by his fellow compatriot, Sen Mutasamy. Joins up with the Kent side on the 1st of August, predominantly with a scope on the county championship, but if conditions are correct, can also be available for the Metrobank One Day Cup. Here is Dudgeon then, the bustling South African seamer. Bowling at first here to Nathan McSweeney. Tidily stopped by Sam Northeast at short cover. Still a 5-4 split here. Offside is slightly favoured. 2 sweepers on either side. Deep third, long leg. Deep square and deep point. Handily clipped away down the leg side by McSweeney. Brings the swashbuckling Bartlett back onto strike. Really has had an impressive campaign as the former Somerset man. Think back to the very first game of the season. A dogged, determined, gritty 95 against Lancashire. Salvaging a draw. Don't think we'll see that kind of innings today, I must admit. But someone who's turning into a key cog in the machine for Darren Lehman, for Luke Proctor in the championship side, and of course, for his partner out there in the middle, Nathan McSweeney. The Steelbacks captain for the One Day Cup. Leading his side very well from the front so far. It's that one. Genuine bumper from Dudgeon. Nice to see that from the 30-year-old. Someone who's grown up on seam favourable tracks in Gauteng. Of course, then made the move to Durban for a little bit. Played for KwaZulu-Natal. Now playing with Borland in the South African state circuit. Changing the field as well. Matt Parkinson will come up from long leg. He now goes to fine leg and some extra protection. Going out deep mid wicket. McSweeney instead opts to place that backward of square for 1. And that is the end of a rather miserly over from Keith Dudgeon. Just 3 runs off of it. Northamptonshire 171 for 3 with 15 overs remaining. Well, I've got to pose a rather cliche question, Towhid, but 15 overs remaining, 171 for 3. What do you think the Steelbacks can be looking for at this stage?
Well, I'd say that this partnership really has swung the game back into the Steelbacks' favour. When they came together, I wouldn't say they were exactly tottering, but they were certainly struggling after those 3 quick wickets. But these two now have put on a really important partnership, and I'd say they'd be looking at 300 if at all possible.
Well, to be honest, looking at the batting, I think that is more than possible. And I think Bartlett, if it is to be 300 plus, really does hold the key. Seeing that almighty 6, he's just someone who combines class and power to great effect. But here is the partnership breaker. Grant Stewart for his 8th over. Just turned around the corner for 1.
Stewart's certainly been the pick of the bowlers so far today, picking up those 3 quick wickets just as Northants were looking to start pressing on the accelerator. Well, if not pressing on the accelerator, certainly accumulating and steadily taking the game away from Kent, which Stewart certainly prevented with that spell.
Well, he has. He's bowled very well today. Of course, for those Northamptonshire seamers, your Dom Leaches, your Liam Guthries, Luke Proctor, Gus Miller as well. Can provide some useful overs with the right arm, medium fast. They'll be watching how he's bowled on this track. Really has been a quality performance. So that one again just heaved away down to long leg for 1. I suppose the other interesting thing as well, Toad, at this stage, do you just see off Grant Stewart and then take the attack to everybody else, or do you think, you know what, you've already had 7.3 good overs, it's our turn?
Yeah, it's a good question. As you say, he's coming to the very end of his 10 over quota. I don't imagine Drummond will want to hold back an over or 2. I'd expect him to bowl out in this spell. It looks like the game plan so far is just to accumulate off him.
Short again, proficiently played by McSweeney. Already thinking of 2. Well ran by the Northamptonshire pair. Even so, you look at this over so far, 6 runs off of it, very low risk cricket. So if you can just milk a couple of 2s per over for these final 2.1 from Grant Stewart, really take the attack and try to unleash against the rest of the Kent bowling attack. There won't be any further runs to add from that final delivery of the 36th over. Northamptonshire have moved on to 177 for 3. Just 14 overs remain in this, the first innings of Kent's season opener in the Metrobank One Day Cup.
I mean, without wishing to state the obvious, 14 overs is a lot of cricket.
Yep.
So still plenty of scope here for Northants to keep pressing on and grow the innings. conversely, it's plenty of time for Kent to get themselves back in the game. So a lot of cricket still left in this innings.
Most definitely. Well, it will be a return for Keith Dudgeon from the Nackington Road end. Bowling up first to George Bartlett. A smart single taken down to mid-on. Was speaking a few overs ago as well, Sohid, and you're just the man to talk to about this, but the overseas players for Kent just heading into the latter stages of the season. Of course, we're seeing Keith Dudgeon here. Sen Mutasamy arrives on the 1st of August, and, well, for the business end of the county championship, a certain Hassan Mahmood, who, for want of a better term, has been a bit of a revelation.
Yeah, he certainly has. He took to county cricket like a duck to water, picking up 9 wickets in his first match for Kent, followed it up with 3 more in his second. He's played, I think, 2 or 3 blast games as well, and he's due to come back for all the September championship fixtures.
Another single here for Bartlett. Just deflects that off the bat, really, for one.
But yeah, he really is a good news story, I'd say, for Kent cricket, but also for Bangladesh cricket. I mean, it's so rare to see Bangladesh internationals plying their trade in county cricket. You can basically count them on the fingers of one hand.
So that one just about stopped. Funnily enough, by George Bartlett, of all people. Bit of a laugh and a smile there between Dudgeon and the Northamptonshire man. Well, in fairness, Bangladesh, they're producing some very good seamers at the minute. I know we're speaking here about Hassan Mahmood, but I think the big one when it comes to the global news cycle is a certain Nahid Rana.
That's right, yeah. He's really exploded onto the scene, hasn't he?
Another single here for McSweeney.
And yes, you're right, it kind of points to a change of emphasis within Bangladesh cricket. They've been known for so long to produce this conveyor belt of spinners. And in fact, a very specific type of spinner, i.e. slow left arm, is kind of what they've been famed for, but they've clearly moved away from that.
Oh, that one down the leg side will have to be re-bowled by Dudgeon.
And yeah, as you say, Hassan Mahmood is testament to the this kind of fast bowling revolution, I suppose you could call it, that's swept through the country.
Well, I must say, he's the style of cricketer I wouldn't mind seeing in county cricket. I think he'd be box office. Dudgeon there again. Bartlett tries to muscle him away through extra cover, can't quite do so. Started at mid-off for just the 1 run. So 37 overs have been bowled. Northamptonshire 183 for 3 as Bartlett and McSweeney inch ever closer to bringing up respective half-centuries.
That's right, they're closing in on the 100 partnership as well. They came together in 96, so fantastic effort by these two. They were involved in a big partnership just the other day as well against Warwickshire, of course.
They most certainly were. And showcased everything which I think makes them so good to watch. And it's different styles as well, but they partner really well. So McSweeney, you'd argue, probably the more traditional run accumulator or one-day anchor. Bartlett very much the aggressor. They complement each other very nicely. Short ball hacked into the leg side by Bartlett for 1. But maybe the Metrobank One Day Cup would be a good starting point for players like Nahid Rana, for other emerging global talent. We're seeing in Group A for Surrey, who are missing a lot of players. Tion van Vuren, the South African all-rounder. McSweeney there, trying to be proactive to no avail.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see him in whites, playing somewhere on the county circuit. I think, as you were sort of saying, such an exciting prospect. I think he'd do well on these English pitches. Might take him a game or two just to get used to it all, but like you say, it would be an enticing prospect.
Oh, that one. Just cramping McSweeney for a little bit of room. Well, it's a really good proving ground, I must say, the One Day Cup. I know predominantly the focus is on the domestic talent in England and Wales. Like, look at the Glamorgan game the other day. Jack Hope Bell, ever so happy for him. He's been involved on the Welsh cricket pathway for a number of seasons now. Alex Horton, another one. Former England under-19. But there is that opportunity as well for either fringe players when it comes to international cricket, or those who are looking to almost put their name in the hat for the future. Look down in Hampshire, Ashutosh Sharma as well. He's joined the competition. It's great to see. Good experience as well for these younger lads.
Definitely, and it's great to see so many of these Indian superstars in the competition. You just mentioned one there. Chahal as well, of course, playing today.
That one spooned down to long leg by McSweeney for one.
We've got Kuldeep Yadav as well.
Who's playing today?
Up at Yorkshire. So yeah, great news for the competition.
Short again. Pulled behind square by McSweeney for two. Couple of sweepers are out there for the Spitfires. Ben Dawkins, the man who does the fielding. And that will be the end of another tidy over from Grant Stewart. 38 overs have been bowled. Northamptonshire Steelbacks 186 for 3. And that partnership continues to build a very solid foundation. A nice platform being set up here for the likes of Lewis McManus, Luke Proctor, Adi Sharma. Tell you what would be interesting if we saw a promotion for Liam Guthrie, because let me tell you, he can hit the ball a very, very long distance, as he proved in the Rothesay County Championship with a maiden 50. Not your conventional scorer, but a powerful and destructive hitter nonetheless.
Well, it's going to be Dudgeon to continue from the Nackington Road end.
Oh, Bartlett opens up the arms and swings handsomely through long off for 4. Really terrific strike, wasn't it, that, from the former Somerset man. Moves him on to 47. And this is what he does. This is what he can do. Shown glimpses of this for years, but it feels like since coming to Northamptonshire, feels like things have just fallen into place for him.
Well, real statement of intent. First ball of the over.
How does Dudgeon reply? Well, that one not timed quite as crisply or struck as firmly by Bartlett, but will still be a single.
And it is this kind of stage of the innings where, as a fielding team, things can just start to unravel and get away from you if you're not careful. Just looking at bowling options remaining as well. Obviously, Dudgeon's got 2 left after this over.
Oh, McSweeney this time looks to hack that away through mid-wicket. One more to the tally. Moves him on to 49.
Matt Milnes has got 3 overs remaining. Akansh Singh has just bowled the 5 so far. Grant Stewart with the 1 over left. Matt Parkinson's got 3 overs remaining, and I'm not sure Denley will add to his 3 overs for 25.
Oh, that's a big swing and a miss from Bartlett. And Keith Dudgeon cannot believe that hasn't grazed the bails.
Yeah, hands on head. Achingly close.
He's good value, isn't he, Keith Dudgeon? Very expressive, emotive cricketer. Can tell he's a real fierce competitor. Loves being out there in the middle. Really enjoying his time in the southeast as well. Takes the pace off and almost takes a sharp caught and bowled. Again, rifle back at him. Nice round of applause from the spectators in the ground, but yeah, dare I say, he didn't really have a chance of catching that.
No, an extremely tough one. Just stuck out his right hand more in hope than anything else. I'll tell you who he reminds me of. Different kind of bowler, but just a similar look about him is Surrey's Dan Worrell. Kind of similar sturdy build, similarish action. Although Worrell has got this quite pronounced angle run up to the crease, which Dudgeon doesn't have, but similar types of bowler.
Well, here he is. Dudgeon, that is, to round out the 39th over. Bartlett again just hoiks that away. Through square leg for 1. It's not the worst over that for the Spitfires. 7 runs conceded. Northamptonshire move on to 195 for 3. And just going back to a point you previously made, Toad. 300's definitely on. You think 10 and over for the final 10. You're reaching that kind of score.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, as you were saying, the last over was probably a good one from Kent's point of view. Any over from here on in where they don't concede a boundary has to be considered a good outcome.
Most definitely. Well, this will be a very, very interesting battle for the business end of the innings. Matt Parkinson will come on to bowl here from the pavilion end. Currently wicketless from his first 7, none for 30 for the former Lancashire man. Can he weave his magic, break this partnership? One which has been a terrific one between George Bartlett and Nathan McSweeney.
Well, we're about to get a whole load of landmarks in one go here, aren't we? 2 batters on 49, the partnership on 99. The score close to 200. Could all happen with one shot.
The commentator's dream or the commentator's nightmare, depending on which perspective you take.
Certainly the PA announcer's nightmare, I would say.
Well, let's wait and see. Hopefully, there'll be some form of pattern to it. Here is Parkinson then to Bartlett. Can't quite slice that beyond backward points. There'll be a dot ball. Tries again, McSweeney beckons his partner through, and this will be a half century for George Bartlett. Brought up from 52 deliveries, includes 4 fours and 1 6. Will also subsequently bring up the 100-run partnership between these two. They have been nothing short of superb. Brought up from just 105 balls, McSweeney has contributed 42, Bartlett the other 50, and they have certainly laid a very, very handy foundation for the middle order to build off of. Here is Parkinson to McSweeney. McSweeney trying to play that one through the covers. Can't quite get the bat on it. Seriously, seriously impressive start to the competition for George Bartlett. Can his captain join in with a half century? He goes on the reverse and nails it. This will be a 50 for Nathan McSweeney. make that 53 from 77 deliveries. Just the 3 boundaries for the South Australia captain. Now here, steadying the ship for his side in Northamptonshire. And he loves the St Lawrence grounds here in Canterbury. 200 also brought up for the Steelbacks. What score can he get? Well, he's just toying a little bit of cat and mouse here with Matt Parkinson, but I'll tell you what, Toad, he must love this venue. Let's not forget, back in the county championship, his first century for Northamptonshire was brought up right here.
Yeah, he's good for his 50 today, that's for sure. As you say, one half of an excellent partnership.
Now Bartlett goes for the conventional sweep, and he has executed that divinely. No chance whatsoever for Harry Finch. He was charging across from deep forward mid-wickets, and that will be a boundary to round out a fruitful one for the East Midlands outfit. Northamptonshire 205 for 3 with 10 overs of the innings still to go.
Yeah, 2 fours in that over, damaging Parkinson's figures somewhat. And you feel now Northants in a great position to start pressing on that accelerator with 10 overs remaining.
Most definitely. So we will have a change of bowling from the Nackington Road end. It will be Ekansh Singh to return. Again, how he would love a wicket in the column. He's shown glimpses, hasn't he?
He has, and there was that sharp Corton bowled earlier on in the innings. But yeah, he's generally bowled well. As soon as I say that, of course, he concedes a wide with the first delivery.
Well, in fairness, I don't think we've had too many commentators' curses today, so maybe the game is starting to catch up to us. But he's a very difficult player to bowl to, is McSweeney.
Indeed, and we saw that in the previous over where he went for that reverse, committed to the shot and paid off.
It's just been such a good signing.
This is slashed through the offside, right in between 2 fielders. It is a long boundary out there, but McSweeney manages to place the ball to perfection, and it's another 4 runs.
Rather fitting that a bit of Red Hot Chili Peppers plays here in Canterbury because, well, at this stage, Nathan McSweeney just can't stop. Scoring boundaries, rotating the strike. Has a big role to play in the captaincy department as well.
This time he's lofted it, but it's gone straight to long on. Singh gets his man. McSweeney has to go. 58 from 79. Just as he was looking to really put his foot down on the accelerator, he's caught in the deep by Dawkins. 58 off 80 deliveries. 4 fours in his innings as well. And Aaron, just as you were suggesting that he might be preparing to really tear the Spitfires to shreds, he departs.
He does, but you could see what he's trying to do. The fact is, at this stage, final 10 overs with plenty of batting still in the shed, he will have seen that as a captain and gone, you know what, let's just go for it. Hit out or get out. Unfortunately for him, it is the latter, but look who's coming into bat now. It's Lewis McManus, who has been, again, another key cog for Northamptonshire, a brilliant keeper, and someone who game in, game out, just tends to provide these really valuable runs. He's done it in the county championship. He's done it with some almost later cameos in the T20 Blast. He certainly does it in the One Day Cup. So, yes, as much as it's a shame for McSweeney and, of course, for the visitors that he's departed, he's done his job, 100-plus partnership. He's put on 58 and, well, he's allowed now for a little bit of licence for the likes of McManus, for Proctor and, of course, for Adi Sharma.
Yeah, I think the shot was definitely on. It was just a case of the execution not quite being as McSweeney would have wanted it to be. But as you say, that brings the experienced McManus to the crease. Steelbacks 210 for 4. 9.4 overs remaining, and just reward, I think, for Akansh Singh there as well. That's nicely timed through the offside to get McManus off the mark immediately.
Well, I completely agree with that previous point. We've said it throughout the game, even with his earlier burst, Akansh Singh, he's put his heart and soul into this spell. Really has bowled those hard yards. He's bowled really good variety as well. It's been a good mix, hasn't it, of pace and, in particular, his length. Those short balls have been very probing and testing. Certainly deserve that wicket.
He certainly looks like a busy cricketer, is how I would categorise him. And he's got a wicket in the wickets column, 1 for 37 off 5.4 for him. And he's got another one there. Bartlett chops on. An under edge onto the stumps. He was looking to flay that away into the leg side. Doesn't manage to do so, and he's bowled by Singh. Bartlett goes for 54 of 55 deliveries. 5 fours and a single 6 in that innings. And really, these 2 wickets now in this over by Singh, how valuable will they prove to be? Because not only have we seen the back of McSweeney, we've seen the back of Bartlett as well. And Northants, 211 for 5.
I think it boils down to timing as well. It's not only the fact that the wickets have fallen at this stage of the game, it's quite literally bang bang in this over. It's 2 in quick succession for Singh and for Kent. So it's huge. First of all, they broke the partnership. Now they've got rid of both of them, and as talented, as excited, or it's exciting, I should say, the likes of Adi Sharma, Lewis McManus are, even those lower order hitters, it's been a surface where players haven't really almost hit the deck running right off the off. It's taken a couple of deliveries to just settle into a little bit of a natural rhythm. So I think the timing is fantastic as far as Kent are concerned, and with the way that Bartlett was going, striking at almost 100, he's a cricketer who can certainly start striking at 180. So yeah, it's just reined in the Steelbacks, I'd probably say, for a good couple of overs. And as you rightfully said, Toad, I mean, come the latter stages of the innings, that could be crucial, couldn't it? They don't have that licence.
Absolutely. And yeah, Andrew was making the point earlier of a bit of slowness in the pitch, in the surface. New man, Adi Sharma, to face up. Someone I know who you rate very highly, Aaron. Defends his first delivery.
I certainly do. Although, as we see a dot ball to round out the 41st over, Northamptonshire 211 for 5. I'm going to be interested to see how he plays this. Because again, he's a proactive cricketer. He likes an early boundary. You could see there with the field placement. Short extra, short mid-wicket. they're two really good areas for him. But last season in the One Day Cup, he'd almost gift his wicket in those regions. It's the flick off the pad almost, and just tries to loft it over the top of the fielder. Didn't quite get the air on it in 2025. So, yeah, I must say I'm fascinated to see if he does play those shots, and it is his area of natural strength. Will he back himself? And indeed, how he'll go about this alongside a far more experienced campaigner in Lewis McManus.
Well, we've got two new men at the crease. Sharma yet to score. McManus just 1 from 1. So an ideal scenario as we go into the last 9 overs for Kent. Parkinson again from the pavilion end. Oohs and ahs from the crowd there as he beats the bat. Gave that one a lot of flight. McManus misses the sweep. So this is great position for Kent to be in. That was uppishly played through the offside. There was a fielder close in there, coming in from the cover region, but wide of him, and they collect a single.
Yeah, it's Sam Northeast, isn't it? Of course, took the catch earlier. Nice to see that as well between McManus and Sharma. Just the more experienced of the two, just having a chat with the youngster. But those exact fielding positions still very much in play.
Slightly flatter delivery, almost under edges Sharma's bat. Did quite well not to get anything on it, I suppose. Oh, he's gone for another big shot there, and he's beaten again. This really is tense stuff if you're a Northants fan. Again, McManus going down the pitch. Just to have a quick word with him, a punch of gloves. Trying to settle down the youngster. Another loopy delivery there from Parkinson. An excellent over from him. And at the end of 42 overs, the Steelbacks are 212 for 5.
Yeah, McManus, imagine he might just give himself one more over, unless there's a loose delivery. And then after that, start to up the ante. Just looking over as well to our right-hand side. Isn't it lovely seeing the manual scoreboard here at the St. Lawrence ground? Really is a wonderful sight, that. Very helpful for the extras as well. 16 conceded by the Spitfires so far.
And Singh gets another one. Looked like another play onto the stumps. This time it's McManus. Stumps are splayed all over the place. Singh celebrates as well he might do. That's his third wicket now, and McManus goes bowled Singh for 2. And Kent starting to dominate the back end of this innings.
Well, I think this innings has been almost a textbook example of why we enjoy list A cricket. That there's been so many ebbs and flows. There have been points where Northamptonshire have been firmly on the front foot. Kent have wrestled it back, and then it's gone vice versa. Really has been very, very watchable. But again, it comes down to timing. These final 10 overs, Northamptonshire had a platform. They've still got time. They've still certainly got plenty of power. We'll see Luke Proctor, the former Lancashire man, join Sharma in the middle. Liam Guthrie, Dom Leach, as we said, can certainly give it a big tonk. But it's ideal now because at this stage, when you're 200 plus, you've got 10 overs remaining, everybody immediately, we went to it, 300. You're looking to go at 10s. And so far, it's been a real struggle, but that's been as a result of some good bowling and as a result of Northamptonshire almost being caught in two minds as to whether to attack certain deliveries or just be a little bit more pensive towards them. So, yeah, fair play to Ekant Singh. Let's not forget that prior to that partnership being broken, Grant Stewart was the only man who'd actually taken wickets today. So, full credit to the youngster.
Well, that's it. 3 wickets apiece now for Grant Stewart and Ekant Singh. And really, after that partnership between McSweeney and Bartlett was broken, Kent have come back into this game once again. As that's glanced fine. Down to fine leg for 4. Eases attention somewhat for Northants. Proctor off the mark with a 4.
Also, just something for the home side to now think about, which they haven't had to for a while. Left hand, right hand. Just disrupts a little bit, doesn't it, of the rhythm. Of course, you're having to constantly change the field back and forth as well. So, yeah, that is the added bonus, of course, for Luke Proctor. A very good cricketer, and also something different with the left hand.
I was really impressed with Luke Proctor, just going back to the T20 Blast Finals day. He was taken apart by Will Smead in the semi-final. I think one of his overs went for 28, hit to all parts, but then to come back as he did and bowl the way he did in the final, I think he bowled the penultimate over there and basically got his team over the line. Dribbles fine down the leg side once again for a leg by.
Well, I think that's a great point, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to find many cricketers on the county circuit who'd get pumped for 28 and then be brought back at the death, and he did a marvellous job. He's a proper fighter, is Luke Proctor. He's exactly the sort of individual you want in a Darren Lehman side, funnily enough. He's a proper competitor. He's a scrapper. Someone who, again, is more than happy to shoulder responsibility, has done that as the captain in the county championship side. And, yeah, what an over that was at Edgbaston.
Flick to the leg side for a single. Well, Luke Proctor certainly has a job to do here for his team, along with A.D. Sharma. I think there's about 18 years of an age gap between the two of them. So vast experience at one end, and it is Proctor who's facing. Played without much timing. Steal a single. Brings to an end another successful wicket taking over from Ekant Singh. 43 overs gone. Northants 219 for 6.
And while we just have the opportunity, let's just take a quick look at the scores on the doors, because there is plenty of action taking place in the Men's Metrobank One Day Cup today. So I say that we stick in Group A, of course, the same one that these two counties are competing in. Let's head to Guildford, where Surrey are 210 for 4 after 41 overs. Rory Burns currently not out on 27 after Ryan Patel scored 97 from 101, opening the batting for the Brown Caps. As for the games taking place in Group B, Middlesex going well at the Utilita Bowl. The Saxes 265 for 4 in the 47th. Have just lost a couple of key wickets though. Ben Geddes, the latest man to depart, for 62. As for the game taking place at New Road, Derbyshire have been bowled out for 138 by the Worcestershire Rapids. Just looking at the bowling figures, Fateh Singh 6 for 32 for 9 overs. So A career best day for the young left arm finger spinner. And finally, at the Knoll in Neath, Glamorgan 186 all outs at the hands of Yorkshire. More on that after this first delivery from Matt Milnes.
Yeah, Matt Milnes to return from the pavilion end. 3 overs left from him. I'd imagine he's going to bowl out from this end. Proctor picking up a single through the leg side.
So yeah, in that game, of course, one of the big headlines was the announcement of Kuldeep Yadav. 2 for 39 from 10. Pretty good going. Also Ben Cliff, right arm seamer, 4 for 29 from 8 overs. So those are the ones which are heading towards the conclusion of the first innings. A couple more have just started.
Sharma with another single.
Durham are 35 without loss after 8 overs at the Riverside against Sussex. And I know what's on your mind, Toad. Is Ben Stokes playing? Yes, he is. He's batting at number 4 with former Northants man Emilio Gay carded at number 3. And last but by certainly no means least in the West Country Derby, that one has just started in Taunton, Somerset, 6 without loss against Gloucestershire.
Well, here at the St Lawrence ground at Canterbury, Steelbacks move on to 223 for 6. The back end of the innings. 43.3 overs gone. It's just a question of what kind of a score from here on in the Steelbacks can get to. Seem to be dealing exclusively in singles and the odd 2 at the moment, which is understandable given the flurry of wickets that we've just seen.
It's been quite the fight back, hasn't it, by the men in dark blue. Felt as though the momentum, the tide of the game was just swinging in the favour of Northamptonshire.
It's another well scampered 2 runs, which Sharma comes back for. Yeah, it's almost been a story of 2 partnerships really this innings. You think about the opening stand and then the 100+ partnership between McSweeney and Bartlett. Either side of those partnerships, wickets have fallen. It's another dab to deep third to end the over. 8 runs from it. That's 44 overs gone now. Steelbacks 227 for 6.
A reminder as well for those enjoying the coverage of today's game. Of course, there'll be more coverage of the Women's Metro Bank One Day Cup on Sunday as Kent take on Middlesex right here in Canterbury. Of course, if you can't get down to watch it in person, you can check it out on the Kent Cricket YouTube channel. We're bringing that to you in association with our official live stream partners, Clubly. So massive thank you to Clubly for providing the support. Look forward to that game as well. Of course, Kent have had a fantastic season in the second tier.
It's driven to long on for a single. Yeah, this weather's set to continue, so it should be a gorgeous day for it on Sunday.
Well, Kent, of course, have got one of the most informed batters in the nation as well in Coco Street. Really has been simply superb this summer, across formats as well, especially in List A cricket though. Funnily enough, cashed in against Northamptonshire earlier on this year.
Very circumspect there from Proctor. Get the feeling that he might want to bat through now to the end of this innings and maybe let whoever else is at the other end cash in. That's dug in short. Swung down to fine leg. Akansh Singh still ploughing away, still scrapping away. It's good to see.
Well, it is, and it is a warm day. Admittedly, it's not the same as what we experienced a few weeks back with the heat wave, but even so, it is sapping on the body, especially this style of bowling. It's proper effort ball bowling, this, from Akansh Singh.
Looked like a slower delivery. Just deceived Sharma. Pressure stop ball.
I must say, I do like the plan, though, here from Kent. They've still persisted with those two exact fielders. That, to me, suggests that they've been listening to the analysis. Because it's one of those things which straight away, I'll say this having spoken to a lot of analysts up and down the country, if you can cut those areas off, does make it more difficult, especially in the earlier passages of play. For example, let's say that there wasn't a fielder at Shaw mid-wicket. Let's say that Harry Finch was back out on the boundary. Sharma is so strong through that region. All he has to do, step across, glance it away really, guide it along the carpet, but he can't do that unless he gets it to the left or right-hand side of that fielder. So, no, the plans have been pretty good so far.
Another short of a length delivery, but this time it's pulled round the corner for 4. Proctor picks up 4. That moves him on to 14, and the total after 45 overs, 234 for 6.
Nice shot that, wasn't it, by Luke Proctor, in complete and utter control all the way from the almost premeditation of the shot, getting into position, and then meeting it very sweetly indeed. Really, really well played by the Northamptonshire Red Bull captain. Of course, McSweeney taking the reins in this competition. But a big 5 overs coming up here. We said about 300. To get up to that, well, it's going to need a very, very fine flourish for the Steelbacks.
I think they'll do very well to get up to 300 from here. Not saying it's impossible, but improbable, shall we say. It's another sharp single taken. It's all about cutting down the boundaries at this stage of the game. Kent won't mind too much giving away the odd single, as long as those boundaries are prevented. Bell Drummond having a longish chat with his bowler. Eventually, the upshot is that Jaden Denley's banished to the boundary. Deep mid-wicket. It's well bowled by Milnes at this stage of the game to bowl the perfect line and length and end up with a dot ball is a fantastic result. This time, the big shot ends up going for 4. Not timed perfectly by any means by Proctor, but he gets enough of it. Ends up going over mid-on. It was Bell Drummond for a second or so, might have thought he was in business, but it went over his head and raced away.
Well, I think that has just brought about a change in the field, hasn't it? Indeed it has. Ben Dawkins now goes down to wideish long on. Yeah, it wasn't sweetly timed that by Luke Proctor, but at this stage the Steelbacks will not care one iota. Runs are runs.
This is a better timed shot, but only finds Bell Drummond, who's moved over to mid-off.
Another tidy stop that, wasn't it, by the Kent captain? Was to do that plus minus. I think he's up to about +6.
Yeah, he's been in the firing line, that's for sure. I suppose you always are when you're fielding close to the bowler. This is mistimed, and it does go straight to Bell Drummond this time. Sharma looking to pull it, got in a tangle, a big leading edge into the safe hands of Bell Drummond at mid-off. That's another wicket down for the Steelbacks. Sharma goes for 8 off 12. Bowled Milnes, caught Bell Drummond.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame for Sharma. He never really clicked, did he, in that innings? It felt as though when he was timing it nicely, it was just finding fielders. Couldn't quite get that early boundary as well. I always think with Addy, he's at his best when he gets 1 or 2 proper early boundaries from his first, let's say, 6 to 8 deliveries. But he had to go for it. It is the latter stages of the innings, and something tells me it will be Liam Guthrie who strides out into the middle next. In fact, it's Dom Leach. So, in fact, I can see the logic behind that. Left hand, right hand. That's probably why. I was just questioning it myself then, but yeah, Dom Leach certainly built a little bit of a reputation during his time at Yorkshire, just for getting those valuable lower order contributions. And of course, just provides that extra thing for Bell Drummond and the bowlers to think about compared to Guthrie.
Just going back to Sharma's innings, I suppose no one really has been able to get going from the word go, apart from Vasconcelos, who's looked, I would say, the most fluent of all the batters we've seen today. Other than him, it has taken people a bit of time in the middle just to get your bearings, and obviously at this stage of the game you don't really have that time. But as you say, Aaron, it's Dom Leach out there now in the middle, facing up.
Yeah, he scored some really handy runs against Warwickshire at rugby school last season. Again, someone who can certainly give it the long handle for 6.
Gets off the mark immediately, playing that one through square leg. It's the end of Matt Mills' 9th over. He's got figures now of 1 for 47, and the Steelbacks 241 for 7, 4 overs left. And I think now Kent can realistically look at restricting Northants to around about 260, I would say. That would probably be their objective.
Well, this is a big decision, isn't it? Because Matt Parkinson has ball in hand from the Nackington Road end. Now, just going back to Dom Leach last season, he was undone actually against Taz Ali at rugby school. So maybe it's just a case of the leg spin. One final over from Parkinson. Can he get a wicket?
We're just looking at who's going to be bowling after Leach. Just have a look at the remaining overs from the other bowlers in a second. Milnes obviously with one left from the pavilion end, presumably, and then I'm guessing it'll be Dudgeon to replace Parkinson after this over. He's got him. He's got him. Bale's been dislodged. I'm not quite sure if it was bowled round the legs or if it was a stumping. I don't think it was a stumping. We'll find out very shortly. It was bowled. So Proctor goes 19 from 14 balls.
Well, I'll tell you what, that is an inspired change of bowling, isn't it, to bring Parkinson on for his final one. Proctor, it was definitely a shot which was on, but he's bowled him around his legs, and for Parkinson, that will feel brilliant. He got a little bit of tap, didn't he, in the 8th over. Since then, I mean, he has been marvellous. Just 2 runs from his next one. And then, of course, here getting another key wicket in the form of Luke Proctor. But the man striding out into the middle can certainly hit against the spin. So this, again, should be an entertaining end to the innings, as we'll just take a second look on that dismissal from Parkinson. As I said, there wasn't really much protection down towards deep fine leg. Proctor just looking to almost paddle it a little bit fine. Ends up missing the ball and, well, ricochets straight onto the stumps.
Well, I've really enjoyed watching Parkinson bowl today. I think he's bowled intelligently. He's used his flight really well. Picking up a deserved wicket there for his efforts. Still 4 more balls in this over. New man Guthrie on strike. Picks up a single immediately through the offside. Another single taken by Leach. That's a sharp single. And they're going to get an overthrow as well. Parkinson unable to get back behind his stumps, I suppose, to cover the throw. So picked up an extra run, which means that Guthrie keeps the strike as well. And that is the end of Parkinson's 10 overs, and he can be very happy with his efforts today. 1 for 46 of his 10.
Most definitely. At times, Northamptonshire looked to take the attack to him, and he has bounced back and shown great resolve and resilience. So, very well bowled, Matt Parkinson. However, at the same time, you look at that 1 for 46. Spinner's definitely played a key role, hasn't it, in this first innings? And for a certain Yuzvendra Chahal, who's probably padded up as we speak, he'll also be thinking that he will be a big factor in the run chase. That's almost his target now. Can you beat 1 for 46? That'll be playing in his mind. He got exactly the same figures as Taz Ali on Tuesday in Northampton. So, yeah, watch out for Yuzi a little bit later, of course, formerly of these pastures.
Well, it's going to be Dudgeon to bowl from the pavilion end. He's got 2 overs remaining. Oh, and that's, well, a horrible ball. I'm afraid there's no other way of describing that one. I think it all went wrong, basically, and correctly wided.
I would be interested to know what grip he was using there, whether it's an attempted knuckleball or just a cutter or a slower ball.
It's definitely a variation of some kind, wasn't it? This time, short of a length, played into the leg side for a single. So I was saying 5 or 10 minutes ago that 260 should be the target as far as Kent are concerned in terms of restricting the runs. Steelbacks 248 for 8 currently. This is pulled away to the leg side. That's some great fielding in the deep. Ekansh Singh there in the deep. I mean, to keep that down to just a single, some effort there.
Oh, that was brilliant, wasn't it? Just tumbling to his left. Really, really top work on the boundary. And for the most part, I'd say that Kent's fielding's been really good. I know that some people might say, well, they could have taken a couple of the caught and bowled chances, but aside from that, the ground fielding has been very, very strong.
Certainly has, and Ekansh Singh, of course, had a good number of overs to bowl. But just as we say that, that's another overthrow needlessly conceded. Really sloppy backing up there by the Kent fielders.
That would be the asterisk, wouldn't it? As the 250 comes up for the Steelbacks. We have seen that just towards the end of this innings. Prior to the last couple of overs, the backing up's been really good. It's just been a little bit lackadaisical.
Back of a length, played through the leg side. Scampering back for 2. It's a good throw. But Guthrie makes his ground. Good scampering there.
That's just good cricket all round, isn't it? Really nice placement, good attacking fielding from Ben Dawkins, great pick-up. How about the little no-look as well from Keith Dudgeon at the non-strikers, and excellent running. So, yeah, very, very good.
Indeed. Cricket the winner. Big shout for LBW. That looked as straight as they come, and the finger goes up. Dudgeon gets his first wicket. Steelbacks now 9 down. Leach goes for a LBW Dudgeon. And Kent have done a magnificent job, I'd say, in the last 10 overs of this innings. They really have pulled things right around. Ever since they managed to break the McSweeney and Bartlett partnership, it's pretty much been one-way traffic.
Well, it has been. So the 200 was brought up in the 40th over. Of course, we saw the wicket of McSweeney. He fell at the beginning of the 41st. Since then, the fall of wickets: 210 for 4, 211 for 5, 212 for 6, 240 for 7, 242 for 8, and now 253 for 9. So it's been consistent wickets, and dare I say, it's almost reminiscent of what we saw on Tuesday, but Northamptonshire with a bowling side on that occasion. Warwickshire had the foundation, and it was the Steelbacks bowlers who dragged their side really back into contention. Now, with that being said, the visitors today would love a little bit of a waggle, which is what we saw from Oliver Hannon-Dolby and Jake Garlick towards the end of that game in Northampton. Can Yuzvendra Chahal and Liam Guthrie just finish off with a couple of boundaries, take them beyond 260, as you mentioned beforehand, Towhid?
Well, it's going to be Chahal to take strike. And it really is a big skill, isn't it? To bowl and field well in the last 10 overs or so of an innings. Kent have done well. Chahal defending his first ball. Brings to an end Dudgeon's 9th over. He's got figures of 1 for 49 now. 2 overs remaining. The Steelbacks 253 for 9.
Yeah, I think that'll just be the conversation out in the middle. I think for Guthrie, it's just a case of, right, I'll keep on strike. You stay down the other end. Of course, if we need to, run a quick 2, get ready. Get those hamstrings nice and loose. But yeah, for Guthrie, I imagine this will just be route 1. Just looking at the field spread as well, I imagine that's what Daniel Bell-Drummond and Kent are thinking at this stage as well. Very much a spread field. Fielders at deep cover. I think Jaden Denley's going to be pushed back to long on, which is no surprise with Liam Guthrie. Very, very heavy leg side field when it comes to the sweepers as well. So long on, long leg, deep backward square, deep mid wicket. That is the quartet on the onside here for the left-handed Guthrie.
It's Milnes coming in for his last over. This goes straight up in the air. Who wants it? It's taken comfortably in the end. I think that's Sam Northeast. He was probably no more than 15, 20 metres from Guthrie, who got that all wrong, just went straight up, and a good catch. And that concludes a very, very good fielding performance from Kent.
It's a fantastic performance, and yeah, an inopportune collapse really for the Northamptonshire Steelbacks. 43 for 7 in the final 8.1 overs after a really, really solid start, courtesy of Ricardo Vasconcelos. He scored 50. Saw that magnificent 100-plus partnership between Nathan McSweeney and George Bartlett. Both of those two getting half centuries as well. But a trio of wickets for Grant Stewart and Ekant Singh, along with 2 for Matt Milnes and 1 apiece for Keith Dudgeon and the leg spinner Matt Parkinson, have seen Northamptonshire bowled out for 253 within the space of 48.1 overs. Myself and Toad, we will take a short break here on Kent Cricket's YouTube channel, and when we return, Kent will be chasing a total of 254 runs in order to taste victory in this, their first game of the 2026 Metrobank One Day Cup. So, well, whether it's with the red ball, the white ball, also watch out for that region over mid-wicket. Northamptonshire have got a fielder at short mid-wicket, but tell you what, if he gets the elevation on it, tends to go for 6, not just 4.
This time it's a no ball from Guthrie. Struggling a bit with things so far. So it's going to be a free hit. Just looking at Dawkins, he's got quite an open stance, I notice. So always helps when you're trying to bring the bat through. It's going to be Bell Drummond on strike to face this free hit.
Well, just touching upon that, also quite bottom hand dominant is Ben Dawkins. Hence why mid-wicket is such a strong area. It's the exact same thing on the cut shot as well. Can almost just open up the wrists and guide it away, generate that extra degree of pace on it with the right hand.
Bell Drummond unable to make the most of that free hit, just balloons off his pad for a dot ball.
I'll tell you what, it's been a relatively long over this so far for Liam Guthrie, and I'm just looking at the extras in the entirety of that 48.1 overs that we saw for the Steelbacks. Kent conceded just 18. Already, Northamptonshire themselves have conceded 8, and we're not even 3 overs into the piece. So, just need to find the radar here to the opening bowlers.
Yeah, it's been untidy from Guthrie in particular. That's a better line and length. He's got the one slip in as Guthrie. Freeman saving the single on the offside and a sweeper out on the offside boundary as well, with Freeman saving the single on the leg side and a man on the deep square boundary. Doesn't look entirely pleased with, I don't know if it's to do with footmarks at the that are there just by the umpire. Stabbed into the offside, and they'll go through for a single to complete a rather long third over. It's 3 overs gone. Kent 18 for none.
Yeah, it's been a solid start, hasn't it, between these two, Daniel Bell Drummond and Ben Dawkins. Been quite watchful. I know that we saw Dawkins the previous over just play that lovely drive square of the wicket, but aside from that, it's been quite measured. He hasn't been looking to absolutely hammer the ball as of yet. Because I imagine these two, they will have seen that first innings and gone, if you get in, there's runs to be had.
Proctor starts with a wide in his second over. He's got 2 slips in for Bell Drummond. We were saying earlier how impressive Proctor was on T20 finals day. Amazing performance there in the final from him. 38 years young.
Certainly is.
kicked into the leg side. And they managed to get through for 3. The slight fumble in the deep there.
Well, we did say that would be another key aspect of the game today. Those twos, potentially the threes as well, especially out towards the onside here from our position in the pavilion end. Plenty of space in that pocket.
He's bowled him. Stump goes flying out the ground. Dawkins clean bowled by Proctor. And that's a great start for Northants. Dawkins goes for 5, bowled Proctor. He's facing 12 balls and 1-4 in his innings, which really ends before it's able to start. Kent 22 for 1.
Well, after last season, that'll be a mighty, mighty sigh of relief being breathed by Northamptonshire here. Luke Proctor, you mentioned his contributions on finals day. Ever such a handy option with the ball. Lower arm, that's what it boils down to compared to some of the other seamers at Northamptonshire. It's slightly skiddier, zippier off the surface. And that has done Dawkins. All ends up just watches really as his off stump goes for a wander. And the opening partnership is broken for a value of 22 runs. But this is the good thing about Kent. When you look at the lineup, even though they've suffered an early loss there in the form of Dawkins, you've still got Bell Drummond, Sam Northeast, Harry Finch, Chris Benjamin, Jaden Denley, Ekant Singh, Grant Stewart. There's plenty of batting. But the key will be partnerships today. And this feels like it could be a huge one in the wider scheme of things. 2 very, very experienced cricketers in Bell Drummond and Sam Northeast.
Absolutely. I think I counted 220 list day games between the both of them. So a vast amount of experience out there. And as far as Proctor's concerned, there was no better sight than a stump flying out the ground if you're a fast bowler. Northeast prepares to face his first delivery. Oh, he's edged it and it's gone through the slips for 4. I wonder if that carried. It was second slip diving to his left. I'm not sure if he got a hand on it or not. Get the impression it might have fallen just short of him. In any case, a great delivery first up from Proctor. Northeast off the mark with really a false shot.
I was going to say, you don't often see Sam Northeast getting off the mark in that particular region on the wagon wheel, but that was very, very close to just nestling into the palm of George Bartlett. He has been catching flies in the slips this season. So Sam Northeast this time, he's the one to get the reprieve. Great areas though from Luke Proctor.
Yeah, probing stuff from Proctor. Really, between the 3 of these players, Bell Drummond, Northeast and Proctor, this is defended. I mean, a mountain of experience, I would say, between those 3. As Proctor ends his second over, his figures 1 for 10, Kent 26 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, really good start, isn't it, for Luke Proctor? He's bowled very, very tidily. Got a big wicket in the form of Ben Dawkins with, quite simply, superb delivery, it has to be said. And that's precisely what Northamptonshire need here. I know we've already spoken about the strength in depth that Kent have got, but early breakthroughs, just putting the foot on the brakes here for Northamptonshire will help massively.
And that's a 4. For a second there, looked like the fielder in the deep had it covered on the boundary, but it's a fast outfield here, and Beldrummond managing to swing that away through the leg side for 4.
It's one of those, I don't think he got the cleanest connection on it compared to some of the shots that we've seen from Beldrummond this season, but even so, it's effective. There's quite a big gap, isn't there, beyond deep backward square. Goes for 4.
This time dabbed away for a single through the offside. Sure. Well, both of these players, Northeast, Beldrummond, been in this position umpteen times before. They'll know exactly what this scenario needs from them. Nudged away for a single from Northeast. Of course, it's one of the benefits, isn't it, of experience, of playing season after season. You just automatically know what's required in a run chase, exactly how to pace your innings, how to judge the field.
The other advantage, of course, you know exactly what the target is. You know how to bat. Realistically, there's zero pressure at this stage. Even though an early wicket has fallen, you look at that required run rate, it's not even 5 at this stage. So Kent have got the luxury of that knowledge. They know that you can sit in for 20 overs, maybe 25, even 30, as long as you've got wickets in the shed. As long as you've got that foundation, they should be okay. It's not even a first target of a runner ball, so I don't think these two will be flustered. For Northamptonshire, though, they'll either want something magical or they'll want a little bit of a brain fade.
It'll be interesting to see when Chahal will be introduced into the attack. Fielding at mid-on at the moment. Could be a pivotal figure in how this game turns out. Guthrie straying down the leg side once again. And another extra added to the total. It's 10 extras now. Almost a third of Kent's total. Even my maths can work out that it's not quite a third.
It's almost, it's 1 shy, isn't it? If it was 11, be bang on.
Played to deep backward square for a single. Guthrie still looking at those footmarks. Not particularly happy. But with 5 overs gone, Kent 34 for 1. Just looking at the comparison between scores. I know it's early days, but after 5 overs, Northants were 26 for none. So Kent getting ahead of things in terms of runs, having lost 1 more wicket. As you say, Aaron, I think the key for Kent here is if these two can bat for another, let's say, 20 overs, and then I think they've put themselves in a very good position. Neither of these batters were in the runs against Norfolk, so they haven't got much by the way of runs behind them in the recent past, in the last couple of weeks or so. It's another good delivery from Proctor. Beldrummond looking to come down the wicket, but...
And straight away, the helmet is brought on. I quite like that, you know. Especially for Northamptonshire. McManus is ever so good. Still up to the stumps for Proctor. It also just negates a little bit of a, let's just say, an X factor really for Beldrummond. We saw McSweeney and Bartlett do it earlier. And they did it very, very successfully. So, might just keep the Kent captain a little bit more rooted in his crease.
Yeah, it's something I feel that we kind of see more and more, even at international level. Didn't really see the keepers standing up as often as we do now for some years, I'd say.
Well, it is something which has evolved in recent seasons. And to be completely honest, I'm glad that it has. Because for some bowlers, they almost took it the wrong way. Of, well, I bowl at a decent pace while you stood up to the stumps, but it's not about that at all. It's about just removing one element of a batter's game. That's what it boils down to. And yes, it doesn't work every single delivery.
That's played away nicely, very fine. It beats the third fielder. That's 4 runs to end Proctor's third over. Kent 38 for 1, 6 overs gone. Yeah, I guess that so much of fast bowling is about ego, isn't it? And bravado. I guess if you're bowling 90 mph, last thing you really want to see is the keeper stood up. I mean, I'd be impressed if any keeper does stand up to that sort of bowling. But yeah, it's certainly another dimension, I'd say, that's come into the game.
It is, and it makes complete and total sense, to be honest. It's something which teams like Warwickshire have done very well. Middlesex, prior to John Simpson leaving to go to Sussex, that was another almost, well, case study really. It was Higgins and Simpson. That was the combination that the Saxes would go for. So, no, it's definitely a nice bit of innovation as Gus Miller prepares to bowl his first delivery of the game.
And McManus standing up again. North East plays a single through the offside.
Let me tell you though, and I don't say this from experience, but having spoken to keepers who do it, it is not easy. It's a very, very thankless task.
Yeah, you certainly wouldn't catch me doing it.
I don't think I would either, to be completely honest. It's one of those where, obviously compared to a spinner, if you get hit in the pad, it's going to come a little bit more faster, a little bit more vicious. And of course the edges as well. I do see it, quite a few keepers clock them in the chest, so you've got to be careful.
Gus Miller, very much an all-rounder, certainly playing it in the all-rounder role for Northants today.
Comes from a good cricketing family, does Gus. Calls his sister Flo, plays for Essex. And both of them are tremendous fielders. That's one thing that I've noticed with the pair of them over the years. I mean, Flo's is essentially so good that some people have touted her for potential England honours in the future as well. As for Gus, he's had to be more patient. Spoke about it when he was opening the batting earlier, but he's played a lot of twos cricket. It really is a big opportunity for him. Here's this campaign.
Nice and upright as he comes into bowl, which is always good to see.
And didn't actually feature in the competition last season. So in 2024, was the captain of the second 11, did feature in a few of the group stage matches. So it's really, really good to see him back. He's got a role to play today. Can he break these big partnerships? Can he get the key wickets? He's got the backing of his captain. He's got a nice field as well. This is a very proactive field from Nathan McSweeney and Gus Miller. Just looking plenty of players patrolling. They're in short positions here. It's great to see.
Yeah, I've noticed Vasconcelos at short cover has just taken a step or two inwards a couple of balls ago. It's the end of a tidy first over from Miller. 7 overs gone. Kent 40 for 1.
I was just looking there at Gus Miller. I thought he was going to be very, very brave. We would have had a silly mid-off. But no, instead he's just handing over a couple of bits of equipment to the square leg umpire. He'll take up position at square leg.
There is a slip in for Belldrummond. I always think it's quite amusing when you see a slip in when the keeper stood up to a medium fast bowler, because the slip looks like he's miles behind the keeper. Defended again. I'd also suggest it makes fielding in that position of slip a lot harder as well when the keeper stood up, because your sighting of the ball is reduced somewhat, I suggest.
It's also slightly more lonely, isn't it, compared to having your keeper next to you. Some friends in the slips cordon. He's a good fielder though, he's Vasconcelos. Very, very safe pair of hands, regardless of the format. Usually located there in the county championship as well.
Well, he's certainly been in a rich vein of form with the bat. It's a full delivery driven by Belldrummond, but well fielded by McSweeney. Skipper stationed at mid-off. He's pinned him on the pads. There's a shout. It's an interesting one. He was on the back foot there, Belldrummond, which would suggest it was probably the direction of the ball rather than the height that was the factor. Looking to get on the drive again, Bell Drummond, but that is the end of a maiden over from Proctor. His figures after 4 overs, 1 for 14. And at the end of 8 overs, Kent are 40 for 1.
Yeah, still looking at that required run rate, just a tickle over 5, so no imminent danger really for the Spitfires at this stage. Here's Gus Miller though. Can he make a second breakthrough for his side?
That's been wided by the umpire. 2 more extras as they go through for a run. Those extras are mounting up now. 12 of them. That was a good delivery. Seemed to be playing back to that Bell Drummond. In the end, no harm done.
But you see, that last delivery, that's why having McManus up to the stumps is such an advantage here. Because what we would have seen in the earlier overs, he just takes a couple of steps down and just meets the pitch of that ball. He can't do it on that occasion.
Sprayed down the leg side again. 4 runs to Bell Drummond. I suppose when you're defending a total that's, I suppose, in that medium range, you can't afford to be too loose in these opening stages. Better delivery that's played to mid-on. Very solid in defence, Bell Drummond. Not going to give things away today, that's for sure.
But just quietly, he's crept up to 23 already as Daniel Bell Drummond. And again, he hasn't really had to take a load of risks to already get into the 20s. It's precisely the kind of innings that Kent will be hoping for today. He's been a bit more watchful compared to what we saw from Dawkins earlier. Of course, in the first innings from Vasconcelos. It's one of those, he knows the value of his own wicket. Not only for Kent, but of course, for his opposition as well.
No run off the last ball of Miller's over. So after 9 overs, Kent are 46 for 1.
Well, a huge thank you to Tauhid Qureshi for his company throughout today's game. He has to shoot off to head back to the nation's capital. And in a few moments' time, you'll be hearing the dulcet tones of someone synonymous with Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, which will, of course, be the excellent Andrew Radd. Luke Proctor has got the ball in hand from this the pavilion end, bowling at first to Sam Northeast. Northeast rocking onto the back foot, tries to penetrate that gap on the offside, but can't quite do so. After, of course, the man to get that first breakthrough, that's of Ben Dawkins, as we welcome back to the commentary box, Andrew Radd.
Afternoon, Aaron. Afternoon, everybody. Northamptonshire have got a bold Kent out here, haven't they, you feel?
Oh, there's an appeal there for Luke Proctor. I think it may have just been sliding down, given the angle.
I think if Kent bat 50 overs or anything like it, they're going to win this game, aren't they? But Northamptonshire will know that they're going to have to take wickets, and you suspect Yuzi Chahal might be, as he was here 4 years ago, might well be the key to this game.
Another shot defensively played by Sam Northeast. Well, I did ask the question to Hid, but given where Northamptonshire were in that first innings, 43 for 7, that was the collapse, wasn't it, in the final 8.1 overs. Do you think, just off gut feel, it is below par on this surface, even though we've seen run scoring at times being a little bit tricky? Oh, that's hit the pads. Straying down the leg side. There's a real chase on here for Vasconcelos. Or just be another 2 to add to the tally.
Yeah, I think so. And full credit to Kent, who stuck in there and just kept doing the right things, putting the ball in the right place. And Northamptonshire was intent on going hard in those last 10 overs. And in the end, as you say, 7 wickets in 8 overs.
Proctor again, that one really well played. Finds the gap through mid-wicket. Another long chase on here for the fielder. And it's one which will be won by the cricket ball. 50 comes up for Kent from 9.5 overs. A milestone richly applauded by the crowd here at the St Lawrence ground.
And I can't think head coach Darren Lehman is going to be massively keen on them being bowled out with 11 balls unused. It's the sort of thing that in schools cricket or club cricket you would be slightly miffed by, isn't it? Not batting your overs.
Gone. Caught and bowled by Luke Proctor, and Northamptonshire have got their second. An albeit tame dismissal for Sam Northeast. And a terrific response from Luke Proctor. He has his second wicket of the game. It's a big one at that. Sam Northeast caught and bowled for just 10 runs off 15 deliveries. And Kent now are 2 wickets down within the space of the first 10 overs.
Well, there you go. It's what Northamptonshire have got to do. We just said they've got to keep taking wickets. They've just got to keep chipping away. Proctor's been excellent. A little bit scruffy from the other end, I think it's fair to say. Giving Lewis McManus rather too much practice at diving around. But Sam Northeast is the sort of player that can anchor in innings, isn't it? In these sort of 50 over games and just bat long and let others bat around him. So that's a useful wicket for Northamptonshire to take. And Proctor again underlining his value to this side in any format. And it's strange when you think that a couple of years ago he barely seemed to take his coloured clothing out of the wrapping come T20 and 50 overtime, but at the age of 38 he's still very, very much an integral part of this Northamptonshire white ball team, as well, of course, as being the red ball captain. Brave decision, I thought, to play him in the finals day at Edgbaston in place of George Scrimshaw, but what a good decision it turned out to be. I was just thinking, driving here this morning down from Sittingbourne, they were listening to Radio 3 and they got a bit of William Walton being played from Oldham, as is Proctor's. I thought it's got to be an omen. It's going to be Luke Proctor's day. That's the sort of thing I base my predictions on. You know, it's nothing remotely logical, but anyway, he's picked up the first 2 wickets, 57 for 2.
Certainly has. Next man in for Kent will be Harry Finch. Coming into bat at number 4. Still plenty of depth in that Spitfires batting lineup with Chris Benjamin, Jayden Denley, Ekant Singh and Grant Stewart. So still work to be done here as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. Partnerships needed for the home side as well. And Radders, just take us through that finals day really, because you mentioned there about Luke Proctor. Let's not forget, His first over in the semi-final went for 28.
Yep, 28 when he was brought into the attack, and out first ball as well, but came back, had to bowl right at the end of the innings and just did a fantastic job. David Willey described him on a couple of interviews on the day as the mongrel, in that he just gets into a situation and won't let go and scraps away, and sums it up quite well.
Well, here is Gus Miller, played defensively by Daniel Bell-Drummond.
He said that after the semi-final. I must admit, I had to sort of just stop and think a little bit what he was talking about when he started talking about dogs. But yeah, I think I can see where he's coming from, and Proctor just showed his character. And we were saying in the final there were so many moments where things going slightly different could have changed the whole complexion of the run out, the Liam Dawson run out, which Proctor pulled off. Just held his nerve. You could see him for a split second there. Do I run in with the ball? Do I chuck it? And in the end, he threw down the stumps. Dawson was run out, and that was a big obstacle to Northamptonshire removed in the form of Liam Dawson. But it was a very special day. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, plenty of support as well, wasn't there, from the aptly named Shoe Army at Edgbaston?
Yeah, they loved it, and it was very nice at the end, Aaron, to see Darren Lehman and all the Northamptonshire players, David Willey, the lot, going over to the main group of Northamptonshire supporters and making time to have a chat with them and to thank them for their support. And it's the sort of the family nature of small counties, I suppose.
And that one's slightly shorter from Miller. Poured away behind square for one by Bell-Drummond.
And you may have noticed, tied to my media pass, I still have my T20 Finals Day media catering little wristband thing. I'm going to keep that for the rest of the season, I think, as a permanent memento of a very good day.
Rather apt colour as well, isn't it? Big
Gold. Absolutely, yeah. Food was very nice.
Always is. Finch to face his first ball then. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery from Gus Miller. We're speaking with Toad a little bit earlier about Gus and his journey, Radders. What can you tell us about him and how he's got to this stage?
Well, yeah, I mean, he's one of those cricketers, and there are quite a few of them around at the moment, to come out of Bedford School. Emilio Gay being one, of course, Alex Wakely, Sir Alistair Cook going back a little bit further. But he's one of those players who's always seems to have been around for a while. I think 5 years since he made his first team debut. And he obviously missed a good chunk of last season. In fact, he missed virtually the whole of last season through injury. And I think he deserves a lot of credit for actually coming back in the way he did. And it was interesting, they started off a new award, which Northamptonshire presented pre-season out in South Africa, named after Joe Beasley, who was a Northamptonshire captain who won the Military Cross in the First World War. And it's sort of squad values thing, and it's for somebody that's really dug in and showed the sort of values that Darren Lehman wants to have within the squad. And Gus Miller won it, being the first winner of it, for just hanging in there, basically, and for working incredibly hard to get himself back on the park, which he's done this year. And as you mentioned, of course, very much a cricketing family with Flo, his sister.
Here is Proctor then. Bell-Drummond, has he found the gap? Can't quite get it beyond the fielder at wide mid-off.
And Northamptonshire supporters will be more than familiar with this, but Kent supporters may not, that he's the first Augustus to play for Northamptonshire since 1892.
Wow. That was pre-Northamptonshire's county championship
It
debut.
was, yes, back in the days, even before minor counties. But Richard Augustus Agincourt Beresford.
That's some name, isn't it?
Oundle School, and his niece Elizabeth Beresford created the Wombles. So there you go. Not a lot of people know that.
Every day is a school day. That one well played by Harry Finch will get him off the mark. He thinks about coming back for a second, but won't be able to do so. See, I love cricket trivia like that. No, genuinely,
Well,
I do.
it doesn't come much more trivial than that, but yeah, it's the sort of thing that gets me through the winter, basically, digging out that sort of stuff. You need something.
Well, just speaking of Oundle, of course, Josh Hull. More on that after.
Yes.
This ball from Luke Proctor. Chaz Bell-Drummond playing defensive once more. Of course, it was one of his uncles who played for Worcestershire.
Yes.
In the 1950s, Grenville Wilson.
That's right, yeah. Well, Josh came up through my club, through Oundle Town, and it's disappointing on some level that obviously he's playing for Leicestershire rather than Northamptonshire, but absolutely brilliant to see what he's achieved and achieving in the game, including, of course, a test cap.
Oh, that's well played by Bell-Drummond. Late cut will be stopped on the boundary, but the Kent captain will hurtle back for a second. Richly applauded as well. Well, it's such an important part of county cricket, isn't it? Of course, just coming here to Canterbury today, so much of this Kent squad are very much homegrown.
Yes.
So you look at the likes of the Denleys, both Jade and Joe. Zach Crawley's another one. Ollie Curtis is another one. Daniel Bell-Drummond himself spoke about Catford.
Because they used to play, Kent used to play matches at Catford many years ago. Northamptonshire certainly played there back in 1907, when, needless to say, Colin Blythe bowled them out cheaply for next to nothing, as he tended to do pretty much every time Northamptonshire, or did quite a few other counties, played Kent at that time. A wonderful bowler, commemorated, of course, over the far side of the ground, the memorial, because he lost his life in the First World War.
Oh, another really nice shot and an equally wonderful save by Nathan McSweeney. Channeling his inner goalkeeper, bit of Matt Ryan there. At short cover. End of the 12th over. Kent are 57 for 2. They require a further 197 for the victory. And just picking up that conversation about Colin Blythe, for those of a Kent persuasion tuning in, please do some research on him, because he was a legend around this part. So too Titch Freeman, one of the all-time leading wicket takers in first-class cricket. And that was a really good era for Kent. So they went back-to-back in 1909, 1910 under the captaincy of Ted Dillon. It's a really, really interesting story, and Blythe was the talisman.
Yeah, wonderful bowler. Took 17 wickets in a day against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road back in 1907.
Here's Miller to start his 4th over. Starts off with a dot ball.
But he must have been a fantastic bowler. If you are a slightly romantic sort of turn of mind, I suggest reading Cardus on Blythe, because it's a beautiful piece of writing. And as ever with Cardus, you wonder how much of it is literally true, but it's a delightful read, and I think gives you a sense of the affection that he was held in these parts and well beyond.
That one's slightly shorter by Miller. Cut away, square of the wicket by Harry Finch for one more. Well, there's so many big names as well who have graced the Hallow turf here over the years.
It's interesting, and I was asked, I was talking to Matt next door, I was asked about, because I've always said that Canterbury is one of my favourite away grounds. And somebody actually asked me on social media today, why do you like it so much? And you sort of think about it, and the best answer I could come up with was there's loads of history, obviously, as you've mentioned. It is wonderful to see the greats of the club commemorated, Frank Woollistan, the Notton Underwood, so many great names of Kent County cricket, the Les Ames Pavilion over the far side, and I really like that. I think it's a lovely setting, obviously, with the trees at the Nackington Road ground, especially at this time of the year when they're in full leaf. I have to say, we come here in April, and it's a little bit bare at the far end, but it's a lovely setting, and I think also very nice people.
Yeah,
I think it's a very friendly club, and it's always a pleasure to come here. So That answers the question, hopefully. But I do like, as I say, you walk around the ground and everywhere you go. Freeman House, of course, over to our left. So, yeah, Titch Freeman, the only bowler to take 300 wickets in first-class wickets in a season. And they reckoned, and they used to say this about George Tribe as well, Northamptonshire of a later vintage, that he would routinely get 5 and below out. He might not always get the absolute top batters out, but he would run through the rest. And certainly with George Tribe, his thing was if somebody like Tom Graveney, who could pick him, give him a single, get him down the other end, concentrate on the other bloke. These great skills of great cricketing craftsmen like Titch Freeman and Colin Blythe and others. And it's just really good to see them remembered here on this lovely ground.
Well, I was speaking to Toad about it earlier. It is very, very charming, isn't it? More on that after this ball from Gus Miller. Or as that one does hit the pad of Bell Drummond. Will be no run. Like the old scoreboard over there. I absolutely love it. It's one of those things. This is going to sound crazy. I've only ever actually been here when it's been dark. I've only ever come for a T20 Blast game before. So I'd never quite appreciated just how cool that is over there. But just seeing it manually tick over. Oh, it's fantastic. It really is. Another single there for Daniel Bell Drummond, which I appreciate for anybody listening in will sound incredibly sad, but for someone who has grown up pretty much only ever seeing that style of scoreboard on club venues, it's amazing to see that.
I think I'm right in saying, and I'm sure our Kent listeners will correct me if I'm wrong, but certainly when I first started coming here, I'm pretty sure they had one of the last black on white scoreboards here. They had one at Northampton until the 60s, but they had one here much later than that. I think maybe the first time I came and watched cricket here was, well, I was spoilt really because it was a memorable game, certainly from a Northamptonshire perspective, if less so for Kent. 1987, Benson Hedges Cup semi-final. Alan Lamb, 126 not out to win the game. Terrific partnership with Duncan Wilde to send Northamptonshire into the final. Described by Dennis Compton, who was doing man of the match, as the best one-day innings he'd seen. Now, I mean, this was nearly 40 years ago, obviously, and we know one-day cricket has changed a bit since then, but it was still a fantastic innings. It was one of those, and we saw so many of them from Alan Lamb over the years when he was the only person on the ground probably that believed it could be done. But he played a wonderful knock, and a game that Kent looked to have pretty much in their grasp. And the thing I remember most about that was Alan Lamb running off the field, the batters herring off when they thought they'd won it. And I think he'd already started on the bottle of champagne, and somebody had to turn him round and say, the scores are level, you've got to go out and finish it.
A few oohs and ahs there from some of the Kent supporters. Will just be a single down towards deep fine leg.
And so I think it was Steve Coverdale, who was Northamptonshire's chief executive, had to turn him round and send him back out again to actually finish the game. But wonderful day. And there were an awful lot of people here. I remember walking around the ground with a couple of colleagues and thinking there are a lot of people here wearing Northamptonshire rosettes who I've never seen before in my life. That's what happens when a team wins, I suppose.
Oh, that one's slightly wider from Proctor. It's allowed to be cut square of the wicket there by Harry Finch for one.
And Eldine Baptista, I remember, was playing for Kent in that game, who then, of course, a few years later, when Curtly Ambrose was on duty with the West Indies in '91, had a year with Northamptonshire as overseas player. A very good year too, a terrific cricketer.
That one banged in short by Proctor. Pulled away by Bell Drummond for what should just be a single, and will indeed remain a single. Dom Leach, there was a slight misfield, a fumble out towards deep square, but he did well to corral it back into his control. And yeah, for both these counties, Radders, over the years, goodness me, some of the overseas have been
Well, yes.
exceptional.
Any number. We were talking earlier about 1974 and when Kent were obviously such a power in the land, particularly in one-day cricket, and Asif Iqbal, John Shepherd, Bernard Julian, who were around at that time. The first time I was trying to think, the first time I saw Kent play live was at, of all places, at Brackley. I don't know if you've ever been to the ground at Brackley, right down in the south of Northamptonshire, but used to play John Player League games there. At the ground in Westminster Road, and Kent got 257 for 5, I think. Strange the things you remember 53 years later. And Northamptonshire were bowled out for 67. Norman Graham, big tall Norman Graham, picked up 4 wickets. I think Derek Underwood, as ever,
Not surprised.
Got wickets, yeah, absolutely. It was very one-sided.
Proctor again, just dragging back the length, pulled in front of square once more. Well fielded by Dom Leach, a much cleaner pickup. 2 more runs to add to the Kent tally. The Spitfires 64 for 2 after 14.
And at that time, when you had those 3 around in the Kent ranks, of course, Northamptonshire would have had Mushtaq Mohammed, captain the side to the Gillette Cup 50 years ago, 1976. Bishan Bedi and Sarfraz Nawaz, all playing at that same time in the 70s. And I suppose the thing was, Aaron, you look around more or less any county at that time, apart from Yorkshire, of course, and there were so many great overseas players. And not just coming in for a week or so, you know, the odd game here and there, but playing a full season. And I think we're rather spoilt, really, to be watching county cricket in those days.
Well, here is Miller again. A little bit of elevation on that from Bell Drummond, but would have been well short of one of Northamptonshire's overseas superstars, Yuzvendra Chahal. Well, that's why players like McSweeney, it's so valuable to have someone like that, not only all season, but all formats. And he really has excelled, hasn't he? Of course, he got that first century in Northamptonshire colours right here in Canterbury. Oh, Bell Drummond looks to whisk that one away. Just be a leg by down towards deep backwards square. But of course, in the T20 Blast as well, he was an integral part, wasn't he?
Well, he was, and I think back to the description of Cameron White, a fellow Aussie, when Northamptonshire won back in 2013 under Alex Wakely and David Ripley as coach. And I think it was the then Chief Executive David Smith who described Cameron White.
That's a good shot from Harry Finch. Beats the effort of the fielder. There's a real long chase on here for Yuzvendra Chahal. 2 more runs will be added to the Kent total.
Described him as the cement that basically held the side together. And, you know, flexibility is obviously key in T20 cricket. You've got to be adaptable. You've got to have a plan B, C, D, E and F probably. And McSweeney on a couple of occasions during Northamptonshire's run to the trophy.
This could well be another 2 if they run hard. Instead, it's just going to be a single.
Played a couple of innings where it's the sort of Ravi Bopara innings where you perhaps lost a couple of wickets early on and you need somebody just to regroup and hold and then go later. But of course, notably down at Bristol and in the final against Hampshire, he proved that he can whack it around with the best of them. And he was a very, very important member of the side, as you say.
Oh, Miller, that one turned into a full toss by Daniel Bell Drummond, and he just drills it. Gun barrel straight for 4. Lovely looking shot that from the Kent captain. He moves on to 34. Kent into the 70s. The Spitfires 72 for 2.
He's just got wonderfully quick hands, hasn't he, Bell Drummond? And he's a joy to watch. Leaving aside county affiliations, he's an absolute joy to watch when he's going well.
Then just tries to dab that one. Fine of Adi Sharma, can't quite do so. That will be a dot ball to wrap up the 15th over. Kent remain 72 for 2. They require a further 182 to kickstart the campaign with a win.
And of course, Northamptonshire saw more than enough of him a couple of years ago when he got that triple 100 at the county ground in the county championship. I still say, and this is absolutely no disrespect to Daniel Bell-Drummond, who played beautifully, but the innings that will live longest in the memory from that match was Tuanda Maye's 176, I think, which was just sumptuous. It was gorgeous to watch, it really was. Now, Dom Leach is going to have a bowl, not even named in the squad yesterday, but getting a chance today to show what he can do with Rafi Weatherall being rested.
Well, it's a big opportunity for him as well, isn't it? Again, someone who's been almost playing a lot of twos cricket, not only this season, but the season prior as well. Was brought in a couple of seasons ago now from Yorkshire on a long-term deal, and just feels like he hasn't been able to hit those heights as of yet. So this is a big moment for Dom Leach. Let's see how he kickstarts his first over. He starts off with a dot ball.
Yeah, it is a terrific opportunity for him if he could get a couple of put a couple of decent performances in here, and it strengthens his hand when Darren Lehmann, as he's already said, is looking very much towards next season and who's going to be around and who's going to be doing what. And as you say, he's had very few opportunities since getting that 3-year contract.
Well, he started off pretty decently here, back-to-back dot balls, and one thing that it is important to mention with Dom Leach and his career, this would have been about 4 or 5 years ago now, he had that horrific leg injury. That, of course, sliding on what was a wet outfield, went straight into a floodlight, didn't he? Dislocated his knee.
Yeah, he's abandoned play for the day, didn't they, up at Headingley, I seem to remember. And yeah, to see him actually out on the park is something of an achievement in itself.
Oh, that one just stroked through the covers. Harry Finch just watches and admires his work. 4 more runs to add to the Spitfires tally. Kent now move on to 76 for 2.
Yeah, we talked about Gus Miller's resilience in coming back from a season out through injury. Well, Dom Leach, with this, comparable set of circumstances that he found himself in. Strangely, of course, 3 years ago, he played both for and against Northamptonshire in the Championship.
Could be an opportunity here for the direct hit. George Bartley just couldn't zone in on the target.
Because he made his Championship debut for Northamptonshire on loan up at Old Trafford against Lancashire, and then finished up playing for Yorkshire against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road before he was signed. It's another one for the notebook, isn't it? For the keep you warm in the winter.
There's quite a few of those though now. So obviously there's a lot more loans, aren't there, that take place?
Absolutely.
That one played very compactly by Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Well, you only have to look at the number of players that Northamptonshire have used, and I'm sure this is the case for most other counties. The number of debutants that they've had in the last few years is extraordinary, simply because, as you say, you've got players coming in on loan. If you just go back 5 years, for example.
That's a really nice shot from Daniel Bell-Drummond. It'll beat the fielder at mid-on. And that will be a boundary to round out the 16th over. Very, very good one for Kent. 9 runs from it. The home side 81 for 2 in their pursuits of 254.
Northamptonshire have given debuts, first-class debuts, to 40 players in the last 5 years.
Wow.
From 2021 onwards. Just 2 this year, in Louis Kimber and Nathan McSweeney, numbers 568 and 569. But when you look back into the 70s, and we were talking about the fact that overseas players in those days played pretty much the whole season, unless of course they were involved with a tour with their country. You were using, in Northamptonshire in those days, were using 13, 14 players in a season.
Finch there will just score a single down to deep backward point. It's a return as well for Gus Miller, starting his 6th over. None for 19 so far. He's been very tidy.
Whereas in 2024, for example, Northamptonshire had 12 players making their debuts. I'll give you something to do on the way home.
Again, Bell Drummond playing that one exceptionally well in front of square. Turns it into 2 more, and the Kent captain moves into the 40s. Out of interest, Radders, who would those 12 players actually be?
They were, deep breath, George Bartlett, Michael Finnan, Rafi Weatherall, George Scrimshaw, Siddharth Kaul, Liam Patterson-White, Gus Miller, Prithvi Shaw, Matt Britsky, Yuzi Chahal, Krish Patel and Fateh Singh, who got 6 wickets today for Notts. Worcestershire, rather.
Yeah, 6 for 32, didn't he? Fateh Singh. That's interesting you say that. So 6 of those players still play for the club, don't they?
That's right. Yeah, Fateh Singh played the last game of the season on loan up at Headingley and bowled a lot of overs without a great deal of success. But as I say, I mean, we're saying about that with Northamptonshire. I suspect it's very much the same with any number of other counties, that the nature of the beast now is that you do get people on short-term loans and overseas coming in for a game or two.
Another dot ball bowled here by Gus Miller, of course, for the Kent fans out there. We'll remember James Taylor coming on loan alongside Ben Gedders. Gedders having since gone from Surrey to Middlesex. James Taylor this season was announced to be moving from Surrey up to Yorkshire on a long-term deal. So it's very much the nature of the beast now. You do see these shorter term, almost cover loans, aren't they? Saw one the other day with Sam Wood going from Leicestershire to Nottinghamshire. Finch can't quite get it beyond the fielder.
Well, Darren Lehman did say when I interviewed him on Monday of this week that if there were, because obviously Northamptonshire very much bare bones, having lost 7 players to the 100, he said it's not difficult to name your squad because we've only got 15, 16 players to actually name. But he said if there are injuries, then we might look at the loan market, certainly for the part of the Metro Bank Cup. Yeah, just looking at Fateh Singh, his one and only appearance for Northamptonshire. Bowled 40 overs, 3 for 193 at Headingley. The Yorkshire made 726 for 7.
Wow. Here's Dom Leach to start his second. Offers width there for Daniel Bell Drummond. Plays that one smartly through the covers for 1.
The other thing that's changed, I suppose, we're talking about staffs and so on and turnover of players. We were having this discussion a while back, was of course about outgrounds and how I think a lot of supporters would regret the fact that some counties, and Northamptonshire being one of them, basically play their games on one ground. I know Kent obviously go to Beckenham now, but they had many, many other grounds that Northamptonshire have played on down the years. The Crabble at Dover and the Neville Ground at Tunbridge Wells with the rhododendrons out in June, and Maidstone, the Moat, Folkestone, the Angel Tunbridge. So many wonderful old grounds. And this, of course, I suppose, is one of the ideal opportunities of 50 over competition for counties to move them games away.
Most definitely. We see that quite often in Group A. Of course, Warwickshire have Rugby School. Leicestershire have got Kibworth, haven't they? Middlesex, well, they've got a couple to choose from, really. Radlett, got Richmond if they want to use it. Also have Merchant Taylor's School, which is used predominantly for the county championship.
Oh, we know all about Merchant Taylor's School at Northamptonshire. We were there 3 years running in the championship. But we're at Lords this year. First time since 2018.
Well, that should be a nice occasion. Leach just readies himself once more. Oh, flicked down the leg side by Harry Finch. We haven't seen that trademark aggression from Harry Finch as of yet, but he's just happy to play the role of the foil alongside his captain. But outgrounds are brilliant. I must say, I do thoroughly enjoy going to outgrounds. Cheltenham's a particularly nice one.
Yeah, well, Northamptonshire, we're at Cheltenham in August in this competition. Also at Chesterfield, but playing Nottinghamshire, not Derbyshire. And at Guildford on Sunday for the first time for 25 years. It's an interesting phase, this game now, isn't it? Because, as you say, Harry Finch, we know, will usually put bat to ball with telling effect. I just feel at the moment that Kent realise that if they can get they're probably one decent partnership away from breaking the back of this. But equally, if Northamptonshire picked up a couple of quick wickets, then it could be a very different story. So they're just weighing up their options at the moment.
Well, this will be a quick single taken by Daniel Bell-Drummond. It just feels as though quite a bit probably rests on the shoulders of Yuzvendra Chahal.
Yep.
We saw Matt Parkinson earlier, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 46. That's almost his benchmark now, isn't it? He's either got to better it by conceding fewer runs or by taking more wickets, and it feels like the latter would be more beneficial for the Steelbacks.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, it's going to be a very important phase of the match, and right on cue, because they obviously listen to every word that you say, Aaron. It's going to be Muzi Chahal. They still haven't managed to find him a jumper that quite fits him, have they? Been coming to Northamptonshire for a couple of years now, and they seem to give him jumpers, whether it's white ball, or red ball, that are almost like mini dresses rather than jumpers. A bit like the old cartoons of Percy Fender back in the 20s, but doesn't affect his skill with the ball. Northamptonshire need a decent stint from him here.
Well, here he is against Bell-Drummond. Starts off by conceding a single. I must say, I thought he bowled very well on Tuesday. 2 for 52 against Warwickshire. And they were crucial wickets. They came at opportune moments, didn't they, for Northamptonshire. Can he be the one to provide the breakthrough? And I quite like this battle as well with Finch. Finch is a really good sweeper of the cricket ball, both conventional and reverse. Decides to play that one off the front foot this time around. But I'm just looking at the field. Dom Leach, maybe if he just took a slight step to his left. And then Luke Proctor, he's also in the circle. Fine leg. Will he be brave enough to go for the shot?
It was interesting with Chahal, Aaron, because he was very good 2 years ago. Obviously had that amazing debut here against Kent in the 50-over competition, and also very effective in a couple of the championship matches that year. Last year his figures rather less impressive, and I suppose there would have been questions asked as to whether they were going to get him back, but Darren Lehman has offered the broadest of hints that the pitches for the remaining home championship matches at Northampton may turn a little. Possibly.
That one's slightly skiddier by Chahal and well played off the back foot this time by Harry Finch. It's one of those. The fact is, I say this with any county, if you've got a certain group of players, like for example with Northamptonshire, it's the spinners. It's not only Chahal, but you've also got Calvin Harrison. got other bowlers in and around the mix. Someone who I hope to see in this competition more so than the Championship at this stage of his career is Nirvan Ramesh.
Yes.
Very impressive in 2025. But if you've got that archetype, if you've got that nucleus of players, almost tailor your surfaces to suit them.
Well, the danger, I suppose, is, and Northamptonshire tried to do that, I think back 30-odd years when they had Graham Swan, Jason Brown, Michael Davis, a little bit later Monty Panesar. And when they did try and prepare pitches to suit them, it didn't always go down well with authority. A couple of hefty points deductions for pitches that were deemed to be unfit. But yeah, I mean, Kent obviously will be coming to Northampton, I think, in September for a 4-day championship match. So I think they've got a reasonable notion of what to expect when they get there.
It's a very important match as
Could
well, isn't
well
it?
be. I was just going to say it could be an absolutely crucial game in terms of promotion.
Leach again, that one played with finesse by Bell Drummond, just deflects it down to deep third for a single.
Because you feel it's going to take something fairly remarkable for Durham not to be going straight back up. But then, well, Permany won from 4, 5 maybe. It's going to be a fascinating run in. Last 6 rounds of county championship matches starting on August the 20th. Super September.
And that one will beat the effort of short mid-wicket. Should be at least 2 here for Harry Finch. He actually jetted off quite quickly, maybe thinking of a third, but wisely turned down by his captain. And it's been a great turnaround really for Kent, hasn't it? In the county championship, it was a very difficult opening 3 weeks, but since then things have just clicked. And I know we've spoken there about Chahal and the spin factor for Northamptonshire, but for Kent, a certain Sen Mutasamy, he arrives on the 1st of August, so that'll be exciting to see the South African as well.
Yeah, I think that's a very good signing, I have to say. I've seen a bit of him overseas, and I think he's a terrific cricketer. I think it's a really shrewd signing by Adam Hollyoake, and it'll be very interesting to see how he shapes up.
Can bat a bit as well, can't he?
Absolutely. I was saying he's the complete package pretty much. Got Test 100, hasn't he? I think.
Yes, he has. Yep. For the Proteas. Finch can't quite beat Adi Sharma. Backward point there. Well, to be honest, it's something I'd say with both of these counties this season. I think the overseas recruitment has been really, really strong. You look at Keith Dudgeon. Obviously, he's had the desired impact, especially in the county championship. Hassan Mahmood, he was the wild card, but goodness me, he's well suited to English conditions. And, well, we've already sung the praises of Nathan McSweeney. What a signing he has been. So influential. Leach for the final time in this, the 20th over, rounds out with a dot ball. So Kent will remain 96 for 2. The home side require a further 158 runs to win from the remaining 30 overs of the run chase.
Yes, and I mean Harry Conway as well, of course, with Northamptonshire, who was excellent in that first run of championship matches. I know he's hanging around. He's playing in Northamptonshire League cricket for Kislingbury Temperance, as are 1 or 2 of the county players. Gus Miller, Rob Keogh, Tian Lowe, all involved there. And I think the feeling is that were Nathan McSweeney to be called back to Australia for pre-season camps or whatever, then he may well come back and finish the season for Northamptonshire. Not exactly a like-for-like replacement. Chahal then starting his second over from the Nackington Road end. Important phase of this game. 96 for 2. Chahal not afraid, as we saw with Matt Parkinson, to get it up above the eye line, give it a bit of flight, but on driven for a single. Low tariff stuff from Daniel Bell Drummond, and very effective. 47 not out to the Kent skipper. Northamptonshire would dearly love to see the back of him. Down the pitch comes Finch, chipped it up in the air. Is he? No, he hasn't quite got enough on it from Northamptonshire's point of view. Guthrie coming in from the boundary. It landed well in front of him.
I must say that was a slightly strange shot from Harry Finch.
Well, it wasn't fish and a foul, was it? He didn't go full-blooded to try and hit it. I think he was aiming long on, and it just did enough. Take a thick outside edge, leading edge. But he didn't, it wasn't full-blooded, was it? It wasn't a whole-hearted attacking shot. Anyway, got away with it. 98 for 2. Target, remember, is 254. Driven by Bell Drummond up to mid-off. Kent having lost Ben Dawkins for 5, Sam Northeast for 10, both to Luke Proctor. Well, he's bowled him! And Chahal fizzing one through Bell Drummond's defence. Well, I said Northamptonshire would dearly love to see the back of him, and that is exactly what has happened. And Chahal knocking a stump flat. And Bell Drummond goes for 47, and Northamptonshire just getting back into this one. That was an important wicket. Chahal is the man, and we did say, Aaron, that we thought Yuzi Chahal was going to be a key man in this game, and I think that's probably going to be the case. Picks up a wicket in his second over. Bell Drummond goes for 47. Warm applause, and rightly so, for the Kent captain, but Kent now 98 for 3, and this game intriguingly poised.
It certainly is, because that partnership was building very nicely with Bell Drummond. Started off watchful, but just started to get the confidence flowing as that innings progressed, was playing some lovely shots, mix of power, panache, class, all rolled into one. But it has taken the X factor. It's taken the Indian overseas superstar Chahal to dismiss the Kent captain. Now jogging out to the middle will be Chris Benjamin, someone who, when it comes to red ball cricket, really has evolved his game ever so much. I remember watching him for Warwickshire, and there were signs. He scored a brilliant ton up at Old Trafford against Lancashire in his opening season for the Bears. After that, opportunities were limited, but it's been great to see him almost reinvent himself again as that all-formats cricketer here at Kent. And again, he's a good player of the sweep shot. So I imagine, as strange as this sounds, he'll probably like taking on Chahal.
I'm sure he will. In fact, both of these players, I mean, this is, again, it's going to be a cracking contest, because both these players, both Finch and Benjamin, like to get after the bowling. That was the end of Chahal's second over. 1 for 6, 98 for 3. Dom Leach to continue. 3 overs for 16 so far. And pulled away by Finch. That could be 4 runs. It is indeed. Pulled away through mid-wicket. They have a deep square out. Ricardo Vasconcelos, and nothing he could do to stop that. Racing away for 4 and bringing up the 100 for Kent off the first ball of the 22nd over. Target is 254. Now, Rob Keogh is limbering up at mid-wicket. Leach in again to Finch, who just steers that down to backward point. Keogh didn't bowl against Warwickshire in Northamptonshire's previous game in the competition on Tuesday. His innings of 37 took him past 2,000 List A runs for Northamptonshire. Rob likes a stat. He actually messaged me that evening to check that it was right. So, indeed it was. 102 for 3. Leach. Into Finch. Punches nicely off the back foot, but can't get it past Bartlett in the covers. The goals are out. Must be feeding time. Hush around the ground. People watching this game intently. It is a fascinating contest, this now. Sort of hush around the St Lawrence ground as Leach bustles in. This time Finch eludes Bartlett in the covers, picks up a single down to the sweeper in front of Freeman House.
Well, that's precisely what it is. It's not because they're reacting to a load of wickets having fallen. The Kent supporters here are just absorbed. They're engrossed in the action. It's wonderful to see. I'm just looking some of the faces out to our left, and it is. They are proper locked in on the middle. It's great to see.
Well, Darren Lehman's and Greg Smith, Northamptonshire batting coach, putting in yet another lap, getting the steps in today. Leach into Benjamin, beats him outside the off stump, through to Lewis McManus. Never look over, I think it's pylon number 4, is it, over to our right from our commentary position here. And I always associate that particular floodlight pylon with COVID, because when we were playing under the restrictions immediately after the pandemic, we had to go and do player interviews there in front of pylon number 4. It was like something out of George Orwell. Pylon 4. Defended by Benjamin. Decent over from Dom Leach. 5 off it, 4 overs for 21. Kent 103 for 3 from 23. And we had to stand one side of the fence, and the player concerned had to stand the other side of the fence. It was a slightly surreal experience, but then again, quite a few things at that time were slightly surreal. Chahal it will be to continue.
It is staggering to look back on that, isn't it? Of course, behind closed doors. That's why, I know it sounds rather soppy to say, but you have to cherish seasons like this where the weather has been so nice and people have attended in their droves.
Nicely punched down the ground from Harry Finch for a single. 27 to him, 104 for 3. Yes, and I mean, I don't know what you thought, but I was very pleasantly surprised at the crowd at Northampton for the game against Warwickshire on Tuesday. It was much better than I thought it would be for, Tuesday. A lot of people away on holiday. Partly the Edgbaston effect, I suspect, but it was still a very, very encouraging attendance. Oh, that's beautifully bowled by Chahal, taking the pace off it, beating the outside edge of Chris Benjamin's bat.
Well, this season up and down the country, there has been an uptick in ticket sales, which is fantastic to see across the Metro Bank One Day Cup. And I think for some people at the start, understandably so, it was frustrating not to see the quote-unquote superstars, but I really think the tournament has so much merit when it comes to blooding the youngsters. I look at someone in the England side, Jacob Bethel, in his first season. He didn't debut in the tournament, he debuted in the Blast, but I think it was his third fixture, was a one-day cup game.
Slip in now for Chahal. Having a word with his captain and getting what he wanted. Well, yes, and I mean, I think a lot of genuine county supporters will buy into that and will buy into the fact that they will be seeing some of the stars of the future, hopefully. Chahal, again, right on the money.
Well, I look in this Kent team, for example, and Ben Dawkins. He burst onto the scene last season with that salvo at Wantage Road, and it really was a terrific innings, that, and since gone on to be a regular feature.
A little bit short from Chahal, allowing Benjamin to go on the back foot. Guthrie Fields down at the Nackington Road end at long off.
And just a reminder as well for those of a Kent persuasion, of course, next Friday, the 31st of July, is the 4th annual Community Day here at the St Lawrence Ground.
little bit quicker from Jahal, but still time for Finch to rock onto the back foot and play it up to long on this time for a single. 106 for 3 as we approach the halfway stage in the Kent response to Northampton's 253 all out. 106 for 3. We've had 23 of the 50 overs.
Yeah, so that game is against Somerset next Friday, a week today. And of course, it will be brought to you live here on the Kent Cricket YouTube channel as well. And on Sunday, this Sunday, the 26th, the women's side also back in action as the Metrobank One Day Cup returns for the first time since May. They are playing Middlesex. So again, if you're in the area, get yourself down, support the team, or if not, feel free to watch along for free on the YouTubers. We'll have a change of bowler here from the pavilion end. It will be the experienced Rob Keogh.
Yeah, Rob Keogh, his first bowl in first team cricket this season. Only his second first team game, of course. Off spin, over the wicket, and starts with a wide. There's McManus nipping the bails off. All the pace off that, and very well swept away. Reverse sweep this time by Harry Finch, running down towards the boundary. Not quite going to get there, but they will come back for 3. 110 for 3. 144 more runs required by Kent.
Good running that, wasn't it? Nice intent shown between Benjamin and Finch. It is going to be a cornerstone, a hallmark of this partnership. Both very, very quick between the wickets.
Keogh went past 10,000 all format runs for Northamptonshire at the back end of last season. One club man. First team debut back in 2010. Was awarded a new one-year contract at the end of last season, so hoping to be around for next year. Now again, good running from Benjamin, seeing that Luke Proctor was a little bit wide there at mid-off, so the single was on. Dreaded Nelson on the board, 111 for 3. Rob Keogh has a unique place in Northamptonshire's record books, being the only player to have got a double 100 and a 9-fer in the championship for Northamptonshire. Good tumbling stop by the captain, still setting the example, Nathan McSweeney at mid-wicket. Double 100 very early in his career against Hampshire back in 2013, and 9-fer against Glamorgan on a pitch a couple of years after that turned appreciably, let's say. Nicely played by Benjamin, just waiting on it, punching it out to deep cover. He's 32. That was Finch, beg your pardon. End of the over, 113 for 3. It was Benjamin.
Even so, these two, they're not really playing high-risk shots, are they?
Well, they don't need,
No.
I mean, they don't, at this stage, they don't need to. That was just beautifully played by Benjamin. It was just how late he played it. It's a big challenge for Keogh, as I say, having not bowled in first-team cricket since back end of last season. Playing, as you mentioned earlier, seconds, playing Northamptonshire League cricket, but this is a different ball game altogether. Big step up. But Northamptonshire looking to try and get a bowling partnership here that's going to put a bit of pressure on the Kent batters.
It's similar to what we saw with Kent, with Grant Stewart and Matt Parkinson.
Yep.
Those two worked incredibly well.
Yeah, exactly. All tight, and he was late setting off was Harry Finch. They still throw at the non-striker's end, to which Chris Benjamin was running. Harry Finch was just a little bit slow out of the blocks, but got there comfortably. He is as Aaron was saying. Very,
Yep.
very, very quick.
He's a greyhound, isn't he? Very, very quick.
Defended by Finch out into the covers. It's like me when they bring the new tray of hash browns out. It's a turn of speed never usually seen for any other reason. My goodness, flighted up and beautifully played the reverse sweep, and he's going to get 4 runs for that. Once it had beaten backward point, it was going to run away to the fence for 4. A lovely bit of cricket. Chahal flighting that one up, and Finch getting into position, executing the reverse sweep beautifully and picking up 4 runs for it. He goes to 36, 118 for 3, Kent. 136 more runs to win. Chahal into his, just coming towards the back end of his 4th over. 1 for 14. A little bit overcast now, a bit more cloud around than there was earlier in the day. Worked nicely into the leg side by Finch, out to deep square for another single. Another over ticks past. Chahal takes his cap from the umpire, and that is the halfway stage, at which point we shall probably get some drinks brought out. 25 overs gone, 119 for 3, and if you're looking for comparison, couldn't be much tighter because Northamptonshire were 114 for 3, so just 5 runs in it, level on wickets, anybody's game. It's going to be a fascinating last 25 overs or however long it takes.
Most definitely. It's well poised. I think that's the apt description, isn't it, really? You can make arguments for both counties. It's one of those which at this stage Kent will be rather pleased at 119 for 3, but if that suddenly becomes 140 for 5, it's a very, very different equation. But they know if these two, they can dig in, graft away against the spinners, maybe take the attack to the seamers a little bit later on. Kent have got a very, very good chance. Just 135 needed from the second half of the innings. And while the players just have a quick drinks break, we may as well provide you with some updates from up and down the country. We'll start in Group A. We've spoken about Guildford a little bit earlier on, so why not head to Woodbridge Road, where Leicestershire are 105 for 2 after 21 overs in their pursuit of 271 against Surrey. Rishi Patel going very nicely, unbeaten on 68 so far. As for the other games taking place in this first group, Somerset versus Gloucestershire was a slightly later start down in Taunton. The home side, Somerset, 302 for 4. Josh Thomas has scored 72. So too has Tom Lammonby. He has reached 83 in that particular game. As for the other group, let's turn our attention to Group B. Again, a slightly later start up at the Riverside, where Durham are 318 for 3. And you can probably guess who's just brought up a half century. It may have been Benjamin Stokes after Alex Lees earlier on scored 132. As for the game taking place at Worcester, well, this could be an interesting finish. Derbyshire were bowled out for 138. Worcestershire, in response, are 127 for 7 in the 35th over. Gareth Roderick, a man who played club cricket in Northamptonshire for Old CC.
Yes.
Is currently out there in the middle for the home side. As for the game taking place at the Utilita Bowl, well, Hampshire are in a massive, massive spot of bother. They're 110 for 6 after 28 overs, trying to chase down 285 against Middlesex.
Just lost another one, Aaron. They're 7
They're
down
7 now.
112 for 7.
Goodness me, let's just get you updated with that latest wicket. It's Andrew Neil. He has been dismissed by Josh DeCaries, who has also got a 6-fer. Goodness gracious me. Well, yeah, appears as though Middlesex are coasting to victory in that game. And last but by certainly no means least, let's head to the Knoll in Neath, where Yorkshire Well, they're also struggling. 128 for 6 after 36 overs in response to Glamorgan's 186 all out. So those are the scores on the doors. Myself and Andrew Rad will keep you updated with any results that come through. But yeah, some interesting scores there.
Tell you what, that could be a cracking finish at the Knoll. Yorkshire, Don Bess is still in, Finn Bean is still there, so well, those two are there. They'll feel they've still got a chance. 57 off 13 and a bit then, isn't it, with 4 wickets in hand. Guthrie back in the attack. Left arm around the wicket, and that keeps low. And it eludes the bat of Harry Finch. It also eludes the gloves of Lewis McManus, and a bye signalled by umpire Villierne. 120 for 3. Where did that one come from?
That's a great question. We haven't seen that at all really today, have we? We've seen a couple which have maybe risen a little bit sharper from Ekhanch Singh earlier on in the piece, but no, since then the bounce has been pretty consistent.
Guthrie going full, driven out into the covers crisply by Chris Benjamin, but can't beat the fielder. Kent needing 134 to win. Start off their Metro Bank Cup campaign with a victory. Northamptonshire already have played one 1-1 record. 10 years since they reached the knockout stages of this competition. Pushed out into the offside for a single by Benjamin, 121 for 3. Northamptonshire have now won 16 competitive games this season, 3 in the Championship, 12 in the Blast and 1 in the 50 over competition. It just puts them 2 behind their tally of 18 in 2016 when they won the Blast also, and the last time they qualified for the knockout stages of the 50 over competition. Lovely looking drive from Finch, but finding some part of Liam Guthrie's anatomy. Boot, I think. And the season that I suppose of recent years anyway that most Northamptonshire supporters would talk about as being the club's best back in 2013. They won 23 games across all formats, winning the Blast and getting promotion. So something to aim for. Chipped out into the covers by Finch. Good start to his second spell from Guthrie, who bowling from the Nackington Road end was a bit scruffy, wasn't he, early on?
Yeah, just lost his radar, didn't he? A lot down the leg side, quite a few extras conceded, and actually in the past 10 overs or so, Northamptonshire really have tightened that up. In the first 10 overs, I believe there were 13 extras, so just 4 since then.
Well, this can happen with Guthrie. We know he's an attacking bowler. He gets it up there. He can swing it on his day, as against Middlesex in the Championship a couple of years ago, when all the things click into place, and he picked up a 7-fer, bowled beautifully. Equally, as we saw from him on his T20 debut for Northamptonshire at Headingley, when he bowled 3 overs for 60 odd. So you never quite know what you're going to get with Liam Guthrie, but as I say, when the stars align, he can be a handful. As can Yuzi Chahal in a very different way. Starting his 5th over, 1 for 15 for the Indian leggy. Driven back just past the bowler, up to mid-on. You sense Benjamin in particular is itching to get after Chahal.
Completely agree. Again, he's another cricketer who likes an early boundary. If he can, it just settles him a bit.
Well, I think he went for one there, and, well, fortunately for him, no damage done, but a miscue, not remotely where he was aiming.
He just needs to calm down a little bit here, does Chris Benjamin. Just play the ball on its merits.
That'll That'll make him feel a bit better. I suspect it'll also make Adam Hollyoake feel a bit better as he just picks up a single out into the covers. 122 for 3. Guthrie just going through his limbering up routine at short third. Quicker ball from Chahal, pushed it out to the covers. And, well, Finch was setting off for a single, just betraying a little bit of frustration, maybe. Not going to get a single to McSweeney in there. Outstanding fielder. We're talking about Brackley earlier and Kent's crushing victory over Northamptonshire in the John Player League in 1973. I had a note from on socials from Richard, who remembers seeing games at Brackley and indeed playing there. Forward again goes Finch. That's a lovely over from Chahal. Just a single off it. 5 overs for 16, 122 for 3. Kent, 23 overs remaining, 132 to win, 7 wickets in hand. And you still, well, at least I'm not going to be brave enough to call it from here. Don't know whether Aaron is,
No.
but no.
No, I must say, it's tantalisingly poised, isn't it, really? It feels like maybe one big over for Kent just gets them a little bit of extra confidence.
Guthrie round the wicket and steered away nicely down to third, who's fairly wide. It's only going to be a single.
And it's the same for Northamptonshire. We saw that over from Ekhanch Singh getting both McSweeney and Bartlett. That was a catalyst. I mean, it's why we love list A cricket, because there are so many overs for there to be twists and turns, ebbs and flows, and all it takes is one, well, good delivery to get the first wicket, get another one in the over, and it's a very, very different complexion.
Guthrie in again. Turned away down to long leg by Finch for a single. He goes to 38, 124 for 3. Well, you talk to the pros about this format and they will say to a man or to a woman, there is always more time in these games than you think there is. And you do have time just to draw breath. You don't necessarily in T20, of course, but you can just take stock a little bit and regroup. Good one from Guthrie. He's looked much more of a handful in this second spell. And it's an interesting one with Guthrie because I think we've noticed that as well. Bowling in the Championship, he is almost invariably better in terms of accuracy, at least, in his second spell. Don't know why. Maybe just finds the older ball slightly easier to control, not sure. But if you look at his Championship appearances, concede a single down to long leg. I suspect if you drill down into the figures, his second spell will almost invariably be more economical, at least, and possibly more successful in terms of wickets than his opening spell. 125 for 3. Kent nearly halfway to their victory target. 254. That's pulled away by Finch. Just a single. Out to Vasconcelos. Grazing out at deep mid-wicket.
Just going back to that point as well, Radders, about the time in the game. There hasn't been a single over so far for Kent where the required run rate has been over 6. It currently stands at 5.8. So they can afford to just have that almost quiet spell. You don't want to be too quiet, but you can just rein it in slightly.
Well, again, we saw this in the Northamptonshire innings, didn't we? In that little spell around either side of halfway, again, very similar to where we are now, when McSweeney and Bartlett just soaked up quite a bit of pressure and they weren't going anywhere particularly quickly, and Kent were putting the squeeze on very effectively. Then they kicked on and they had between 30 and 35 overs. They added 42 And then another 34 in the next 5. But then, of course, the wickets started to fall in that last 10 overs. But normally, I mean, 7 wickets for 43 was obviously very disappointing for Northamptonshire and very good for Kent. But they were in a position, Northamptonshire, at 210 for 3 with 10 to go to get 300. But they failed to do so. Chahal again. Reverse sweep comes out from Finch, this time not executed as well. So, in a sense, the 2 innings are going pretty much parallel, really. Hence the fact that we are so close in terms of comparable scores. Northamptonshire were 129 for 3 after 30. But Chahal, again, the position is such and the required rate is such that Kent can pretty much just play out Chahal. They don't need to do anything rash against him and look to make hay at the other end. Reload.
I wonder if that was down to the seagull. Because one did just fly directly in his line of sight then. And another couple there.
It's not Flying Ants Day, is it? I just wondered if there's an awful lot of them gulls around now. Here's Finch again coming down the pitch, whipping it out to deep square for a single. Kent now exactly halfway there, 127 for 3 in the 29th over. Incredibly close. As I say, Northamptonshire 129 for 3 after 30, Kent 127 for 3 in the 29th. Good fielding again by the captain. Sets the standard, Nathan McSweeney, in many ways. Well, that's again a smashing bit of cricket. It was looped up by Chahal, and Benjamin set himself and executed the stroke over mid-wicket beautifully, and it runs away for 4.
Feels like he needed that, did Chris Benjamin.
Just to settle himself a little bit. Starting to maybe just fret a touch. But he hit that well. 131 for 3. Good response from Chahal. There's one thing when Yuzi Chahal is playing, when Yuzi Chahal is bowling. You can't take your eyes off the action because it is fascinating to watch. 131 for 3. 123 more runs required by Kent. They have 21 overs to get them. It's still, as Aaron was saying, 6s. Run a ball. But as Sir Geoffrey would say, add 2 wickets on it, and it looks a very different game. Or in Northamptonshire's case, add 7. As they lost 7 in 8 overs. Guthrie conceding a single off the first ball. Finch drives out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, out in front of the Freeman House flats. People watching from their balconies. Very civilised.
That must be terrific, mustn't it?
Well, afternoon tea or even a glass of something a little stronger. Well, I know you were gargling with vintage champagne earlier after saying the voice was a bit croaky, so it's very nice of Kent County Cricket Club to open that Jeroboam for you. 132 for 3. 5 o'clock local time. Appeal for LBW didn't look right. Guthrie bowling round the wicket's going to have to straighten one up. And although I think that's probably just hit Chris Benjamin on the fleshy bit. Inside of the knee maybe. And it's going clearly, I think, going down. I think that was clearly umpire Casper Villion's feeling. Not a great deal of breeze, just stirring the trees at the Nackington Road end a little. Good stop at backward point, just keeping it to a single. 133 for 3. Well, it proves again that in white ball cricket you don't need to be seeing every other ball disappear out of the ground. Got a proper game of cricket here. And it's absorbing stuff. Proctor just starting to maybe get ready for another spell. As Guthrie puts one past the outside edge of Harry Finch's bat. Proctor was excellent up front with the new ball, picked up the first 2 wickets to fall. Dawkins for 5, North East for 10. Should be just a single to Finch, down to third man, and it is. End of Guthrie's 6th over, no wicket for 31, 134 for 3. So we reach the 30 over mark with Kent just having their noses in front. They're 134 for 3, Northamptonshire were 129 for 3, but very, very little in it. Couple of results to bring you. The least surprising one being down at Southampton, where Middlesex have beaten Hampshire by 160 runs. Bowling Hampshire out for 120. Josh de Carey's 10 overs, 6 for 35. And at New Road, in that low-scoring tussle, Worcestershire have beaten Derbyshire by 3 wickets with plenty of time to spare. Bears Swanepoel 18 not out, just to finish it off for the Rapids.
Here is Proctor then from the Nackington Road end. Bowling at first to Harry Finch, offers in width, dragged it a little bit shorter than I think he would have hoped as well. Turned into 2 runs there, and well applauded by the Kent faithful.
Durham have made 352 for 5 in their 50 overs against Sussex. Ben Stokes 73 not out off 51 balls. 2 sixes and 14 fours. Play yourself in, Ben.
Here's Proctor again. Oh, Finch has picked that one up delightfully. That's going all the way for 6 towards the flats.
Whoa. It's actually stuck on the awning of one of the, well, second floor flats. You can see the ball from our commentary position. Just needs somebody with a broomstick to give it a quick poke.
What a way for Harry Finch as well to bring up his 50. A rise from 62 deliveries, brought up with his first 6 of the innings. 3 fours as well. Very, very well batted. Harry Finch, what a way to bring up the milestone as well.
Picked it up clean as a whistle, and they're going to have to get the box of balls out, because that one, you can see it. It's one of those annoying ones because you can actually see it from our commentary position. It's just stuck at the back of the awning, but the person underneath may actually not know. But all they need, just get the broom out and just give it a little poke, and it'll run down into the next layer of, or next story of flats, and then it'll drop down probably onto somebody's head down below. There's somebody up on with the floor above is probably pointing it out helpfully to where the ball is, but anyway, the box of balls is out there, courtesy of Nervan Ramesh, you were talking about earlier. But that was a superb shot from Harry Finch. It's just in the slot a little bit, and it disappeared.
Well, I think they've realised now. I think there is a little bit of a...
Oh yes, there's a...
it's a little bit of a party for the ball.
Yeah, there is. I don't think they've got the right equipment. They just need a broomstick. Now somebody's up. Oh, ladder! Now they're going to try and push it down manually. Not sure this is going to end well. Looks a bit precarious to me. It's marvellous. There's 3 or 4 people looking at it now. Meanwhile, back in the real world. Hey, they've
got it.
Well done. Well done. Took a while. The whole crowd and me just absorbed in that whole... And the ball's now been chucked. Not a great arm, and it's actually gone into the seats down below. It could easily have hit somebody on the head. But now, of course, they can get rid of the ball that came on from the box. Rob Keogh helpfully lobbing it back to the umpire, who has a look to make sure there's no signs of damage. Great, isn't it? And Liam Guthrie's just chucked the new ball off the field.
Here we go then for the resumption. Finch that time just drops and runs on the offside. That'll be an interesting little delay, won't it, in the scorer's notes?
Yes.
I wonder what that'll go down as.
Well, we've had a couple of interesting ones today, because we had that one very early on when I think the discs were in the wrong place and they had to move them back. I think we're about the 3rd over of the match.
Yes, it was, yeah.
And the ground staff had to come on. And the umpires, we wondered what they were talking about. And I think the ground staff had to come on and just move them back a bit.
Well played again by Chris Benjamin. Well, you'll know one of the the more unique ones in recent times. I think it was last season or the season before at Wantage Road in the scorer's notes, delayed by a marquee.
Oh, yes.
The foundation.
Yes.
Their marquee somehow blew onto the outfield. That was
great, wasn't it? We had a swarm of bees, I think the year before. Which had everybody diving, all the players and umpires diving to the ground on the pitch. We were wondering where they were going to come. They were going to come into the media centre, but I think they diverted and went over the top of the stand.
good fielding again by Nathan McSweeney, and that will signal the ends of the 31st over. Kent are 144 for 3. The Spitfires require 110 from the remaining 19 overs to win this game. And going back to, I think this would have been the 50s or 60s, admittedly not involving either of these two counties, but it was Glamorgan at Ebbw Vale, where a load of mist shrouded the ground and they couldn't play the game, which was quite funny.
Well, it always amazes me that when we have the fireworks at the start of some of the blast games in particular, some of the smoke tends to take a long time to clear, and it's only a matter of time before we finish up delaying the start of one of those games. Oh, a lovely shot. Looking shot, anyway, for a single.
They're usually multicoloured as well, aren't they, in the blast?
Oh, yes.
The blue smoke,
Yes.
you've got the yellow smoke as well.
It's as though the red arrows have just flown over, isn't it? But
part of the fun, though, isn't it? Part of the fun
so
with the
they
blast.
say. So they say. The flamethrowers as well. Useful on a cold day. Anything I can say about those?
That one very full by Liam Guthrie. Completely echo that sentiment beforehand as well. Definitely showed a lot more control from the pavilion end compared to the opposing side of the St Lawrence ground. And yeah, his economy, as a result, has improved massively. It's just a tickle over 5 at this stage. Started off, I think, about 7.5, wasn't he?
Yeah.
From his first 3.
Harry Finch, get the impression he was slightly disgusted, feels he missed out there. Kent taking 10 off that last over, and that's just saying that they need something just to get themselves ticking again. And in a game of not particularly high scoring, a couple of double-figure overs, just what they require.
That one's short and hammered away by Harry Finch. Admittedly, didn't get the desired connection that he was hoping for, but shall be a single nonetheless.
Well, the sun has returned. It's a very pleasant evening now, isn't it? Down here in Canterbury, the Garden of England.
I'll tell you what, the route down from the Midlands really is very special. I must say, some of the scenery you see, the estuaries as well.
Yes, I'm just slightly anxious about the Dartford crossing on a Friday evening, whatever time we finish here, but never mind. But I came driving in from Sittingbourne this morning along the A2, and you go past some of the vineyards as well. Of course, some beautiful wine grown and made in this part of the world. It's very nice to see.
Oh, swing and a miss by Chris Benjamin, looking to drive that one through the covers. Dot ball to finish the 32nd. Kent, 146 for 3.
Almost tempted to detour off and have a little taste, but no, job to do. Now, what's Nathan McSweeney thinking now in terms of his bowling options? Chahal has been excellent. We've only seen 1 over of Rob Keogh so far. He hasn't thought about bowling himself. He bowled, a couple of overs in the win against Warwickshire on Tuesday. And it looks as though we're going to see Gus Miller back in the attack from the Nackington Road end.
Indeed we are. There is the confirmation. Gus Miller, none for 22 from his opening 6 overs so far. And unsurprisingly, given how both of these batters play, McManus is up to the stumps. Here's his first ball back then. Oh, and it's picked up again. Even better by Harry Finch. Maybe not quite the distance, but certainly the noise off the bats. And the 150 is brought up in sumptuous style, courtesy of Harry Finch and that latest 6.
Yeah, a couple of telling blows, and Finch is now, from Northamptonshire's point of view, developing into public enemy number 1 in that 50 partnership of 54. He's scored 37 of them. 50 partnership coming up off 67 balls, so 11 overs. And these two bat for another 5 overs or so. You feel Kent are going to be in a very strong position. Just over 100 to win now.
Still got plenty of batting to come as well. Have the Spitfires. How does Miller respond? Pretty well. It'll be a dot ball by the all-rounder. They've still got the likes of Jaden Denley, Ekansh Singh, Grant Stewart. Admittedly, it's a slightly longer tail compared to what we saw from Northamptonshire. Dudgeon and Milnes can certainly hold the bat a bit, but you're not looking to get those big partnerships from the tail enders. Matt Parkinson rounds out the 11. Oh, and he goes again. This one has gone up very high in the air. This could be a catching chance. It just sneaks over the top of the fielder. That wide long on. It's a second 6 in the over for Harry Finch, who now is starting to take a particular relish to the bowling of Gus Miller.
Yeah, it hung in the air a long time, didn't it, out on the boundary at deep mid-wicket, but just knocked the margin and couldn't do a David Willey in the final. There was no safe save to knock it to, and it went for 6.
Miller again dropping that one short and pulled away viciously in front of square. The Kent fans starting to make more noise now. The decibels beginning to rise as they know just 92 runs separate their side from victory in this one-day cup season opener.
Well, we said, didn't we, a couple of double-figure overs, and it looks a very different game, and I think this is just bearing that out.
Oh, Finch again going for it. Just ricochets off the body. I think this should be signalled as a leg bite. We may have just got a little thin edge on it. Single it shall be.
He's coming down the pitch. Harry Finch telling Chris Benjamin what's what. He's just bristling with intent, isn't he, at the moment, Harry Finch? He's a super knot.
He's a very, very good cricketer, I must say. Saw flashes of it at Sussex. Then, of course, came to Kent. And did very, very well. I think back to 2022. Again, was a key member of that One Day Cup winning side, especially towards the latter stages of that competition. I mean, a very, very memorable day that for supporters of this club as we see the ends, the conclusion of the 33rd over. Kent are 164 for 3, now just 90 runs. That is the target from these final 17 overs.
Yeah, Northampton need a wicket quickly, don't they, to get themselves back into this. Dom Leach is going to come back into the attack from this pavilion end. Just wonder at what stage, and I don't, this is a rhetorical question because I don't know the answer to it, at what stage Dom Leach actually knew he was playing, because as I say, he wasn't in the squad that was named by Northamptonshire yesterday, which I think had a few of us suspecting the worst this morning when Rafi Weatherall wasn't playing, but having checked, it's just purely rotation. I don't want to play Rafi Weatherall 2 games in 3 days. Obviously, he's coming back from injury as well.
Well, here is Leach. Starts off bowling a dot ball.
But the word is he will play at Guildford on Sunday against Surrey.
Well, I think we're going to see that with a number of clubs, of course, just looking at the pre-match preview for Kent this week. Of course, Simon Cook, the director of cricket, very transparent with regards to Keith Dudgeon and Matt Milnes, because they're going to be needed, aren't they, in the business end of the county championship. There is that scope for some rest and rotation. Got to try and keep them fresh. Obviously, they'll play a big role in this One Day Cup campaign, but can you afford to play them for every single group stage game, home and away, and then expect them to be sharp for 6 massive, massive county championship fixtures?
Well, obviously, yeah, rotation is important. Ben Sanderson being obviously a case in point, but he's now out of Northamptonshire's hands, of course, being involved in the 100. But he's been, again, such a key figure both in the Blast and in the Championship, as usual.
Leach again, that one played nice and straight by Chris Benjamin for no run.
Northamptonshire missing 7 players, although that's slightly misleading because David Willey wouldn't have played even had he not been picked up in the 100. So more accurate really to say Northamptonshire missing 6, but they're missing one they weren't expecting because Calvin Harrison wasn't originally picked up, but was called in as an injury replacement.
Leach again, slightly shorter. Just turned really around the corner by Chris Benjamin for 1. Yeah, Joe Weatherly as well. He was another one, not obviously for these 2 counties, but for Hampshire. He was drafted in as a replacement as well. And Kent are missing some of the big guns themselves. Zach Crawley, Sam Billings, of course, Tawanda Muyeye as well. Just to name but a few. But it's still a very strong-looking team on paper, it has to be said. The wider squad as well, plenty of young talent in there. I've said this for the past couple of seasons, I do really like the look of Ollie Curtis as a young up-and-coming batting prospect. He's someone who Adam Hollyoake, back on the media day in March, said he just likes him because he's a bit of a street fighter. He's someone who does take the attack to bowlers. So, yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll get to see him in this year's competition.
Not another mongrel, to use David Willey's expression about Luke Proctor, for similar reasons.
But no, he's definitely a fine young cricketer. Someone to keep tabs on heading into the future. It's Leach again. That one played very smartly Just a push really through the covers by Harry Finch for 1, and that will be the end of the over. Very tidy and economic one from Dom Leach. Just a couple of runs from it. Kent's 166 for 3.
Yeah, of course, Northamptonshire with Stuart van der Merwe, who is extraordinary. Scored a century on his championship debut against Leicestershire, last game of last season. One of a very elite group that have done that for Northamptonshire, and he hasn't been seen in first team cricket since then. There's a conflab going on out there. I think this is the selection of the ball, isn't it? They have to decide which of the two they want to use around about this time of the innings. Any excuse just to hold the game up for a few minutes. But he presumably will have an opportunity at some point in the competition. You mentioned Nirvan Ramesh, who I think is a very special young spin bowler. Again, had a go last year in both the 50 over cup and in the championship. Took a wicket with his 7th ball in championship cricket. Colin Ingram's not a bad one to get.
No, not all.
Tian Low, the left arm seamer. And of course Shiv Krishna, who's in the squad from the academy. Another spin bowler who I think almost defies description. I mean, leg spinner is what we say in the book, but I think he bowls a variety. It'd be great to see him get a chance.
Well, here is Guthrie back this time from the Nackington Road end. Yeah, having seen a little bit of Shiv Krishna, he's played a couple of twos games, hasn't he, for Northamptonshire this season. He does have some really nice variation, doesn't he? He's got the standard off break, leg break, googly, top spinner. I think he's got a front of the hand slider as well. He's a proper handful.
Well, he's come up through the ranks at Old Northamptonians, just down the road from the county ground. But again, this is the joy of this competition, isn't it? Because, I mean, even if some of those don't get a game, they are in the first team squad. They're in with some very experienced pros, the Rob Keoghs and the Luke Proctors, and they're only going to learn and improve. Nathan McSweeney, Test player, is out there as well. The same, of course, for the Kent youngsters with the likes of Bell Drummond and North East in the side.
Oh, there's a little bit of an appeal from McManus. Nothing too convincing because the Northamptonshire fielders didn't tend to share the sentiment. I think there was bat on it. In fact, there is another single there off the bat of Harry Finch. He moves on to 71. It's a big part of their cricketing education, isn't it, really? Learning off the likes of North East, Bell Drummond, very experienced operators. For someone like Ekant Singh as well, who's an all-rounder, almost having the brains of Matt Milnes and Keith Dudgeon to learn from, in addition to those batting talents. So, yeah, it's a great foundation being laid for the younger cricketers as Benjamin whisks that away, and it's dropped. It has been dropped by Luke Proctor, and even he can't really believe it. Straight in, straight out of the breadbasket, and Chris Benjamin gets a life.
Extraordinary. Last person you would expect to see drop that is the normally wholly dependable Luke Proctor. And whether it came to him a little bit quicker than he thought, don't know. I'm trying to make excuses, and actually there aren't any, because it was straight to him, as you say, and he dropped it.
Oh, now that, to add insult to injury, Finch, who wouldn't have been on strike, edges 1 for 4. Now 6 runs have come off the last 3 deliveries of this Guthrie over. Admittedly, I don't think that was where Harry Finch was intending the ball to go, but again, at this stage of an innings, it's not a huge target. You just take the runs at this stage.
Well, if Guthrie felt bad, he now feels worse after that little passage of play. Rob Keogh down below is trying to locate the ball, which I don't know if it's gone down into one of the little sort of drain down in front of the seats immediately underneath us, but he's, heaven knows what he's doing down there. There he is. He's found the ball. Well done, Rob.
It's funny as you were saying that, Rudders, there was a rather big clanking sound.
Yeah. So, yes, that's... He'll be getting a bill from Kent County Cricket Club for breaking something, but at least he's managed to locate the ball.
Here is the final delivery of the 35th over. Oh, almost spooned up a little bit by Harry Finch. Plays it down the ground for a single. So 7 runs have been scored from the over. Kent move on to a score of 173 for 3. Just 81. That is the target from these final 15 if they are to secure those first points on the board in this year's Metrobank One Day Cup.
Yeah, and that drop, he was saying Northamptonshire needed a wicket. Just would have clawed their way back into the game, which at the moment, with these two together and playing beautifully, 75 the partnership. At the moment, it's looking a bit easy for Kent. Dom Leach sharing a word or two with his captain. Leach has bowled 5 overs for 23. But Northamptonshire needs something to happen here. Kent very much on top, you feel?
Or dare I say it will take a similar over to what we saw in that first innings as Leach charges in here. That over from Ekant Singh not only getting the entrenched McSweeney, but also George Bartlett bringing 2 new batters to the crease. That was pivotal. That sparked the initial collapse for the Steelbacks. So there is still time. The fact is this game is not wrapped up and sealed. 80 runs is still a decent amount, but the way in which Harry Finch in particular has gone about this innings does suggest that Kent are the team with the wind behind their sails. Here is Leach again. Also, just a bit of an update from Neath Cricket Club, the Knoll, where Yorkshire now needs 7 runs off the final 3 overs. Finn Bean and Kuldeep Yadav, they're the 2 out there for the White Rose. Kuldeep Yadav, of course, announced earlier this week, not only for the One Day Cup, but I think for a few county championship matches in September as well. So very, very intrigued to see how he gets on with his left arm wrist spin. And that will be interesting in Group B, especially for the youngsters, taking on an international superstar, someone who has got plenty of wickets in franchise cricket as well. Of course, for Yorkshire, not a bad signing really to bolster the spin department, which already includes the experience of Dom Bess.
Yeah, shrewd signing, you feel, from Yorkshire. Worth mentioning also, as I'm sure many of people watching and listening this will have much enjoyed the women's test, England-India game at Lord's recently, and the match referee for that match is also our match referee here today, Helen Pack, with strong Northamptonshire connections. Great honour for her at a very historic occasion at Lord's.
Yeah, that was amazing to see, especially on the opening day, seeing all the former England Test cricketers who've played tests up and down the country, of course. A few would have been played right here at the St Lawrence ground in places like Blackpool and Sussex as well.
First women's test in England played at Wantage Road.
I had a feeling it was going to be that with the setup.
Well, yes, well spotted. 1937. Australia won.
On edged again. That will race away for 4. Up until that point, it was an excellent over from Dom Leach. But the fast hands of Chris Benjamin Results in the boundary being scored. 36 overs have gone in this run chase. 14 remain. Kent are 178 for 3. And a reminder, speaking of women's cricket, the Kent women are in action on Sunday, the 26th of July, taking on Middlesex right here in Canterbury. If you're in the area, get yourself down, or if not, tune in to the live stream. Coverage will start at approximately 10:55 on Sunday for what should be a great day of cricket. And I think it's safe to say that here in Kent, Canterbury itself have got Metro Bank fever.
Yes, we'll be taking our temperature very shortly. Possibly the last throw of dice for Northamptonshire, with Yuzi Chahal coming back in the attack. He's got 4 left to bowl.
Well, here he is too. Harry Finch slices that away through the covers for 1. I got a message as well coming through talking of Metro Bank fever from the Kent media team. And apparently there's an unofficial mascot here at the ground who they've nicknamed Metro Bark Fever. It's one of the supporters' pet dogs. Quite clearly a regular fixture here in Canterbury. And I must say, I do like the term. It's something which, when it first kind of arrived on the scene, it was a strange hashtag, but in the years that have followed, feels like it's gained a lot of momentum across the country. Chal again giving that one plenty of flight. Excellent stop by a diving McSweeney.
I did enjoy somebody just tweaking some of the artwork for the 100 to make this the 100 overs. Metro Bank Cup.
Well, today I don't think it can be, can it? 48.1.
No, that's right. No, it's. I don't think we're going to get 100 overs in today. Well, we're not going to get 100 overs in today, are we?
Finch again this time going on the sweep. Protection is out there on the boundary towards the flats. That's George Bartlett doing the fielding.
Mentioned Helen Pack there, as I say, match referee in the test and here today, and her husband Rob makes bats and coaches, real cricketing family.
Oh, Benjamin, that is humongous. That has gone for 6. Smashes into the flats themselves, and Chris Benjamin rounds out the over in tremendous style. 9 runs from it. Kent now 187 for 3 as the partnership between these two continues to build at a very healthy rate of knots.
And that would have been pretty much where the old lime tree was, where there's a new tree down there, which has a plaque that tells you all about the old one. And that has just about gone into the leaves of the new tree down there at deep mid-wicket. Terrific hit from Chris Benjamin, and Kent now just 67 runs away from victory. They have 13 overs remaining, and as you were saying, Aaron, I think somebody from Northamptonshire's point of view is going to have to channel their inner Ekanj Singh if we're going to have a game here, because at the moment it looks very comfortable for Kent.
It does, and it has been, as a result, some very, very good batting. For Harry Finch, someone who is naturally counter-attacking, he's a punchy cricketer. He had to rein in that aggression, didn't he? It's something which we saw early doors with George Bartlett in the first innings, but since then, goodness me, he is seeing it like a beach ball out there, and I think we're just trying to find the ball.
Yeah, I think it's just gone over the fence into... There we go. It had just gone over the fence into the flats, over the tree, as we were describing. And they've managed to extract it from there. And Gus Miller's going to have a go from this end. 7 overs for 40 so far. None of the Northamptonshire seamers have been much of a muchness, really, haven't they, in terms of figures? Nobody's really gone round the park. Equally, nobody has looked particularly threatening, apart from that early little burst from Luke Proctor.
Well, here is Gus Miller. It's a good start getting Finch playing off the back foot. No, I would agree. I think when you looked at Kent's bowlers earlier, the immediate one who sprung to mind early doors was Grant Stewart, and he was just hitting that heavy length, really just jamming it into the surface, really. And then Ekansh Singh a little bit later on got his just reward for a really tidy spell. That one slightly straying down the leg side, easily turned away for 1.
Game over at Neath, where Yorkshire have beaten Glamorgan by 2 wickets with 8 balls to spare. Decent game. Not high scoring, but a good attritional contest there at the Knoll.
Good to see as well. Cricket being played in Neath. It's part of Wales now which desperately needs a bit of cricket since the lack of cricket being played at St Helens.
Well, it would be lovely to see them go back to somewhere like Colwyn Bay, wouldn't it, up in the north?
Oh, yes.
Where Northamptonshire played a game or two. Lovely spot. Lovely place to watch the game. As is Guildford, of course, where Leicestershire chasing 271 to beat Surrey, 187 for 3 with 14 to go.
That one played very handily by Harry Finch. Oh, he wanted a second. He was about 3 or 4 steps down the track before he clocked the fact that Chris Benjamin was not interested whatsoever. Some more seagulls arrive out towards the onside.
Maybe a few pickings down by some of the food outlets down there, a few wrappings with sort of tasty morsels in them.
Well, I tell you what, they've done a lot of business today. I imagine the ice cream truck as well has had a near continuous line. Seen plenty of 99s and cornettos around the ground. It's the weather for it though, isn't it? It's a height of summer, 26 degrees at a beautifully, beautifully picturesque venue. Watching what's been a really captivating game as well. It's had a nice atmosphere to it. And that will be the end of the 38th over. Kent are 190 for 3. They require 64 to win from the final 12 overs of this one.
Harry Finch, 81 not out off 88 balls now. Chris Benjamin, 30 off 45. As far as bowling options are concerned, Guthrie's got 2 left. Proctor's got 2 left. Miller has 2 left. Leach has 4. Jahal, who's got a bowl from the Nackington Road end, has 3 left. So he has plenty of options, Nathan McSweeney, but at the moment needs something to happen sharpish.
On over the top of Gus Miller, and that will hurtle away for 4 more. Harry Finch now on 85, continuing to rack up these boundaries for fun.
This has been a terrific knock, hasn't it, from Harry Finch, coming in with the game very much in the balance at 98 for 3. These two have put on nearly 100 now.
Goes on the reverse. There's plenty of protection there. Dom Leach is the man who does the fielding. Rob Keogh just a few paces to his right. It's funny seeing the evolution as well of the field placements in this innings. It's the same on Tuesday as well, as Chahal goes up in appeal, and that is the wicket that the Steelbacks were hoping, praying and dreaming of. Harry Finch departs for a brilliant 85 from just 91 deliveries. It included 6 fours and 3 sixes. And the St Lawrence ground rises in rich applause. Rightfully so. Trapped LBW by Chahal. But some of those shots, especially the ones that headed towards those flats, were quite simply impeccable. Well batted, Harry Finch. He has given Kent a major chance of securing the victory in this first game of the One Day Cup campaign.
Yeah, terrific knock from Harry Finch. A question from Northamptonshire's point of view is whether that's too little too late. But still 60 runs to get. Got another one out quickly, then you never know. Northamptonshire players out in the middle, just having a little chat, I'm sure, a little regroup, trying to... Well, you've got to believe in these circumstances, haven't you? You've got to believe that you've still got a chance. Jaden Denley coming out to the middle, didn't have a particularly marvellous first innings, 3 overs for 25. Got a chance here to see it through with Chris Benjamin. 60 runs required by Kent. Scoring rate, not an issue, just a hair over 5. But as I say, another wicket, another couple of wickets, and the game is alive again. And once again, Yuzi Chahal has this happy knack of getting a wicket just when Northamptonshire need one. 2 for 34. 3 balls to go in his 8th over. Now he's going to be up against the left-handed Jaden Denley.
He's bowled well, hasn't he? Chahal so far, 2 for 34. Feels like a lot rests on his shoulders. He's only got 15 deliveries remaining in this game. Denley can't get off the mark straight away.
Well, Nathan McSweeney's starting to swing his arms, so maybe he's going to have a go himself.
Well, earlier on in the season, he did get some handy wickets, didn't he? Got Tom Hartley in the first game against Lancashire. So that one again, nice drift and flight from the Indian leg spinner.
Yeah, wicket with his 4th ball in Championship cricket. Tom Hartley, LBW for 16. Bowled well up at Durham in the blast after conceding 14 runs off his first 3 balls when he was brought on to bowl. And we were thinking, what on earth is going on here? And he then bowled, I think, 4 overs for 28, which, in the context of a low-scoring game, again, was pretty good.
Denley once again, just being cramped for room there by Chahal. And that will bring to an end a very good over for the visitors. Just 4 runs from it. And the enormous wicket of Harry Finch for 85. Kent are 194 for 4.
I think he has a bit of a reputation back home, Nathan McSweeney, as a sort of Doug Walters, Basil D'Oliveira partnership breaker. That's dating me, isn't it? A couple from the 70s, but just to pick up a wicket when a partnership needs breaking, when he is indeed going to come and have a bowl. Nathan McSweeney, the 7th bowler used by Northamptonshire in the innings. Well, I suppose from the captain's point of view, it's the old thing, if you want a job doing, do it yourself.
Most definitely. Well, he is a very handy bowling option, isn't he? It's not going to be exaggerated turns.
Well, it isn't. But what's interesting here, Aaron, is that he's bringing himself on rather than turning back to Rob Keogh. He's taken 16 list day wickets back in Australia.
Starts off well. Good areas. He just has to be very careful here, bowling to Benjamin, not to stray too far down the leg side, because there's protection in the 30-yard circle. Chahal is there at fine leg, but there's nothing behind him.
Well, he's bowling himself from the right end, isn't he? Because he's, at least he hasn't got to worry about too much about the short boundary over on the Freeman House side.
Oh, that one just lofted down the ground superbly by Chris Benjamin. Very aesthetically pleasing stroke straight in the V. And Benjamin moves on to 34. Kent now inching ever closer to reaching the team 200. Benjamin does go for the sweep. Gets it fine enough to cause Chahal to hair after it. 2 more runs added to the board, and that will be the 200 up for Kent in the 40th over. 54 now required for the victory. Change of angle here as well for Nathan McSweeney. Coming over the wicket as opposed to around. Benjamin just gathering himself. I think that's the right option. There's space out on the leg side just for a single. Now, of course, with the left-hander, McSweeney changes the angle once more. Gives it a little bit of flight as well. Gets Denley on the drive. And no run scored then from the final delivery of over number 40. 10 overs remain. Kent 201 for 4.
Well, again, very little to choose between the sides in terms of the comparison, because Northamptonshire were 205 for 3. But of course, what happened next in terms of Northamptonshire was a horrendous collapse. 7 wickets going down for 43 runs in 8 overs. And, well, lightning is, I would say, highly unlikely to strike twice. But here's Chahal, still with a couple of overs to bowl. Northamptonshire could see the back of Benjamin. Then it does leave Kent with a couple of relatively new batters out there. Jaden Denley having just gone in. Placing his field with great care. Just moving deep mid-wicket round a touch. So he's got a wideish long on, deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. And bowls on off stump, and it's nibbled away down towards third man. Leach tracks it back towards the pavilion. They come back for a comfortable couple. Benjamin to 39, 203 for 4, 51 more runs required. Beautiful evening down here in Canterbury. Sun is out. A little bit of high cloud around for most of the day, but it's been very pleasant. Pushed out into the covers by Benjamin, but can't get a single this time as McSweeney fields. McSweeney conceding 7 in that over. Wonder if he'll give himself another one. Now Benjamin trying for that little run down again. Not making contact this time. Through to McManus. Benjamin with a job to do here, rather than leave it for somebody else. All the pace off again, and this time, well, there's a hen's teeth moment. Bit of a misfield from Nathan McSweeney, which you see very rarely. 204 for 4. 50 to win.
It's one of those scenarios, isn't it? For wicket falls quickly, maybe just a few nerves enter the Kent camp. One big over, though.
Yeah.
That pendulum swings yet again.
Well, I say, in these sort of circumstances, coaches hate it when you've got a batter in who just doesn't see the job through, and Chris Benjamin will know that is the expectation. Jaden Denley not out there for too long. Now, long off being dropped back onto the boundary. Round the wicket comes Chahal, cut away nicely by Denley to get himself off the mark. 205 for 4. And again, as we mentioned earlier, Aaron, the situation is that Chahal now just with, one over to bowl. Doesn't matter if it's a maiden, does it? Can just happily block it out. They've got very little pressure in terms of scoring rate. 5.4 required. 49 needed off 9 overs. Well, it's not going to be McSweeney. It's going to be the other off-spinner, Rob Keogh. Bowled just the 1 over, which also went for 7. So McSweeney, well, he's just ringing the changes. I'm just thinking about what his thoughts are in terms of who he's going to bowl. 9 overs left. Presumably Proctor will bowl out because he's been excellent. And then it's take your pick. Chahal's got one more. Guthrie's got a couple left. Miller's got a couple left. Leach has got 4 left. And of course, he's still got himself and Keogh. And Keogh it'll be round the wicket to bowl to Denley. Nudged out into the leg side, but can't get a single.
Yeah, it is. It's an interesting kind of conundrum for him, isn't it? Because he has still got options. The spin has been working.
It has. Flights that up, driven down the ground nicely by Jayden Denley. He'll pick up a single down to George Bartlett.
I do think that sometimes, with captains, there is almost that over tendency to go back to seam. Even when you've still got a couple of overs of spin in the locker. I know that predominantly seam is bowled at the death, but in these situations, pressure's a very, very funny thing. And one good over from the likes of Keogh, even McSweeney himself, to combine with Chahal could be very, very useful.
Well, Keogh, with all the experience in the world, flights that one up, driven all along the carpet by Chris Benjamin. More work for Bartlett to do down at long off. Another run close up for Kent. 207 for 4. 47 runs needed. Gone big, but has he gone big enough? He should be caught, is he? No, it's gone all the way for 6. 2 fielders out there. They were converging. He hadn't got hold of all of that over to the relatively short boundary. Miller was running in one direction. Bartlett was running in the other. And it went straight between the two of them and just landed a yard or so over the rope for 6. Denley to 8. 213 for 4. Slapped away by Denley out to deep cover for a single. Seemed to hang in the air for a long time, that one. And I thought one of those 2 Northamptonshire fielders might be in with a chance, but not to be. 40 to win, 214 for 4. 9 off this over so far, 1 ball left. Benjamin drives again down the ground for a single. Another eminently satisfactory over as far as Kent are concerned. 10 off it. Keogh 2 overs for 17. Kent 15 for 4. They need 39 to win. This is Yossi Chahal's last over. And surely Kent will just be thinking, let's see him out and finish the job off the other bowlers who have not been as threatening, as I say, with the exception of Luke Proctor, who bowled well up front.
Yeah, but I'd completely agree with that. There's no need to take any unnecessary risks here. Just play these balls on their merit.
So Chahal starting his last over. That's good stuff from Benjamin. Pushed away through backward point for 1. Leach fields. 216 for 4. 38 to win. Kent winning here against Northamptonshire in List Day back in 2022. That game we were talking about earlier where Ben Compton saw Kent home in a relatively low scoring match. Ooh. Chahal feel he probably should have got something on that. As it is, it's a single down to long on for Jayden Denley. 217 for 4, 37 to win. Before that, you have to go back to 2001 for their last List A victories over Northamptonshire here. Driven again back past Chahal for a single down to long off. Sensible cricket by these two. 218 for 4. And then they actually beat Northamptonshire twice in a season in the Norwich Union League and in the knockout, the Cheltenham and Gloucester as it was then, back in 2001. That's a lovely shot from Denley. Down the pitch, inside out, 1 bounce. just clears the rope. In fact, I thought it had just landed inside, but it has gone all the way for 6. And, well, what do we know? Block out Chahal, don't worry, don't take any risks. Down the pitch comes Jaden Denley and belts it for 6.
Yeah,
there is the modern cricketer for you. Go hard. 16 to Denley, 224 for 4, and Kent need just 30 more runs to win. There will be the inevitable delays. They try and retrieve the ball. I think has gone into the hedge, just next to the flats. Well, anybody that's ever played club cricket will know. Oh no, it's ball's reappeared. Well done. Club I played at many years ago, we used to have an old dog that used to go and try and find anything that went into the hedge. Old Bob, he'd be in there. But Bob not required on this occasion. 224 for 4. Chahal with just 2 balls left to try and pull something out of the bag for the visitors. Well, turned away by Denley for another single. Fielded on the edge of the circle. But that's 10 off this over with 1 ball to go. Denley to 17. 225 for 4. 29 runs to win. Chahal's last ball pushed up by Benjamin for a single, up to long off. Applause for Yuzi Chahal, at least in part, but also I think applause for the 2 batters for taking 11 off that over and easing any lingering pressure on Kent you would feel to finish this game off. 226 for 4. They need just 28 more runs to win, and they have 7 overs in which to get them. Chahal's figures 10 overs, 3 for... These numbers are far too small. 47. So okay from Chahal. Proctor's going to come back. I'd say the pick of the Northamptonshire seam is 8 overs, 2 for 37. Picked up the first 2 wickets to fall. 2 for 49, beg his pardon, Chahal. Can Proctor do something comparable to his heroics at Edgbaston at the weekend? Well, not there, as it's driven down the ground by Benjamin for a single, down to Guthrie at long on. 227 for 4, 27 to win. Proctor's going to bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Denley. Maybe interested in that short leg side boundary. Northamptonshire with 3 men out. Make that 2, because one of them is now coming in. Bartlett coming into mid-wicket, tight on the single. Long on, dropping back. Deep mid-wicket out and deep backward square out. Proctor round the wicket to Denley. No run there, fielded by Rob Keogh. Lewis McManus having a chat with his captain. Not quite sure what they can do about this at this stage of proceedings. Oh, he's bowled him. Well, we said about Denley eyeing that leg side boundary, and he was eyeing it. He went for it. He missed. Proctor hit. It's a 3rd wicket for Luke Proctor. And, well, maybe that was the ploy that Lewis McManus was discussing. I rather doubt it, to be honest, but Denley just maybe succumbing a little bit to the ambition there of trying to land another one into Freeman House. 227 for 5. Kent only need 27 more runs, 254 the target. But I wonder, is there a little twist in this one still to come, Aaron?
Potentially. I really do think there could be. I think a lot of that rests on the shoulders of Chris Benjamin, though.
Yeah.
If Benjamin just plays this one sensibly, if he almost farms the strike for himself as the in-man, then I think Kent should really be quite comfortable in the remainder of this run chase. But the issue is, if suddenly he goes, you've got 2 new men at the crease, you're 6 wickets down, and there's still a few runs to go. Admittedly, not a ridiculous required run rate. You never know. Cricket's ever such a funny game, isn't it?
It is. Ekansh Singh comes to the crease. He's already had a memorable day with the ball. Picked up 3 wickets, including 2 in an over, which really rocked Northamptonshire back on their heels. 210 for 3, and they were looking at 300 and finished up being bowled out for 253 with 11 balls unused. Proctor, 3 for 38. 3 balls to go in his 9th over. Kent need another 27 to win. 5 wickets standing. Can Ekansh Singh see it through? Proctor into bowl to him, nice and solid. Well, again, Proctor hasn't had a bad few days. A little bit expensive on Tuesday against Warwickshire. Went for, 75 in his 10 overs, but he's bowled well today. Another dot, played up to Liam Guthrie at mid-on. Proctor still with 1 more to bowl. But Chahal has bowled out. So probably McSweeney's going to have to look at one of his other seamers, Guthrie, Miller or Leach. And Singh is away. Nice single out to deep cover. Proctor finishes his 9th over, 3 for 39. Kent 228 for 5. They need 26 to win. 6 overs left and 5 wickets remaining.
They most certainly do. Well, we shall say a fond farewell to Andrew Radd for today's broadcast at least. Massive thank you to Andrew and of course to Tawhid Qureshi a little bit earlier on as well for their company throughout the duration of this game. Just 6 overs remaining. 26, that is the equation now for Kent to taste victory in their first game of the campaign. And it will be Liam Guthrie to come on to bowl his 9th over, bowling from the Nackington Road end. Just looking at the fielders out protecting the boundary. Deep backward square. Deep square leg. Long on, deep point and deep third. That's the preferred combination here for the Western Australian gunslinger. For Northamptonshire though, it's all about wickets at this stage. Can Guthrie be the man to just put a twist in the tail? Well, he won't there because that one confidently pushed forward by Ekansh Singh. And it has got to the stage where every single run is being applauded by the home fans, urging and willing their side home in this run chase. In what has been a very, very absorbing game of List A cricket. Benjamin now slaps that away through point for a single. Moves him on to 47 from 63. Really has been a very mature knock, this, from the former Warwickshire man. Done a really good job just to settle things and calm any potential nerves since the departure of Harry Finch. There is still a job to be done here, though. 24 runs away are the men in dark blue. Singh will turn that square of the wicket on the onside for one more. Really good work there from the youngster, who, as Andrew was saying a little bit earlier on, very, very good day with the ball. He was quite unlucky, really, not to have picked up a wicket prior to that 40th over. It was his 7th of the piece. Richly, richly deserved the reward. As Benjamin now tries to drive it through the covers. Singh was well short of his ground. Liam Guthrie, he cannot believe that McSweeney has not connected with the stumps. End of the over, 45 have gone. Just 30 deliveries remain, and 23. That is the equation for Kent to get these first points on the board. Benjamin and Singh in intense conversation in the middle. Benjamin, of course, the more experienced campaigner of the two. Still in his mid-20s is the South African-born wicketkeeper bat. Ekansh Singh, meanwhile, the 20-year-old, up-and-coming, promising all-rounder from Orpington. He'll be the man on strike to face this Proctor's final over. Cannot get it through that gap. Rob Keogh, the man, does the fielding at short mid-wicket. Liam Guthrie there at wide mid-on as well. Not tons of protection, admittedly, on that leg side. Deep square and long leg in place here for Proctor, along with deep third and deep points. Yet again, it's a carbon copy of that first delivery, straight to Rob Keogh. Singh there just covers up in defence. You get the feeling that for either Singh or indeed for Benjamin, one boundary really releases the pressure here. Kent firmly in the driver's seat. Slightly short and pulled away brilliantly by Ekansh Singh. There is the pressure release. Powerfully muscled away through mid-wicket. Huge applause around the ground for the Academy products. An individual who joined Kent when he was just 10 years of age. Always nice to see these local homegrown talents doing their thing in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Just 19 runs now separate Kent from the win. Proctor pitches that one on a better length. Still another single though. And Luke Proctor will round out his 10 overs with a dot ball. The Oldham-born all-rounder finishes with figures of 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 wickets for 44. He was the spark, he was the catalyst early doors, getting those huge wickets of Ben Dawkins and Sam Northeast for scores of 5 and 10 respectively. But since then, Kent have battled back very strongly indeed. 18 runs away, 4 overs remain at the St Lawrence ground here in Canterbury. Massive thank you as well to everybody, all of you who has tuned in to our live broadcast today. Massive thank you, as always, to our official live stream partners at Clubberley as well. Without them, the broadcast would not be possible. As Guthrie takes all the pace off that one. No run scored. Chahal does the fielding. A reminder as well that the YouTube channel here at Kent Cricket getting closer and closer to 84,000 subscribers. If you haven't already done so, please do click that subscribe button. All helps with the YouTube algorithm, helps push out the broadcasts, the live streams and Kent Cricket to even further and more regularly than before. So this could be 2 here for Ekant Singh. Chris Benjamin jets off towards the non-striker's end. Instead goes up towards Singh's end. And Singh gets home comfortably. 16 runs now the requirement. Singh just chops that into the surface. No run, Adi Sharma onto that in a flash. Oh, Singh now has dispatched that one all the way for 6. 10 now required for the Spitfires. Yet another perfectly placed pickup. No protection there at deep mid-wicket. That really will calm any potential nerves. The required run rate just 3. Still 5 wickets in the shed. And Ekant Singh and Chris Benjamin could well be the partnership which sees Kent home. Oh, and then plays that with plenty of finesse. Just runs it off the face of the bat. Down towards deep third for the single. 1 delivery remains in this, the 47th over. Full credit as well to Northamptonshire for taking this game so deep. Myself, Andrew, and Toad did say earlier, 253 felt below par. The Steelbacks, they'll be reflecting on this game as a potential missed opportunity. That collapse of 43 for 7 just dented their hopes. Benjamin gets another single. Very, very good over that for the hosts. 10 from it. Kent now 8 runs shy. Something tells me that these two may want to finish it in this over. And it will be Gus Miller, the Northamptonshire all-rounder, with ball in hand from the pavilion end. At this stage, it's a rather thankless task, but someone does have to bowl at this stage. Miller, to be fair to him, has not had a terrible day. He's only gone at 5.4. But there just hasn't been that same level of incisiveness that we saw from the likes of Stewart and Singh earlier on in the piece. And in the end, that has taken Kent to the cusp. Bit of a spread field here. 5-4 in favour of the offside. Benjamin decides to defend that first one. Still, Benjamin cannot get it beyond Rob Keogh. Reminder as well of Kent's next game in the competition. That, of course, taking place on Sunday. It's a trip to the West Country to take on Gloucestershire down in Bristol, followed by an away trip to Lancashire on Tuesday. So that one sliced away, just goes over the top of the fielder at backward points. And that will be 4 runs and the 50 for Chris Benjamin. A fantastically well-paced knock, arrives from 69 deliveries, includes a quartet of 4s and a big 6 in there for good measure. Well batted Chris Benjamin. It would be rather fitting if the former Warwickshire man was to take his side across the finishing line here. Really has held this run chase together. Miller to Benjamin again, plays that with a nice straight bat for 1. Kent now 3 away from the victory. Could not be any happier for Chris Benjamin. Someone who, as we mentioned in the broadcast, has really adapted, evolved, honed and refined his game in recent seasons. And he's had to marshal the middle order and has done so very well. Here's Miller again. This time to Singh. And Singh just clips that out to square leg for 1. 1 delivery remains in this, the 48th over. As for the Steelbacks, well, they head to Guildford on Sunday to take on Surrey at Woodbridge Road. So the action in Group A really starts to gather some pace and momentum. And Benjamin beats the dive of the fielder. This could well be the moment that Kent wrap up the victory. Benjamin turns and runs back for the second. And it is Kent who emerged victorious in this brilliant encounter at the St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury. The Spitfires win by 5 wickets, courtesy of some excellent batting from the likes of Chris Benjamin and Harry Finch. Those two in particular really steadying the ship after some early wickets, courtesy of Luke Proctor. He got Dawkins for 5, Sam Northeast for 10. There's a nice bit of steadying courtesy of the captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond, before he was clean bowled by Yuzvendra Chahal. But since then, it has been not necessarily one-way traffic, but somewhat comfortable for Kent with regards to how they have paced and timed their chase here on home soil. It's not a deviation of the pattern. The last 5 times now that these sides have met in the One Day Cup have been won by the team batting second. Congratulations to Kent. Commiserations to Northamptonshire. And we shall be back here on the Kent Cricket YouTube channel on Sunday as the women's side take on Middlesex in the return of the Women's Metrobank One Day Cup. From myself, Aaron Viles, Andrew Rad and Towhid Qureshi, we thank you ever so much for your company on the broadcast throughout the duration of today's live stream. And we hope you all have a very safe and enjoyable end to your Friday evening.